Chapter 590. Click. It was as if a mechanism had been stuck and a button had been pressed. The moment the ice spear twisted, a deep sound came from above. Shortly after, the strange engravings on the ice door lit up with a red glow. They were like earthworms that slowly lit up. Even the huge keyhole was suffused with a dazzling red glow. After the ice spear twisted open the door, it rapidly shrunk and landed in Yun Nuoshing's hand. It didn't retract into his body, but everyone ignored it at this moment. They just watched as the door slowly melted like snow in the red glow. The huge ice door that was tens of thousands of feet tall slowly disappeared. It was as if ice and snow were being melted by the sun. Not a single trace was left behind. The huge ice door disappeared in a minute, as if a freezer that had accumulated cold air for countless years had been opened all of a sudden. The cold wind of the northern lands whistled out and blew on their bodies, making everyone feel as if they were about to suffocate. Their faces were so cold that it hurt. Yun Nuoshing turned around almost reflexively. His huge 6 wings were about 200 feet wide. He suddenly folded them and enveloped everyone in his 6 wings. The bone-piercing cold wind blew on his windbreaker, penetrated it, and landed on his back. It was so cold that he shuddered violently and had goosebumps all over his body. Even his 6 wings were shivering from the cold. It was as if even his soul was about to freeze. However, this cold didn't last for long. Yun Nuoshing suddenly felt a few overbearing and urgent forces rushing into his body. He immediately felt that the cold had disappeared. He quickly heaved a sigh of relief. When he raised his head, he realized that the Golden Princess and the Empress were glaring at him. This made him smile bitterly. Reflexive, really? Not long after, the cold wind whizzed and stopped. Yun Nuoshing heaved a sigh of relief. He retracted his 6 wings and saw a thin layer of ice on his colorful wings. He couldn't help but feel bitter. After being refined by the glazed treasure mirror, his 6 wings could be said to be extremely powerful. They were comparable to a mid-level divine artifact. Furthermore, they were molded from his flesh and blood. He didn't expect them to freeze when the wind blew. If he faced them head-on, his entire body would be frozen. They have been frozen into ice. Xian and Mei Mao hurried over. When they saw his huge 6 wings that had been frozen, their Mei Mao's eyes lit up. They felt that they were worried, but they couldn't see the word worried in their eyes. It's okay. I feel like I am turning into ice crystals with 6 wings. Yun Nuoshing looked at the 6 wings that were completely frozen. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, I have to put them away for a while. If I take them back now, the cold air will enter my body along with the 6 wings. It will also freeze my meridians and body. But it will be fine after I refine it with my divine flames. Seeing that he was still in the mood to joke around, everyone gave a wry smile. Feng Er shook her head slightly, walked a few steps forward, and pressed her jade-like hand on Yun Nuoshing's 6 wings. A scorching red and pink flame rushed out from her palm and completely enveloped his 6 wings. I can handle it myself. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly, but he didn't stop Feng Er. He allowed her to burn his wings with her true phoenix fire. The layer of ice also slowly melted under everyone's gaze. It melted into drops of hot liquid that dripped onto the ground and melted the ice and snow. After a while, the 6 wings returned to normal. Yun Nuoshing smiled and rubbed Feng Er's head. The 6 wings flapped and returned to his back. When he saw Xian looking at him nervously, he couldn't help but stick out his tongue and smile. All right, stop flirting with each other. Let's go in and take a look. Seeing the 2 of them flirting with each other, the Golden Princess rolled her eyes in annoyance. However, a trace of envy flashed across Mei Mao's eyes. Everyone nodded and followed the Golden Princess into the god's burial ground. However, this time, Yun Nuoshing didn't walk in front. Obviously, he was worried that an accident would happen. He stood in front again. After the ice and snow gate disappeared, it was still a pure white world. 2 mountain ranges stretched across the 2 sides, forming a straight path. It was a straight and white snow road. After walking through the barrier, the place where the ice and snow gate was originally located had a barrier extending down until the entrance was closed. From the outside, the situation inside couldn't be seen. Inside the barrier, the wind and snow suddenly stopped. Yun Nuoshing suddenly raised his head, but he could only see the energy barrier that was faintly glowing. Looking at the ice spear in his hand, Yun Nuoshing sighed. He stretched out his left hand and flicked the spear's head a few times. He muttered to himself, "What do you want me to see?" This gate was opened by the ice spear, and its former owner was a fragment of its soul. Thinking of this, his heart beat faster. Could it be that this place had something to do with him? That golden figure had also said that if he encountered something unbelievable one day, he shouldn't be too surprised. Maybe it was a gift left behind by someone. Was this the same? He wasn't sure, but he felt that it wasn't that simple. "There's a familiar smell." Ziye's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The content of her voice gave Yun Nuoshing a fright. A familiar smell? A supreme deity from the remote antiquity era was sleeping here, and she was also sealed in the remote antiquity era. Could it be that Ziyi had some sort of relationship with this deity? Could it be that Ziyi was once her master? Thinking of this, Yun Nuoshing's face became slightly gloomy. He felt an inexplicable sense of loss, as if something he loved was about to disappear. "Idiot, what are you thinking about? There is indeed a strange aura here, and it's a little familiar. I should have seen it before, but it's definitely not Ing Er's aura. His aura is more towards darkness." Ziyi sensed his mood and couldn't help but grumble. Because of the sense of loss in his heart, she didn't feel too good either. "Oh," Yun Nuoshing muttered in his heart. The gloominess on his face disappeared slightly, and the others didn't see anything wrong with it. They didn't know how long they had been walking on the long white road. They could only see the flat energy barrier in the sky getting higher and higher until it seemed to be approaching the highest point. Even the road had come to an end. What appeared in front of them was a huge ice field square. The thick ice surface reflected a faint blue color. In the center of the ice field square, there was a circle that looked like a magic circle carved under the ice. The golden light was very conspicuous in this pure white place. Everyone noticed it at a glance. And in front of the road that led to the icefield square, there was a flight of stairs at the edge of the square. The stairs were made of ice, and on top of the stairs, there was a throne made of ice and snow. Aside from the front, there were 2 more flights of stairs in the middle of the square. They led to the left and right. The 3 flights of stairs were the same height. The only difference was that on the stairs in front of them, there was a throne made of ice and snow. And on the throne, there was a 10-foot-tall diamond-shaped ice block floating. It floated 1 foot above the throne. No one dared to raise their heads. They could feel a scary aura coming from the diamond-shaped ice block. That aura made everyone tremble in fear. Yun Nuoshing's whirlpool zither and 2 god spirit marks were glowing. It was obvious that they were shocked by the aura coming from outside. From the corner of their eyes, they could see a blurry figure in the ice block, but everyone only dared to look at the figure's feet. They did not dare to look up. It was as if looking at the figure's face would bring misfortune. And the face of a god, even if it had passed away for so many years, was not something they could look at whenever they wanted to. Just being 1,000 meters away from it made the few emperor gods feel like their souls were about to collapse. If they looked at it, their souls would scatter. Standing at the edge of the square, where they came from, no one dared to look forward. Even Yu that weird girl, did not dare to breathe loudly under the great pressure. Her small body trembled slightly. Her jade-like legs could not stop shaking. It was as if she could fall over at any moment. Little Moon was the same. However, compared to Yu, she gritted her teeth and clenched her jade-like hands. Perhaps it was because she was resisting with all her might, but her face was even paler than Yu's. It made his heart ache. His left hand quickly pulled the 2 girls to his side. Ling Hong, isolate the space. With a flip of his right hand, the Ling Hong sword appeared in his hand. A ray of silver-blue light surged on his arm. Then, he raised his hand and made a horizontal cut in front of him. Following that horizontal cut, a huge space curtain slowly appeared in midair. It fell from the sky in a circular shape. It completely enveloped the stairs and the throne in front of them, blocking their line of sight. From this space curtain, one could only see a snowy ground. It did not feel out of place at all. However, after isolating the space, the aura that gave Yun Nuoshing and the others great pressure did not disappear. But at this moment, everyone could raise their heads without worry. This was because they could not see the diamond-shaped ice block on the throne of ice and snow. They could not see the figure inside. As long as they could not see it, there was no problem. Only then did Yun Nuoshing raise his head and look around. His gaze inadvertently glanced at the location of the spatial curtain. That place had completely turned into a snow-white flat ground, and nothing could be seen. As if they felt that the pressure from Yun Nuoshing was not that strong, Yu and Little Moon quickly moved closer to him. They grabbed Yun Nuoshing's left and right hands almost at the same time. He was stunned. He lowered his head and saw the two girls staring at each other. The temperature of the air seemed to be rising. Ahem. Yun Nuoshing coughed dryly. The two girls quickly shrunk their heads and stuck out their little tongues. The former shook his head helplessly. He turned his head and raised his chin at Xian and Yuan Shi. Then, he took the lead and walked towards the stairs on the left. Princess Jean and the others were not paying attention. When they turned around and saw that they were walking towards the stairs, they turned pale with fright. They quickly rushed over, directly passing Yun Nuoshing and the others. They rushed in front of them and even turned back to glare at them. Yun Nuoshing also stuck out his tongue and shrugged. The stairs were very spacious. It would not be a problem for 10 people to walk side by side. The stairs made of ice were very smooth. No one dared to walk too fast in case they slipped down. After climbing up this flight of stairs, the immense pressure actually weakened a lot. Moreover, the further up they went, the weaker the pressure became. It was not like what they were worried about, where they would be crushed by the aura as soon as they reached the top. At the top of the stairs was a platform that was 20 feet wide. In addition to the stairs behind it, it was as if a platform and stairs had been carved out of a small iceberg. There were some broken ice shards on the platform, as if the iceberg was damaged. However, the small iceberg and the platform in front of them were intact. There were no potholes. The left and right sides are the same. Perhaps that place has research value. Although I am very curious about the deity sealed in the ice. Which deity from the ancient past is he? However, this kind of information is not something that we can come into contact with. Princess Jean turned around and looked at the small iceberg opposite them. From here, she could clearly see the top of the iceberg. Similarly, there was nothing there. It was a pure blue iceberg, a pure iceberg. There was nothing there. Little brother, can you walk up there with the eternal weapon in your hand? The Empress gently rubbed Yun Nuoshing's head and asked softly. Hearing this, Princess Jean also turned around. Mei Mao looked at him expectantly. Everyone was also looking forward to it. They had come to this godforsaken place by accident. However, they did not see anything. Furthermore, they were scared half to death by the aura. They were somewhat unwilling to accept this. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing sighed softly and shook her head. She said, not to mention the eternal weapon, even if I had the Netherworld Ruins sword in its complete state, I might not be able to walk up there. That deity, even though he has passed away for so many years, still emits such a terrifying and majestic aura that directly affects one's soul. I think he probably doesn't want anyone to disturb him. If we force our way up there, our souls might collapse. As for why I opened this door, I am not sure. Furthermore, after I came in, he ignored me. There was no reaction at all. Yun Nuoshing added another sentence. Although everyone was mentally prepared, they were still a little disappointed when they heard the answer. Chapter 591. On the vast icy plaza, Yun Nuoshing and the others wandered aimlessly. Their eyes were unfocused as they looked left and right. Unfortunately, this place was only so big. There was only an icy plaza and 3 steps. Everyone wanted to go up and take a look at the steps in the middle, but they didn't have the courage and could only walk around in circles. Gulp, once again, Yun Nuoshing wandered to the bottom of the steps on the left. He was still holding the hands of a little girl when he suddenly heard a soft sound. It sounded like something heavy was rolling on the ice. The 3 of them were stunned when they heard the sound. They lowered their heads and saw that Yuer, who was on their left, seemed to have kicked something. It looked like a broken piece of ice. It was oval in shape, and there were many sinister-looking sharp points on the broken side. Looking at the fracture marks, it seemed to have been smashed. Yun Nuoshing let go of the 2 girls' hands and covered his hands with a thin layer of star power. He picked up the oval ice piece that was less than a meter long and wide. The color of the ice piece was exactly the same as the ice surface. If Yuer hadn't kicked it, they wouldn't have noticed it at all. Big brother Yun, it's just a piece of broken ice. What's there to look at? Seeing that he was lost in thought as he looked at the oval-shaped piece of broken ice, Yuer curled her small mouth and said briskly. Yun Nuoshing shook his head gently. He held the oval piece of broken ice with both hands and walked up the step. He stared at the steps in a daze. Yuer and Little Moon hurriedly followed behind him. Their jade-like hands grabbed onto the corners of his clothes, and they also lowered their heads to look at the steps. However, they were muttering in their hearts. They didn't know what he was looking at so absent-mindedly. Found it. After a while, he saw another ice piece of the same size at the edge of the platform at the top. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and walked over. He picked it up and looked at the fracture of the 2 ice pieces. After comparing them for a while, he slowly put them together. When the 2 ice pieces were put together, they formed an oval ice piece that was more than a meter tall. Other than an obvious crack, he couldn't see anything else. There were no traces of energy, and it seemed like an extremely ordinary ice piece. Yun Nuoshing was confused when he saw it. I seem to have understood something. Suddenly, Yun Nuoshing's expression changed slightly. He seemed to have realized something, but it was more like he was shocked. He immediately turned around and ran down the steps with the ice piece in his arms. The 2 girls who were grabbing onto the corners of his clothes were also shocked. They staggered a little when he pulled them, but they hurriedly followed him. In the center of the ice-field square, there were circles of golden light engraved under the ice. It looked like a magic circle, but it wasn't. Yun Nuoshing hurriedly came to the center of the golden circle with the ice piece in his arms. He casually placed it on the ice and ran toward the steps on the right without stopping. When he passed by Xian and the others, he didn't even have time to look at them. The latter and the others were shocked when they saw him in such a hurry and ran after him. Compared to the steps on the left, one was at the top while the other was at the bottom. There were also 2 ice pieces on the right step, but they were placed in the corner at the top. Yun Nuoshing quickly found them. He didn't have time to explain anything to the others. He hurriedly jumped down from the top with the ice piece in his arms. He jumped to the center of the square, quickly arranged the ice piece, and placed it in the golden circle on the ice. Just as the 2 ice pieces were placed in the golden circle under the ice, which seemed to be dead, suddenly came to life. It began to rotate slowly, and rays of golden light emerged from under the ice. When the people who ran up from behind saw this, they were all stunned. These 2 are not ice pieces. They are the remains left behind after the energy of a top-grade ice element glazed crystal has been used up. Yun Nuoshing didn't even turn his head. He didn't wait for the others to ask, and he quickly explained. Everyone was shocked. After the energy of a top-grade glazed crystal has been used up, the remains of the glazed crystal will be left behind. I know this, but I have never thought of this. How did you think of this? The Golden Queen looked at Yun Nuoshing in astonishment. She frowned slightly. She had seen top-grade glazed crystals before, but she had never thought of this at all. She didn't think of this at all. Yun Nuoxing pointed at the two ice pieces in the constantly rotating golden circle and said, I only thought of this because I have seen something similar. Don't you think that these two look like eggs? Eggs? Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the two oval-shaped objects. Now that he had mentioned it, they seemed to be somewhat similar. Yun Nuoxing nodded. He turned his eyes and looked at Feng Er. Immediately, he smiled gently and said, Feng Er was hatched by me personally. I couldn't be more clear about that scene. It was also because I had held an egg that I thought of this. This top-grade glazed crystal must have bred something in it, but I don't know what it is. And this thing has come out now, Yi Shi said softly. Yi Shi added softly. The Golden Empress and the others also nodded solemnly. If it was really an egg-like object, then this broken glazed crystal carrier was caused when the object hatched. They didn't have to guess for long before the golden circle emerged from the ice. It slowly expanded and enveloped everyone. Gradually, it expanded to cover the entire square and even the three small icebergs. At the same time, a dazzling white light bloomed in front of them. Everyone closed their eyes and felt that the white light was getting brighter and brighter, as if they were standing in front of the sun. The radiant light swallowed everyone. Although he didn't feel any danger, Yun Nuoxing still subconsciously pulled Xian and the others together. He spread his 6 wings, even though he couldn't see, feel, or hear anything. In the bright white space, a muffled voice slowly sounded. It was a man's voice. From the sound of it, it seemed to be a young man. He was whispering continuously. It seemed calm, but it also sounded sorrowful. Yun Nuoxing and the others still couldn't see anything, but images appeared in their minds. Gradually, the voice became much louder. However, the content made Yun Nuoxing and the others tremble. Who am I? I seem to have lost myself. I have lost myself. I don't have a past, and I might not have a future. There are chaotic images flashing in my mind. There are thousands of memories that can't be collected. It's so painful. My body feels like it's falling apart. My bones have turned into powder, my blood is flowing backward, and my soul is dissipating. I wasn't received by the underworld. It's so painful. I want to die. I want to die at this moment. No, that's right. It's not that the underworld didn't receive me, but that I escaped from there. I fell out of the broken reincarnation road and escaped a lifetime of reincarnation. My soul is still there, but I lost almost all my memories. Where is this? The world of the gods? The demon world? The world of the gods? The demon world? Or the lower realm? First, give yourself a name. Bid farewell to your previous life. The name of this life, whatever you see when you open your eyes, that's what it is. 1, 2, 3. When the 3 words fell, the dazzling white in their line of sight gradually weakened. At the same time, Yun Nuoxing and the others felt their eyes slowly opening. What they saw was a curved silver moon. The moon's surface was slanted to the west. The clear moonlight shone down and the sky was slightly dark, as if it was about to rain. The dark clouds were so heavy that even they couldn't breathe. Only the moon broke through the layers of blockage and revealed itself in the empty space. Moon, silver moon, moonlight, the moon's surface facing the west. Upper quarter moon, the moon's surface facing the east. Lower quarter moon, it's decided. In this life, I'll be called quarter moon. This body is so tattered. I forcefully broke free from the reincarnation road and descended into this world, but in the end, I became an 8-year-old child? I'm the ruler of darkness. Darkness flows in my body and soul. To think that this wasn't wiped out by the reincarnation road. Then, the mystic art of this life. Forget it, I won't change it. Book of the Epochs. Let me see, the current time is the beginning of the Great Yuan Realm's 62nd epoch. Not even 100,000 years have passed in this epoch. Is it because I escaped from the reincarnation road, that's why my reincarnation time is so long? In the end, I still couldn't completely escape from reincarnation. Less than 10% of my memories are left. Sigh, in this life I'll definitely. His voice abruptly stopped here, and the round moon in his line of sight also dimmed and disappeared. When they opened their eyes again, everyone was in a daze. The golden ring had already returned to normal. Its light dimmed and disappeared under the surface of the ice. 2 egg-like ice cubes lay quietly on the ground. However, many cracks had inadvertently appeared on the surface. In the middle of the ring, between the 2 ice eggs, there was a pure black stone lying there quietly. Its color was extremely obvious when compared to the pure white. However, Yun Nuoshing and the rest had yet to recover from the shock of what they had heard. They didn't bother to find out how the stone had appeared. Quarter moon. A supreme god from the primordial era was slumbering here. A forbidden god from the primordial era, quarter moon. It's actually him, Yun Nuoshing muttered in a daze. His hand trembled as he wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. He had only heard the name quarter moon a few times. There were 2 pure black stones in the pendant, and a third one had appeared here. They were all related to quarter moon. However, the most important thing was, he looked at Little White. After coming out of that vision, Little White's entire body was trembling uncontrollably. His tiger-like eyes were wide open, and tears actually fell from his eyes, wetting his face. His long white hair was also moving without any wind. Anyone could tell that his state of mind was in turmoil. He and Little White both knew that finding the forbidden sky god crescent moon was Feng Yuan's long-cherished wish. And now, in this place, in this inconspicuous place, she had actually found it so casually? It was hard to imagine, but this was the truth. Who would have thought that a forbidden god from the primordial era was actually buried in this place of ice and snow at the edge of the realm of the gods? After learning the name of the god buried in the ice and snow, Yun Nuoshing became even more confused. The key to the ice realm was his ice spear, and that key was a fragment of his soul. It was locked on the pillar of creation in the Tana's water god temple. What was the relationship between Quarter Moon's burial place and his soul fragment? Or rather, what was the relationship between Quarter Moon and him, Yun Nuoshing? No one realized that the one who lost her composure the most was not Little White, but the Golden Crown Princess, who was the great elder of the Golden Temple. At this moment, Mei Mao's eyes were wide open, and her alluring body that was wrapped in tight clothes was trembling slightly. She was trying her best to control herself, but she could not control herself. She clenched her jade-like hands tightly. After a long while, everyone finally noticed her abnormality. Little White was also stunned. He was unable to control himself because he had finally fulfilled Yuang's long-cherished wish in his lifetime. Big Sister Jean? Yun Nuoshing also had a strange expression on her face. She tugged at her arm and called out softly. That call made the Golden Crown Princess's body tremble violently. Then, she took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Mei Mao turned around and looked at Yun Nuoshing. There was a serious expression on her face. "I'm fine." The Golden Crown Princess took a deep breath. Her jade-like hands clenched the corner of her clothes tightly. She looked at Yun Nuoshing seriously and said, "I didn't intend to tell you so early, but I didn't expect to see this here. Perhaps this is fate. Little star, this quarter moon is a forbidden god from the primordial era. She is also the great hall master of the 9-deity temple. That's right, she is your ancestor." Chapter 592. The cold wind circling in the air suddenly stopped, and the atmosphere froze in an instant. Yun Nuoshing and the others stared at the Golden Queen, their mouths opened so wide that a pear could be stuffed in. Although they were surprised, surprisingly, Yun Nuoshing did not find it hard to believe. It was just that this information came too suddenly, so sudden that it made him feel a little dizzy. He covered half of his face with his left hand, not knowing what to say. Little White, who was at the side, opened his eyes wide. He looked at Yun Nuashing, then looked at the Golden Queen, who had a serious expression on her face. He scratched his face with his palm and suddenly realized that Feng Yueying was looking for Quarter Moon. Did he also know about this? Did he know that this ancient taboo heavenly god was his ancestor or something, so he's looking for his kin? Little White's tiger paw touched his face in astonishment. When he thought of this, he could not help but want to vomit blood. Back then, Feng Yueying went to heaven and earth, stepped on the star path, broke into other worlds, and searched for Quarter Moon's footstep. However, he never explained anything to them. Today's guess made his fair little face turn as black as charcoal. At this moment, the golden ring that had quieted down suddenly reacted again. A brilliant golden light flashed and drowned the place. Before everyone could react to the huge amount of information, they were dragged into another scene. In the world of ice and snow, among the layers of icebergs, a huge energy barrier suddenly expanded slowly, enveloping the countless icebergs. Brilliant auroras fell from the sky, connecting to form a gorgeous curtain, completely isolating the place. Among the layers of icebergs, on a relatively flat piece of land, a black figure was very dazzling in this dazzling white world. This person walked forward slowly, pausing with every step. Under the long black robe that dragged on the ground, there was a golden mark. The golden light was mottled, reflecting bits of sunlight. Even in this extremely cold place, it was not frozen. There were many terrifying wounds on the black-robed man's body. If one took a closer look, the golden mark on the ground was clearly the blood that flowed from his body. The mottled blood dyed the black robe into patches of golden mottled spots. His long black hair was disheveled. On his chest, there was a terrifying wound that pierced through his heart. Even his black robe had a huge hole that went from the front to the back. From the front, one could still see that the heart had disappeared. Golden blood flowed down like a waterfall. If it was an ordinary person who suffered such injuries, they would have died long ago. However, he still staggered on this icy plain, taking one step after another. Behind him, the golden mark dragged on for an unknown length of time. Looking at his eyes, they were unfocused but determined. No one knew what kind of power supported him to walk to this place. After walking to a place, the black-robed man suddenly stopped. He raised his right hand and made an upward motion. Immediately, 3 icebergs protruded from the ice surface in front of him. Ice shards swirled in the air. Then, the center of the 3 icebergs slowly exploded, forming a flight of stairs. There were also 3 platforms and the icy plain square. It was exactly what Yun Nuashing and the others had seen. The black-robed man walked to the center of the square. The golden blood that flowed out from his body fell on the ice surface, gradually drawing golden rings on the ice surface. After the rings were formed, they quickly melted into the ice surface and stopped moving. An icy blue long spear appeared in front of him. When Yun Nuashing saw this long spear, his eyes trembled a few times. This long spear was the frost long spear that he was currently holding in his hand. It was also the key to this place. The black-robed man held the long spear with his right hand in a reverse grip. Then, under the shocked and speechless gazes of the crowd, he suddenly threw it towards the horizon. The frost-long spear was like a blue meteor that flashed and disappeared into the horizon in an instant. This guy is already in this state. Where did he get such great strength? It was unknown who muttered in the dark. Yun Nuashing also nodded in a daze. His heart was shattered and blood flowed all the way. Not to mention an ordinary person, even an emperor god expert would have died long ago. And as if to confirm Yun Nuashing and the others' guess, after the black-robed man threw the frost-long spear, he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. Blood spurted out from his 7 orifices, causing his heart to tremble. The man panted heavily, breathing in the cold wind and snow. He waved his hand again, and took out 2 golden oval-shaped objects. He threw one on the ice mountain on the left and the other on the right. A golden light flashed between his eyebrows and drilled out. It chased after the oval-shaped object on the left and plunged into it, disappearing without a trace. After doing all this, the man directly knelt on the ground. His tattered black hood fell off, revealing an extremely pale and handsome face. Even though Yun Nuoshing had already guessed that it was that face, the moment he saw it, he couldn't help but clench his fists. This face was the one he saw at the Fire God Shrine. It was the 10th Hall Master, one of the ancestors of the 9 Deities Shrine, as Empress Jean had said. Not long after the man knelt on the ground, his body fell to the ground. However, after he fell, he didn't die. His hands struggled to slide on the ice surface with difficulty. He inserted his fingers into the ice and pulled himself to the stairs in the center. He climbed up step by step, leaving behind a hideous and terrifying golden blood stain. Yun Nuoshing and the others felt sad when they saw this. This was a divine god, one of the strongest people of that era. Why did he end up in such a miserable state? They watched as he climbed up the ice mountain and sealed himself in ice. Only then did this scene stop. They suddenly opened their eyes. The golden ring in front of them had completely dimmed. Yun Nuoshing and the others didn't know when they had started sweating. Looking at the frost long spear in his hand, Yun Nuoshing's eyes dimmed slightly. This long spear was thrown out by Quarter Moon, and that direction should be towards the outside of the North Ice Realm. He didn't know what happened after that, but it passed through the hands of his soul fragment and finally landed in his hands. Now, it was guided here by this long spear. Buzz! The frost long spear in his hand emitted a faint light. Yun Nuoshing felt a faint sadness from it. The eternal divine weapon had its own consciousness. Once again, it returned to the place where its former owner had fallen, making it somewhat melancholy. Yun Nuoshing even heard a sigh from the unseen world. It seemed to be the spear's consciousness. Looking at the pure black stone placed on the ice, Yun Nuoshing paused and reached out to touch it. His evil spirit I could see that the word Z was written in Kanzai's language. Previously, he had seen 2 black stones with the words Seal and Heaven written on them. This one was written with the word Z. He guessed that there should be another one. When the 2 words were combined together, it should be Seal Heaven and Earth. However, he didn't think too much about this for the time being and casually put it away. After a long time, Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh. His fluctuating emotions slowly calmed down. "Let's go out." "How do we get out?" Yuanshi asked. Along the way, they had even walked into the ice realm. They had forgotten why they had come here in the first place. If we were outside, we would be forcefully teleported out of the North Ice Realm as long as we touch that door. But we can just use the one under our feet. Yun Nuoshing pointed at the silent golden ring under the ice. He raised his head and saw that everyone was looking at him strangely. He was stunned for a moment. Then, as if he had thought of something, he quickly raised the frost-long spear in his hand and explained, "It told me." Hearing this, everyone looked at the 3-meter-long spear and nodded silently. The eternal magic weapon had its own consciousness. Since it could open the door to the ice realm, it should be able to send them out as well. Looking back at the spatial curtain, Yun Nuoshing's eyes flashed with a complicated light. The throbbing in his heart told him that if he walked up with the swirling zither, he would be able to resist the peerless aura. However, he didn't want to do so now. Moreover, even if he saw Quarter Moon's body, so what? Ding! The frost-long spear gently tapped on the ice. With a crisp sound, the silent golden ring began to spin again. It emerged from under the ice and enveloped Yun Nuoshing and the others. Afterwards, with a flash of golden light, they gradually disappeared in the golden light. After everyone disappeared, the golden ring quieted down once more. This place also became calm once more. Wind and snow slowly blew from the horizon and densely covered this place. In the distant Sourcepeak region, a sloppy old man in disheveled clothes sat cross-legged on a high mountain peak. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the snow-white scenery in the distance. There were a few jars of fine wine beside him. A bonfire flickered in the wind. The most eye-catching thing was the colorful little pagoda above his head. It glowed faintly but gave off an extremely powerful aura. Buzz! Suddenly, a faint buzzing sound came from behind him, causing the old man to raise his eyebrows. He grabbed a jar of wine and raised his head to gulp it down. The wine spilled on his clothes and pants, making him look very miserable. However, he did not care. He wiped his yellowed face and turned around. When he saw a large group of people emerging from the golden light, his raised eyebrows raised even more. A moment later, he spat out a mouthful of wine. Having just returned from a world of ice and snow, the rising temperature made everyone heave a lazy sigh of relief. Before they had time to see where they were, they heard the sound of water being spat out. There was also a smell of wine, causing everyone to be stunned. Yun Nuoshing also raised her head and was stunned for a moment. Her cheeks twitched. "Why is it you? Why are you here?" The old man and Yun Nuoshing exclaimed at the same time. Xian, Feng and Yuan Shi were also stunned. They all knew this person. They had seen him before. He was the strange old man who held the lapis lazuli pagoda in the Tana's water god temple and the underground palace of the glaze god. He was Qing Feng. "It has been many years since we last met. I didn't expect to see you here. How does it feel to be a celebrity?" Qing Feng stroked his beard and laughed. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. Before he could reply, the former's expression changed. She suddenly rushed up, pressed his shoulders and said quickly, "You came out from here. That is to say, you were expelled from the ice realm. How is the situation there? Is the door open? You also know the door to the ice realm? Have you been there? It is still closed there." Yun Nuoshing looked at him strangely and immediately glanced at the lapis lazuli pagoda above his head. "Of course I know. Those who were expelled will be sent here, and will not be able to go back for a long time. I have been waiting at the door for 5,000 years, and have not seen anything. What are you looking at? Kid, I am warning you. Don't mess around," Qing Feng said agitatedly. When he saw Yun Nuoshing's restless eyes, he suddenly glared and said vigilantly. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly and waved his hand. However, he looked at the Empress. At this time, Mei Mao was also staring at the 9-story pagoda that was less than a foot high. There was a chill in her heart as she said, "Don't tell me that this is the lapis lazuli pagoda." Qing Feng was surprised and looked up. When he saw the Empress Mei Mao's murderous look, especially when he felt the valiant and unusual aura from her body, he felt a chill down his spine. He had felt that aura many times on the lapis lazuli pagoda. Seeing his dazed look, Yun Nuoshing also laughed in his heart. The lapis lazuli pagoda and the lapis lazuli treasure mirror's aura was very similar. After he successfully cultivated it, he could feel an inexplicable aura from the lapis lazuli pagoda that was affecting his Xian skills. Lapis lazuli treasure mirror. You are from the lapis lazuli divine court? Qing Feng opened his mouth wide in astonishment. He lowered his head and stared fiercely at Yun Nuoshing before shouting, "Kid, you are not kind. You actually tricked me." "This. You also said that those who were expelled from the ice realm would be sent here. At most, it is considered a chance encounter, right?" Yun Nuoshing blinked and grinned. "You. Damn it. This old man is leaving." Qing Feng's face changed greatly. He wanted to refute, but he saw that the Empress had already rushed over with a murderous look. Her white jade hand slapped out and he was so scared that his face turned white. He picked up the lapis lazuli pagoda and turned to leave. He tore the space apart and disappeared in a flash. "Bastard, leave behind Master's lapis lazuli pagoda!" The Empress saw that her attack missed, and he even used the lapis lazuli pagoda to tear the space apart. She was furious and her jade hand tore the space apart and wanted to chase after him. Yun Nuoshing sweated and quickly pulled her back. He smiled bitterly and said, "Elder sister, forget it. You won't be able to catch up." Qing Feng was only an Empyrean god, and the Empress was an Empyrean god. Even if Qing Feng used the lapis lazuli pagoda, he might not be able to contend against her. However, the former used the eternal weapon, and she might not be able to catch up. Yun Nuoxing had seen that speed, and it was much faster than his light element. But, being grabbed, the Empress staggered and almost threw Yun Nuoxing out. She quickly stabilized his body and smiled bitterly. If that fellow cultivated the lapis lazuli treasure or the nirvana divine arts, I would be too lazy to bother about him. However, that fellow obviously did not cultivate, and yet he was holding onto the lapis lazuli pagoda. But you won't be able to catch up. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. But, hearing this, the Empress's smile became even more bitter. There was a touch of bitterness on her pretty face. She stomped her feet fiercely and sighed. She looked at him with some hidden bitterness. It's useless for you to look at me. I won't be able to catch up. Yun Nuoxing shuddered and shrugged helplessly. Chapter 593. After leaving the ice world, they weren't teleported too far away. At this moment, they were at the border between Taiyuan region and the North Ice world. Looking into the distance from this flat peak, they could still see the snow-white world. However, according to the map, the location of the void fire was still some distance away. They probably still had to enter that world of ice and snow. Yun Nuoxing and the rest weren't in a hurry to go. They found a small town nearby and stopped to rest for the night. At night, outside the small town, Yuan Shi and Nightmare were fighting to their heart's content. If Yun Nuoxing hadn't used the Netherworld Ruins sword to isolate this place, the small town nearby would have been sunk. Under a tree not far away, Xian, Feng and Qin Yen were chatting happily. As for Yu and Little Moon of the Qin family, they were also fighting happily. These two girls didn't see eye to eye. Now that they were fighting, the extent of their fighting was quite scary. The billowing demonic aura and immortal aura were mixed and shattered. The people of the demon race have an advantage in talent. They are born as demon race experts. However, before their bodies can withstand the power of the demon race, they can't fully utilize this power. Yun Nuoxing sat quietly on a huge rock. From time to time, he would raise his head to look at the moon and lower his head to look at the four people who were fighting. The Empress also walked over slowly, sat down not far away from him, and chuckled. Born as demon race experts. Yun Nuoxing chuckled. When he said this, a sentence appeared in his mind and made him a little lost. The little guy from the Yuan family has a god's spiritual body. This body constitution is said to be able to break through to that realm. As long as one is born in a force, he will be treated as a god's child and even be worshipped. Empress Mei Mao was glowing as she watched the battle between Yuan Shi and Nightmare. She said faintly, "Nightmare seems to have a physique as well. It should be the demon physique. That demonic aura is also the demon physique and is very similar to the aura of the demon race. It is unpredictable and has a gloomy and cold energy. If one is careless and it invades one's body, it can even affect one's state of mind and emotions. Of the two body types, the evil demon body erupts earlier. It starts erupting at the demon rank. The god spirit body only erupts at the beginner god rank. I wonder which body type is stronger." With her jade-like hand supporting her chin, the Empress turned her head and looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was quietly raising her head. She jokingly said, "A group of 7 with 4 different constitutions, 1 with a high-level bloodline, and 2 divine beasts. When this group of people grows up, it will be really terrifying. There's also a crazy little star." As the Empress smiled, she extended her slender finger and poked Yun Nuoxing's face, causing him to pout gloomily. As a result, the Empress was even happier after being poked. "Do you want to spar? Do you want me to accompany you?" the Empress suddenly said. There's no need. I can't defeat you." Upon hearing this, Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and waved his hand. He turned his gaze and looked at the Empress's exquisite face. He sighed and said, "Moreover, it's better for me to avoid using my body's energy as much as possible. I'll just let it remain in a state of overflowing. My cultivation has also been interrupted." "Are you worried about the abyssal incident?" The Empress looked a little depressed. She had sensed Yun Nuoxing's situation the other day, and it wasn't so easy to solve. The only thing he could do was to stop his cultivation. According to Ziyi, every time he crossed a big realm, it would cause the demonic aura in his soul to surge. It would be very easy for the demonic aura to completely corrode his soul. A little. Yun Nuoxing nodded with a calm look on his face, as if he didn't care at all. If it were another god or saintess from another power, they would probably be dispirited or crazy on the spot upon hearing that they couldn't cultivate anymore. The Empress looked at him quietly. He looked at the moon in the sky and was lost in thought. He muttered to himself, "I can't cultivate because I'm afraid of abyssal. I can't cultivate my soul either. I'm stuck in a realm, I can't sleep, and I have nightmares. After eliminating all these, I suddenly realized that there's nothing I can do. The 8,000 books in my mind have already been engraved in my soul. I've already finished reading them, sigh. Is it that tragic?" The Empress was speechless when she heard this. However, if she thought about it carefully, excluding cultivation, they were no different from ordinary people. They ate, drank, and played. They opened and closed their eyes to see the sun go away and welcome the moon. Their lives would slowly pass by. "I'll trouble others if I sleep. Forget it." Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and scratched his head, messing up his colorful hair. "How do you know that others don't want to be troubled by you?" When Yun Nuoxing finished speaking, a crisp laughter came from behind. The two of them were startled. They turned around and saw Xian and Feng walking slowly toward them hand in hand, and smiling sweetly at them. "Xingxing, just call us if you need anything. Don't worry so much." Feng walked gently to Yun Nuoxing and sat down in front of him. She tilted her head slightly and pressed it against his chest. She murmured in a low voice, "Just like how I rely on you. I also hope that you can rely on us a little bit." Just like a family. Yun Nuoxing was slightly startled. He lowered his head and looked at Feng. Feng also raised her head. Her bright and beautiful eyes flickered with attachment. It seemed that she didn't need to say anything. Those eyes made Yun Nuoxing's heart tremble slightly. He smiled absent-mindedly but didn't say anything. While Yun Nuoxing was absent-minded, Xian knelt behind him and took out a dark purple comb from somewhere. A faint woody fragrance lingered in the air, making Yun Nuoxing feel relaxed and happy. Her jade-like hand gently caressed her bright and soft long hair. The tangled hair slowly spread out under her 5 fingers, like a colorful waterfall gradually extending. Her thick long hair spread out like a spacious screen, covering the back of Yun Nuoxing. A gentle smile appeared on Xian's beautiful face. Her left hand carefully pulled up Yun Nuoxing's colorful hair. The dark purple comb in her right hand gently fell down and combed Yun Nuoxing's messy hair. A faint fragrance came from behind and in front of him. Yun Nuoxing wanted to say that he didn't tie up his hair. However, he seemed to have sensed Xian's faint emotions and couldn't say anything. There was also an indescribable feeling slowly flowing in his heart. It was very warm and intoxicating. However, when he tried to pursue it, this feeling dissipated into nothingness. The female empress, who was sitting on a rock beside him, hugged her knees with both hands and looked at this scene with a smile. She raised her jade-like finger slightly, and a faint glow circulated around it, covering the surrounding dozens of feet and isolating all sounds. The gentle moonlight shone, accompanied by the starlight, sprinkling down from the horizon. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped. Regardless of whether it was Yun Nuo or Ziyan, they did not disturb this tranquility, allowing it to become like a painting, quietly frozen. Early in the morning, in the sky above the small town, between the layers of clouds, a huge sword stretched across the sky. The Golden Empress and the others stood at the tip of the sword and looked at the huge fireball that was gradually rising. They had a rare moment of peace in their hearts. Perhaps this was the last moment of peace today. Soon, they might be going to an incomparably dangerous place. To be honest, the group of 8 god emperors didn't have much confidence in themselves. However, the children behind them were still chatting casually. It was as if they couldn't feel the pressure. Here, this is the result of Xiao Shi and my research. As for the name, I still call it talisman. The main point is that I'm too lazy to think about it. This thing is engraved in one's mind and will explode with a slight touch of spiritual power. I haven't started to make offensive talismans yet. These are all auxiliary talismans that can restore internal energy, elemental power, and soul and spiritual power. Yun Nuoxing stretched out her right hand and 4 strange talismans floated above her palm. They emitted a strange light. Each talisman was only 1/10 the size of a fingernail. It was almost negligible. However, these talismans were made according to the condition of Brother Nua's body. Each talisman can restore him to his peak condition. Therefore, you have to be careful when you use them. Don't let them explode, Yi Shi said immediately. With Yun Nuoxing's ridiculously large body capacity, if they were to explode casually, the energy released would probably cause Yuan Shi and the others to explode. Such a small thing can actually restore a bottomless pit like you? Yuan Shi looked at the small talisman curiously. After looking at it for a while, he stuffed it between his eyebrows. When the talisman came into contact with his eyebrows, it slowly faded and melted. Well, take some of them. They don't have an expiration date anyway. They can be stored for as long as they want. I have a lot of them here. Yun Nuoxing pointed to her forehead and smiled. Hearing this, Yuan Shi, Nightmare, Xian, Qin Yan, Feng Er and Xiao Bai did not stand on ceremony. They all waved their hands and took a dozen to 20 talismans from Yun Nuoxing's palm. These talismans were even more valuable in battle. If 2 people were evenly matched and exhausted from fighting, they could just detonate an energy talisman at this time to restore themselves to full health. To the enemy, this was fatal. As for Yu and Little Moon, Yun Nuoxing had specially made a few dozen sets of energy talismans that they could withstand last night. He had even taken their cultivation situation into consideration. Each set of talismans recovered more than the previous set. As for whether it was accurate or not, he could not say for sure. He could only remind them. Yi Shi made the talismans herself, and they were made according to the proportions of her body. The effect was more suitable than Yun Nuoxing's. After Nightmare took the talismans and heard Yun Nuoxing's explanation, he activated an energy talisman in disbelief. Immediately, an excessive amount of energy filled his entire body and rampaged through his meridians, causing his body to swell up a little. He was so frightened that he screamed like a ghost. He hurriedly grabbed the black scythe and soared into the sky. He used mystical skills and secret techniques as if they were free of charge to release the overloaded energy in his body. Yuan Shi and the others were scared when they saw this. Empress Jean and the others saw that he suddenly went crazy, but they did not know what happened. They walked over to Yun Nuoxing and asked her a few questions. The latter then told them about the talismans. In the end, Empress Jean looked at him as if she was looking at a monster. She couldn't help but mutter, "Pervert. Little brother likes to fiddle with these things. The most important thing is that he succeeded. It's not an exaggeration to call him a genius." The Empress smiled and rubbed Yun Nuoxing's head. Everyone sat on the netherworld ruins sword and watched Nightmare dance around with his scythe in the sky. His body was burning with energy flames, and the excessive amount of energy was about to burn him to death. This is already the 20th set of Chaotic Shadow Dance. It's the 21st set. It's the 10th time he used the lightning technique. 11, 12, 13. Yuan-Shi watched from the side, and even took the time to help Nightmare count how many mystical skills he had used to activate this talisman. Ah! Yuan-Shi, come up and fight me! Come up and fight me! I can't take it anymore! I can't take it anymore! Nightmare was sweating profusely. He couldn't stop shouting and shouting. The flames on his body were burning even more vigorously, almost setting his hair on fire. Being too popular is indeed a problem. Yuan-Shi laughed heartily. He grabbed a huge red cauldron and rushed into the sky to fight with Nightmare. Everyone was speechless when they saw the dazzling energy fireworks exploding in the sky. They had woken up early in the morning and had not left the house for more than an hour. Now they were even fighting. These two are almost at the third seal of the demon rank. Yun Nuoshing scratched her head. These two battle maniacs would run to the side and cause a ruckus whenever they had time. Unknowingly, they were almost at the third seal of the demon rank. Someone tugged at her sleeve. Yun Nuoshing turned her head and saw Xian, who was sitting at the side, looking at her with a smile. She raised her right hand and a faint light slowly condensed. Just sensing it made her cheeks tremble. You're already at the third seal of the demon rank. Yun Nuoshing looked at the smiling face and was speechless. She didn't expect that among the five of them, Xian was the fastest to reach the third seal of the demon rank. Yuan-Shi, Nightmare, and Qin Yan were also at the 8th seal of the demon rank. They were 2 levels away from the third seal. This wasn't very far. However, Yun Nuoshing remembered that Xian was the last to start. She could only start cultivating after meeting him. At that time, he was already at the immortal rank, and she had just started cultivating with his help and stepped into the quasi-mortal rank. It seems that excluding you, Xian is the most talented among all of you. The Golden Princess was also a little surprised. This lass had been following behind Yun Nuoshing all day and her own brilliance had been overshadowed by him. Only now did she remember that this lass had the 5 elements body. How could she be worse than the others? Seeing Xian looking at him with a face full of anticipation, Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly. He scratched his cheek with his fingers and reached out to rub her head. He smiled and said, "You're very powerful. You've surpassed me." Just this simple sentence made the smile on Xian's face grow even wider. She happily sat back in her original position and leaned close to him. "All right, this lass's source of motivation seems to be this lad." Seeing that Xian was overjoyed by Yun Nuoshing's simple praise, the Golden Princess and the Empress couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "Stop fooling around and save your energy. If we head over now, we should be able to reach by noon." The Golden Princess pulled down the 2 people who were still fighting in the sky and punched each of them in the head, causing Yuan-Shi and Nightmare to faint. The surging energy in the latter's body also dissipated with a poof. Yun Nuoshing nodded and observed a moment of silence for Yuan-Shi and Nightmare. With a wave of his hand, the netherworld ruin's sword shot toward the horizon like an arrow. Only a purplish-black light could be seen flashing in the sky. Surprisingly, Yun Nuoshing wasn't as excited as he was at the beginning. The closer they were to their destination, the calmer he became. Although he couldn't control himself, he concealed it very well. "The void fire, be careful. It's just a divine flame. It's not worth risking your life for. The divine flame is dispensable to you." Ziye's indifferent voice slowly sounded in his heart. He pressed his hand to his chest and gently grasped the purplish-red pendant. Then, he nodded. Chapter 594. Back in the land of ice and snow, fine snow fell from the sky. Although it was autumn, the northern part of the Sourcepeak region had already entered winter. The cold made ordinary people put on thick coats early. Wisps of smoke rose into the air, giving people a warm feeling. Near the edge of the Sourcepeak region, there were many glaciers. The thick ice even had a tinge of black. This place was like the North Ice Realm. It was an eternally frozen land. The ice and snow had never melted. The The cold wind from the North Ice realm eroded this land, turning it into a frozen land. In this place, a large expanse of glaciers was spread out in a staircase from near to far, increasing step by step. The glacier at the top seemed to be tens of thousands of feet high, like an ice wall erected at the border. The intricately arranged glaciers were like sharp blades, causing people to be intimidated just by looking at them. This godforsaken place actually hides a divine flame. That treasure map probably isn't Shirlaji. And it's a divine flame ranked 25th on the divine flame ranking. If it's really here, this area should be a desert. How can there be such a majestic glacier? Glacier? It's a glacier. Can you not be so agitated? Are you a repeater? So noisy, a stream of light rapidly approached from the distant horizon. The sharp sound of wind breaking resounded throughout the glacial valley. A huge sword that was hundreds of meters long flew over from the horizon and slowly stopped in the center of the glacial valley. The group on it raised their heads and looked at the huge ice wall in the innermost part of the valley. They were all a little stunned. It's an old trick. Boundaries, arrays, and the like. This void fire is most likely not wild. Someone might have set it here. Yun Nuashing swung his dazzling long hair and sighed. Anyway, this glacial valley is only so big. Let's look around. Yun Nuashing shrugged indifferently. Yes, that is one point big. Looking at the glacial canyon below that they could not see the end of, especially when they saw that he did not care and that it was easy for him to stand and talk, everyone's voices were a little bit gnashing their teeth, causing Yun Nuashing to shudder violently and laugh dryly. Yes, just a little. This old man is going. Yun Nuashing laughed dryly and waved his hand. Then, he suddenly put away the Netherworld Ruins sword and rushed down the canyon like a ray of light, catching the Golden Queen and the others off guard. By the time they reacted, he had already landed on the ground and was carefully observing the situation. The others were not angry. They hurriedly jumped down from the sky and scattered in various directions. Yun Nuashing stood where he was and did not move. He looked around for a while. When he heard a series of footsteps behind him, he smiled. When Ziyen and the others walked to his side, he waved his hand and walked towards the depths of the glacier. At the bottom of the glacier basin, a layer of cold air could be seen condensing at the bottom. The cold air was so dense that it reached up to the knees. Help me keep an eye out for something special. Halfway through, Yun Nuashing turned around and said. He was also observing the blue and black glaciers. Here, he saw a few large skeletons. It seemed like some giant beast had died here. The eerie white bones made Ur and Little Moon's hair stand on end. Big brother Yun, what's that special thing? Ur quickly ran to Yun Nuashing's side and held his arm. She couldn't help but turn around. Mei Mao's eyes flashed mischievously as she peeked at the white skeleton that was more than 100 feet tall. If you think something looks strange, just tell me. For example, that. Let's go take a look. Yun Nuashing thought for a while and turned a corner. In front of him, he saw another skeleton that was dozens of meters tall. He walked straight towards it, causing Ur and Ur's beautiful faces to turn pale. Wah! Brother Yun, can you not look at this? Please, Ur is scared. Seeing him walk straight toward the skeleton of the giant beast that was more than 10 meters tall, Ur was so scared that her legs were trembling. She hugged Yun Nuashing's arm tightly, her face pale. Little Moon couldn't help but roll her eyes when she saw her hugging Yun Nuashing tightly. She muttered, "Coward." Ur also heard that soft muttering. She immediately turned Mei Mao around and glared at her. She said angrily, "I'm not scared. How many years has it been dead? What's there to be scared of? You're the coward. If you have the ability, don't hold brother Yun." "I'm cold." Little Moon snorted softly. She swung her long hair like flowing clouds, leaving the back of her head for Ur. Her jade-like hand that was holding onto Yun Nuashing's arm exerted more force, pulling him closer to her. Okay, stop arguing. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly when he heard the echoes in his ears. He freed his hands and pressed them on the heads of the two girls. He gently rubbed them, causing the two girls who were about to quarrel to stop. Their faces were slightly red, and they lowered their heads and muttered. If little Star becomes a nanny, there will definitely be people fighting to let you take care of the children. Xian couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. She secretly transmitted her voice. Little Star is very suitable to take care of children. Feng'er also nodded. There was a hint of a smile on her calm face. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. He ignored these words and ignored them. As they went deeper, the passage between the two glaciers became even narrower. At the beginning, the entrance was more than 10 meters wide. Now, it was only wide enough for 5 people to walk side by side. It seemed to be even narrower inside. Why are we squeezing into such a narrow place? Qin Yen couldn't help but ask. I don't know. We're just walking around. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. He just wandered in casually and didn't have any other intentions. The few of them looked around. The two glaciers were black in color, and their width was also frightening. A faint cold air was emitted, and it drilled into their collars, causing the girls to feel a chill in their hearts. Big brother, look inside. Suddenly, Little Moon tugged at Yun Nuoshing, causing him to stop in his tracks. She pointed at a dark place in the glacier. There seemed to be something shiny reflecting a faint light. Yun Nuoshing also saw that thing after taking a few glances. He raised his hand and placed it on the ice. The light element surged into the glacier, probing toward the thing that was reflecting the faint light. The light suddenly bloomed. The light element that bloomed illuminated the situation inside the ice. What rushed into their line of sight was a sinister big mouth. The rows of sharp teeth looked very shocking, and the scarlet tongue of a snake very well announced its identity. The light bloomed for only 0.1 seconds. In this instant, the big mouth and the snake's tongue appeared in their line of sight. Yu was so frightened that she screamed and hurriedly threw herself into Yun Nuoshing's arms, curling herself up. Little Moon was also so frightened that she jumped back a step. Although she was frightened, she resisted the urge to scream. When she heard Yu's scream, she looked at her with disdain, then carefully patted her chest. This was a big ice-blue snake. Its 2 venomous fangs shone with a sparkling light. That light seemed to have come from it. Its head was full of bones that looked like ice thorns, and its body was more than 10 meters thick like a crystal. Its slender body stretched out, and no one knew how long it was. It was completely frozen in ice. The moment before it was frozen, it seemed to still be hunting, or tearing at something, leaving behind pieces that looked like scales of other creatures in its mouth. Ice crystal snow python. According to its length and thickness, I reckon. Oh, there should be. Let me count later. 1, 2. There are 6 ice thorns on its head. It's equivalent to a human god, which means it's a heavenly demon. But in the end it froze to death in ice? Are you kidding? Yun Nuoshing observed the thorns on the head of this ice crystal snow python, then felt a little dazed. This heavenly demon with an extremely cold nature was frozen to death? It felt as if the god of fire had played with fire and killed himself. It was so funny. Could it be that it's still sleeping and hasn't died? Xian asked softly. No, it's completely dead. The moment my light element touched it, I knew it was completely dead. Let alone ice crystals, its body was frozen inside and out. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing shook her head. This ice crystal snow python really couldn't be more dead. It's a pity. If it had continued to grow, it would have evolved into an ice crown heavenly python when it had 9 ice thorns. Its bloodline would have evolved, and it would have been able to rival an emperor god. It might have even had a chance to transform into a dragon and become a demon god. Yun Nuoshing sighed. The ice crystal snow python was a rare species that only appeared in extremely cold places. Who knew how many years it had taken for this one to grow to such a large size? Dragon. Brother Yun, does dragon refer to this? Yu who had jumped into his arms, trembled slightly. Her jade-like hand trembled as she stretched out towards the pitch-black ice wall and pointed inside. Everyone was stunned. Yun Nuoshing hurriedly guided the light element into the ice wall, slowly illuminating the situation inside. Then, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The ice crystal holy dragon of the frigid winter earth. It was a humongous creature. Its ice-blue wings were spread open, as if they wanted to cover this entire area. They couldn't see the end of it, and even the membrane of the dragon's wings was ice-blue. On its gigantic head, there were two gigantic silver horns that glowed with a metallic luster. They curved and pointed forward like the horns of a bull, filled with a sense of majesty. Its widened eyes were lifeless and empty. Even though they were separated by the ice wall, separated by life and death, they could still feel a vast and mighty dragon's might spreading out. Yun Nuoshing and the others stood in front of this ice wall, standing in front of this huge ice-blue dragon. They were like insignificant ants. The 6 of them added together weren't even as big as a dragon's scale. The land of ice and snow used up all its heavenly power and endless luck to give birth to a king of the ice mountain. He was protected by the heavens, and it was said that he had an innate divine position. Once he surpassed the Emperor-God stage and stepped into the God stage, he would be granted a divine position. Yun Nuoshing wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and his handsome face turned black. He froze to death? You must be joking with the God realm. The king of the ice world with the innate divine position of ice and snow god. He was one of the many kings of the dragon race in the primordial era. Froze. Died. Froze. Yun Nuoshing stared so hard that his eyeballs were about to fall out. He suddenly hugged his head with both hands, and his handsome face was filled with pain. My brain is trembling. The ice and snow holy dragon has experienced more severe cold than tens of thousands of people in a lifetime. This, he froze to death. Xian and the other girls were a little dazed as they watched him laugh and roar crazily. They had known him for so long, and although they had seen him lose his composure before, this was the first time they had seen him lose his composure to such an insane and even pained state. Little star, is this ice and snow holy dragon very powerful? Xian asked. Yes, it's very powerful. Once it grows up and steps into the divine level, it's a divine beast. Although it's a little lower than the 4 divine beasts, it's still a divine beast. It's the king of countless demonic beasts and magical beasts. It has the innate divine position of the ice and snow god. It can be said that the place covered by ice and snow is its world. Yun Nuoshing came back to his senses and laughed bitterly. He stroked the ice wall regretfully and didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "Then it froze to death. This is definitely not caused by the power of nature. In my opinion, this ice and snow holy dragon is at least a demonic emperor, or even a demonic emperor. Sigh, there's no trace of life essence left. I can only make a rough estimate. If someone has the ability to freeze the king of this world of ice and snow." Yun Nuoshing's expression changed slightly, and he swallowed his saliva. He said in a low voice, "Only an expert of that level, and a divine-level expert who specializes in the ice element, can do it." The few of them fell silent. The words divine level were as heavy as a mountain. Just mentioning it made them feel stifled, and they couldn't breathe. Xing Xing, there's still the aura of life inside. Feng Er suddenly raised her head and said without looking. Yun Nuoshing and the others were taken aback. The aura of life? Feng Er shook her head when she saw his startled expression. She said, "I can feel it. It's not the ice and snow holy dragon's aura, but it's of the same origin." Maybe, when Yun Nuoshing heard this, he turned his head and looked at the ice wall that was covered by the light element. He squinted his eyes in a strange manner. He naturally believed Feng Er's words. She was one of the 4 divine beasts, and she was the most sensitive to demonic beasts and magical beasts. Even the slightest aura couldn't escape her senses. However, this ice sculpture seemed to have existed for a long time. He looked around and finally stopped at the ice and snow holy dragon's dragon claw. There was an oval object in the huge dragon claw. It seemed to be an egg? Chapter 595. Sealed within the ice wall was the king of the ice world's magical beast. This was one of the kings of the dragon clan that possessed supreme majesty. It had already passed away many years ago. Within the ice wall, or rather, within its gigantic dragon claw, one could still sense a faint aura of life. Rather than calling it an aura of life, it was actually more like a pulse of life. It had not completely died, but from the looks of it, it was only a matter of time before it completely disappeared. The ice-snow holy dragon's egg, the aura of life. No, that's not the aura of life. That's a wisp of lifeline power. Even the most basic life force has disappeared. How long can the remaining wisp of lifeline power last? Yun Nuashing sighed softly. Right now, in the spirit beast pool, I'm still using my bloodline to nourish a void spirit dragon egg. In fact, it's very difficult for the two of them to hatch again. It's very difficult unless… Speaking up to here, Yun Nuashing's voice paused, and the index finger and thumb of his left hand lightly rubbed together as he sighed. Unless what? Qin Yen couldn't help but ask. Xian and Yuer might not know the status and value of the Void Spirit Dragon and the Ice Holy Dragon, but she knew very well. When she heard that there was hope for them to hatch, she also had a glimmer of hope in her heart. The bloodline of the gods. If my bloodline can be completely awakened, there's still a chance. The egg of the Void Spirit Dragon is placed in the spiritual beast pool. With my half-awakened blood of the gods, it's not enough to nourish the egg with its last bit of life. Well, if I'm willing to put in some blood of the gods, it might work. But I've roughly calculated the amount of blood that needs to be released. I'm afraid that it'll take all the blood in my body. By then, the half-awakened blood of the gods might go back to sleep, and I might die. Yun Nuashing spread out her hands and said casually, "The price." Hearing this, Qin Yan's hope was instantly wiped out. It was basically using Yun Nuashing's half-life to exchange for the life of the Void Spirit Dragon. If I release my essence blood bit by bit, it won't affect my bloodline. Taking into account the time it takes to release the essence blood and recover, I've calculated that 100 years will be enough. Then, Yun Nuashing chuckled again. She turned around and saw Xian and the others looking at her worriedly. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't do that. No matter how crazy I am, I have a bottom line." "So you admit that you're a lunatic?" Xian rolled her eyes at him. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. She looked at the 10-meter-tall dragon egg in the ice wall and muttered to herself, "Although I can't revive it now, there will be a way in the future. Perhaps it's God's will for me to see it here." He chuckled and shook his head. He was thinking too much. Yun Nuashing's expression turned serious. She waved her hands in front of her and made a closing motion. The light elements in the ice wall seemed to have received an order and gathered towards the holy ice dragon's left hand. Not long after, the 10-meter-long dragon egg was wrapped up, and a golden formation slowly appeared below it. "Come out!" Yun Nuashing suddenly clapped her hands. The golden formation emitted a dazzling light that enveloped the entire dragon egg. Then, the same golden light appeared in the open space behind them. The golden formation suddenly appeared on the ice wall. With a huge flash of golden light, the 10-meter-tall golden dragon egg appeared in the open space behind them. When they turned around to look at the ice wall, the dragon egg on the holy ice dragon's claw had disappeared. The formation had actually removed the egg from the ice. They could even see that there was an empty space in the ice. The golden dragon egg had ice blue patterns. Even though it was just an egg, it looked very majestic. There was a strand of saint energy circulating on its surface. Even if the egg could not be hatched, its shell was still a good material for refining weapons. Yun Nuashing walked to the front of the incomparably huge dragon egg and raised her head to look at it. She stretched out her hand and touched it. Vaguely, she seemed to feel a wave of telekinesis. There was some unwillingness and some pain. The source of the telekinesis seemed to be the holy ice dragon in the ice wall. Yun Nuoshing's heart trembled slightly. She lowered her eyelids and sighed softly. Her soul energy drilled out from between her eyebrows and rushed towards the ice wall. At the same time, a wave of her soul energy stuck to the dragon egg. She whispered, "Don't worry, I will treat it well. I will think of a way to let it live in the name of the divine blood in my body." As soon as she whispered, Yun Nuoshing felt a change in the telekinesis. The unwillingness and pain had changed. It became gentler, and there was also some love. It seemed to be telling her feelings that she could not express to the life in the dragon egg. Yun Nuoshing sighed and patted the golden dragon egg. Then, its size gradually shrank. From the initial height of 10 meters, it slowly shrank until it was only 1 meter tall. It was about the same size as Feng Er's egg. After carefully putting it into the spiritual beast pool in the core space of the Godhead weapon, Yun Nuoshing let out a sigh of relief. He cupped his hands towards the ice wall, then turned around and looked at Xian and the others who were confused. He smiled and said, "Let's go." Xian and the others only saw him put away the dragon egg. They did not hear the whispers. However, seeing the smile on his face, they thought it was a good thing and did not pay attention to it. Yu and Little Moon rushed up again. Each of them held one of Yun Nuoshing's hands. He smiled bitterly. Xian and the others giggled. After walking on the long and narrow ice path for more than 10 minutes, Yun Nuoshing looked at the dark hole in front of him and hesitated. This path was very strange. At the beginning there were 2 glaciers. Now, this long and narrow ice path led directly to the center of the ice mountain. Just standing at the 10-meter-tall hole, he could feel a cold wind blowing out from inside. It was as if he was going to hell. Yun Nuoshing struggled to free his hands and glanced at the 2 girls, indicating for them to let go. The 2 girls stuck out their little tongues and released the jade arms that were tightly holding onto his arm. He then took out a luminous pearl from his pendant, squatted down and rolled into the ice cave with all his might. An eternally bright pearl drilled into the pitch-black ice cave, illuminating 2 smooth ice walls. The ground was still smooth ice, and the luminous pearl rolled further and further into the cave without any resistance. It seemed to be a flat ground. Thud. Not long after, Yun Nuoshing heard an echo from the ice hole. The luminous pearl seemed to have hit something. He was startled. Did it hit the other side? Go in and take a look. Don't be too far away from me, and don't hold on so tightly. My hand is about to be crushed. Just as Yun Nuoshing reminded them, he felt a few pairs of small hands tightly grabbing onto his arms and palms, causing him to laugh bitterly. Moderate. After a while, Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath. The star energy in his body slowly circulated, illuminating the surroundings. He stepped into the ice hole. Xian and the others pulled on his long hair tightly and followed him into the ice hole. Stepping into the ice hole, they instantly felt a chill rush up their bodies. It was completely different from the temperature outside. Compared to the temperature inside the ice hole, the temperature outside could be said to be very warm. The ceiling made of ice was clean and transparent. The sky was dark. There was even a little snow falling outside, causing the inside of the cave to be dark. They could only see the surroundings by using their energy to illuminate the surroundings. At this moment, Yun Nuoshing and the others were inside a huge iceberg. The thick iceberg was right above their heads. The left, right, up and down were all ice cubed. It was a mountain made of pure ice. They were right at the bottom of this iceberg. The inside of the ice hole was flat. There were no obstacles. Even the top was a smooth and flat arc. It didn't look like an ice hole formed naturally by melting ice. It looked more like someone had repaired this place. The star energy spread out and illuminated the entire ice hole. Not far ahead, at the center of the ice hole, they saw the luminous pearl that he rolled out. The object it collided with was a stone tablet, a black stone tablet. This stone tablet was embedded into the ice surface. Cold air gathered around it, but it didn't freeze it. The ice surface around it was very clean and there were no signs of it being broken. It seemed like it had been embedded here for a long time. Seeing this stone tablet, they were even more certain that someone had deliberately repaired this place. A distance of 200 meters was far from the limit of the eyesight of Yun Nuoxing and the others. They could also clearly see the stone tablet. The luminous pearl gently leaned against the stone tablet, illuminating the line of words. The line of words that made his heart tremble. Grave of love, wind and moon shadow, I said I don't know. I don't even know who I am. Why don't you tell me who he is? Wind and moon shadow. Haven't you heard of him? Aren't you his son? It's too similar, too similar. The scene of him meeting Little White that day appeared in his mind. Little White's hoarse cries, the sadness in its tiger eyes, all of it was related to these 3 words. This time, he was here, and he saw the owner of these 3 words. The tomb, Little Star, are you okay? Xian saw Yun Nuoxing's soulless and dazed expression, and her heart tightened slightly. Those lifeless eyes showed signs of evolving into emptiness. She knew that he must be feeling very complicated right now. Her jade-like hand grasped his hand tightly, as if she wanted to pass her strength to him. Me? Perhaps my memories have stirred up a bit. However, I still don't have any deep feelings towards these 3 words. Regardless of whether or not he is related to me by blood, or perhaps I have never felt anything like familial affection, the name Feng Yuing is just Feng Yuing. Yun Nuoxing took in a deep breath of cold air and shook his head slightly. At this moment, his emotions were like a bottle of mixed feelings that had been knocked over. A part of the reason was because the memories of Feng Yuing in the pendant had awakened. The other part of the reason was that he himself did not know. Oh no, hurry and hide. Someone else is coming. Yun Nuoxing, who was still feeling complicated, suddenly shivered. His eyes looked in shock at the entrance of the ice cave. Just as he spoke, he laughed bitterly. This place was so flat that there was nothing at all. His line of sight was completely unobstructed. Where could he hide? Xian and the others also noticed this problem. They didn't know what to do and just stood there in a daze, staring at Mei Mao. Ah, forget it. Let's just hide like this. Yun Nuoxing groaned with a headache. He pulled Xian and the others towards the edge of the ice cave. The netherworld ruins soared and Ling Hongjian quickly fused together. Then, a spiritual barrier quietly appeared, enveloping an area of more than 10 feet around them. Ling Hongjian's barrier was also activated at the same time, instantly covering this place. However, this hurriedly created area was really too small. It was obviously uncomfortable for the 6 of them to squeeze in here. Yun Nuoxing looked down helplessly and realized that there were many white jade-like arms on his body. Light footsteps approached from afar. Yun Nuoxing looked nervously at the entrance of the ice cave and couldn't help but gulp. In this place that was so quiet that even if a needle dropped, it would sound like thunder. The gulping sound gave Xian and the others a fright. Although they knew that the sound couldn't be heard, they were still a little nervous. When the last footstep sounded, Yun Nuoxing saw that a person had suddenly appeared in front of the stone tablet. The sudden appearance scared the others so much that their hearts clenched. Especially when they saw that it was a woman who they weren't familiar with, they hurriedly covered their mouths. She was about the same height as Feng. Her entire body was covered in a layer of dark blue robes. Her cloud-like icy blue hair casually draped over her back like flowing clouds. It was as smooth as silk and almost reached the ground after it was let down. Her graceful and beautiful face looked at most 25 years old. Her noble, elegant, and slightly cold temperament set off her beauty. In her arms, she was holding a cluster of snow-white flowers. The faint fragrance of the flowers condensed into a substantial airflow that filled the ice cave. Combined with her appearance and aura that ordinary people couldn't compare to, she was a rare fairy in the world. That noble aura was naturally emitted from her bones, making it difficult for people to look at her directly. If combined with the aura that made Yun Nuoxing feel a little scared, She was the #1 goddess in the 9 heavens. Although she couldn't be compared to Xianyin, he was sure that the woman in front of him was definitely a super terrifying expert. He stole a glance at her eyes. That pair of crystal-clear blue eyes contained the vicissitudes of life, profoundness, and heart-wrenching sadness. It was as if she had been worried for a long time. How could a 25-year-old woman have such eyes that had been washed away by time? I haven't seen you for a year. How have you been? This time, I have slept for a little longer. The hidden illness in my body is also beginning to stir. I will probably be able to find you in about 1,000 years. The woman knelt in front of the stone tablet. The sad Mei Mao stared at the stone tablet. She gently put down the bouquet in her hand. There was a little bit of color on her sickly white face. Her delicate hand gently stroked the stone tablet and brushed across the few words. Her tears were like a reservoir that had been opened. Her graceful face had become a mess because of her tears. Yun Nuoxing's heart tightened. Thinking of what Little White and Princess Jean had said, a name appeared in his mind. Ning Qianxue, the expert who had stepped into the post-god level. Oh my god! A living god! She is not far away. He was frightened by his own thoughts. In any case, he had lived with Xianyin for more than a year. However, in her heart, he was her family. The so-called god's pressure and identity would not appear. Other than using her divine power to bring him to the starry sky, the world of the gods, and many other worlds to guide him in cultivation, he had not seen her use her power more. Even the golden figure that he had seen last time was only a shadow that had been left behind at an unknown time. However, at this moment, he was looking at a living god. That hidden power shocked him. He was even worried that the weak barrier made by the 2 broken god weapons could block her sight. It has been more than 2 eras, and I still haven't found your bones. Back then, you left me alone. Where did you go? What is this so-called fate of yours? Why did I hear the news of your death after we parted that day? You said that you would not leave me behind. You said that you would come back one day. It has been 3 eras. Where are you? Schwer has waited so painfully. I really want to die here and search for you. My heart has already disappeared along with you. All that is left in my heart is a tearing pain. The blue-robed woman knelt in front of the stone tablet. Her silent crying was heart-wrenching. She spoke softly as if her heart had died. On her beautiful face, there was only twisted pain and despair. Ziyen and the other girls couldn't help but sniffle when they saw the deity's despair and pain. They were all women, so they seemed to be able to feel her heartbreak. Yun Nuoxing also felt a faint sadness in his heart. He could not help but sigh heavily in his heart. He finally understood what was going on with that pair of lifeless eyes. It was a pair of eyes that had already died. It should not have appeared on a living person's body. Her heart, her soul, and her spirit had all died along with Feng Yuying's death. He did not know what kind of power had supported her to live until now. If a god wanted to die, even a god could not save her. The whispering and crying continued for a long time. Yun Nuoxing felt that his shoulder was wet. He did not know which of the girls behind him had shed tears on his shoulder. It was like a waterfall had opened. His shoulder was a little cold. The temperature here was already low. At this moment, he felt a little cold. He did not dare to release his energy to resist the cold. After a long time, the whispering stopped. However, it stopped abruptly. Yun Nuoxing also saw the blue-robed woman, Ning Qianxue. She lowered her head and looked at a shiny object. Her eyebrows were slightly knitted. Although her face was covered with tears, it did not stop her from emitting a majestic aura. Her knitted eyebrows directly went to Yun Nuoxing's heart. It made him stop breathing. He quickly turned his gaze and was so scared that he almost stopped breathing. Oh no! I forgot to take back that luminous pearl. Yun Nuoxing whispered in horror. Zian and the other girls were so scared that they suddenly raised their heads and hurriedly wiped away the tears on their faces. When they looked carefully, their pretty faces turned pale. At this time, Ning Qianxue had already picked up the luminous pearl, which was half the size of a fist. She pinched it between her two fingers. Her frown also scared them so much that they stopped breathing. Ning Qianxue slowly stood up from the ice. She was still holding the luminous pearl in her hand. She wiped the tears on her face with her long sleeve. Her face, which had been filled with pain and despair just now, was now calm. Mei Mao looked around the ice cave. Her cold voice made the ice cave tremble a few times. "Which friend is here? Is it fun to peep at my business?" This voice was also mixed with a great pressure, which made the barrier formed by the two divine swords fluctuate violently. The pressure directly penetrated. The whirlpool zither in Yun Nuoxing's heart lit up spontaneously to resist this pressure. "Wait. The moment the barrier is removed, I will convert the power of this barrier into the power of space. Hurry up and leave. Tell Sister Jean and the others to leave this place. The power at that moment is only enough for 5 people to escape. Don't worry, I have the whirlpool zither. There is an 80% chance that we can escape. You guys will be a hindrance." Yun Nuoxing turned her head. Her voice trembled and she quickly transmitted her voice. Although she saw Xian and the others' faces change drastically, she did not give them any room to refute. However, as she spoke, she felt that something was not right, because their faces changed too dramatically, as if there was something terrifying behind them. However, she did not need to ask anything, because she also felt an extremely terrifying pressure coming from behind. She turned her head abruptly and saw Ning Qianxue's gloomy face. Her slender jade-like hand stretched out in front of them. She even heard the sound of the barrier breaking. "It's over." Yun Nuoxing did not know whether to laugh or cry. Her heart slowly filled with despair. How could they encounter such a thing in this damned place? Chapter 596. The sound of the barrier shattering completely extinguished Yun Nuoxing's last hope. The barrier created by the 2 godly weapons was as fragile as paper. It was broken by the slender hand. The power of the stars in his body stopped circulating in an instant. Even his spirit and soul were trembling. He was suppressed by this deity to the point that he didn't have any energy to use. He was like an ordinary person. He couldn't even take out the maelstrom zither. Seeing that graceful and pretty face appear behind the shattered barrier, Yun Nuoxing fiercely clenched his teeth. He suddenly spread out his arms and shielded Ziyan and the rest behind him. Seeing that slender jade-like hand rushing towards him like lightning, he could only close his eyes and wait for death. Just as he was prepared to receive the palm that could destroy the world, that jade-like hand suddenly came to a halt and abruptly stopped in the air. Seeing that the palm had suddenly stopped, Ziyan and the others fiercely gasped for breath. She also clenched her teeth and suddenly took a step forward. She extended her jade-like hand and was about to pull Yun Nuoxing behind her. However, Ning Qianxue suddenly spat out a sentence that stunned everyone. "You're back." Ning Qianxue's beautiful eyes, which were originally filled with anger and coldness, became gentle in an instant. There was even a color that Ziyan was extremely familiar with. It was just like the feeling she had when she looked at Yun Nuoxing. That pair of beautiful eyes that stared straight at Yun Nuoxing also gradually became a little red. Yun Nuoxing's face trembled slightly. Hearing these words, he was a little unable to react. He quietly opened his eyes a little, only to see her looking at him in a daze. 2 lines of tears flowed down from her eyes. The jade-like hand that had reached an inch in front of his chest could not stop trembling. Although there was still a hint of sadness on her face, at this moment there was even more uncontrollable joy. Compared to when she was kneeling in front of the stone tablet, she was much calmer. "It's been 3 eras. The realm of the gods is really big. I still haven't seen it all." Ning Qianxue smiled through her tears. Seeing that he had opened his arms, she thought that he wanted to hug her. She slowly walked towards Yun Nuoxing and gently put her hands around his waist. She leaned into his arms and hugged him tightly with both hands. "How have you been these years? Where have you been traveling in the starry sky? We planted a tree at the place where we first met. It has now grown into a towering tree. Every month, I go there and sit for 10 days. Without you, it's a little lacking. Can you accompany me this time? I don't want to leave you again. Listening to the soft words of the woman in his arms, Yun Nuoshing was like a petrified statue. He didn't dare to move or speak. His arms were still open, and there was still a smile on his face. Although Ning Qianxue had withdrawn all of her power, he didn't dare to move. Xian and the others behind him also covered their mouths tightly and looked at each other. A few pairs of Mei Mao glanced around. Then, like Yun Nuoshing, they chose to be stone statues and even held their breath. Gradually, the voice of the woman in his arms became softer and softer. Yun Nuoshing suddenly felt that the pair of jade arms around his waist had lost strength. Ning Qianxue's body slowly slid towards the ice surface, which made him slightly shocked. He hesitated for a moment, but still hurriedly reached out and hugged her. Looking down, he saw that she had already closed her eyes and fallen asleep. There was still a peaceful smile on her beautiful face, and there were still tears on her beautiful face. Taking a deep breath, Yun Nuoshing gently carried her up. He turned around and saw the strange expressions of the women. He smiled bitterly and said, "What should we do? You ask us. We don't know either." Xian's expression was also bitter. This Ning Qianxue most likely mistook him for Feng Yueying. Back then, when he saw the portrait of his ancestor, Quarter Moon, in the Fire God Temple, it was very similar to him. Then, the grandfather and the granddaughter should also be very similar. It was fine if she mistook him for someone else. Xingxing, in the memories that you saw from Feng Yueying, did this person exist? Feng Er walked up, looked at Ning Qianxue, and asked softly. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing shook his head and said, "In the small part of memory that appeared back then, there was only Feng Yueying and Little White. I didn't see her. Maybe I haven't seen that part yet." As he said this, Yun Nuoshing freed one hand and held Ning Qianxue's slender waist with the other hand. He took out the purplish-red diamond-shaped pendant from his chest. This purplish-red pendant that was only slightly more than 2 inches tall was also emitting bits of light at this moment, just like when he saw Little White that time. Maybe this could awaken a part of Feng Yueying and Ning Qianxue's memories? Yun Nuoshing hesitated for a moment, then sighed, "Let's find Little White first. He and Ning Qianxue should be old acquaintances." That's good too," Xian and the others nodded, looking strangely at Ning Qianxue, who was lying in Yun Nuoshing's arms. Seeing that they all nodded, Yun Nuoshing also heaved a sigh of relief. Just like that, he carried Ning Qianxue horizontally and flew out of the ice cave. After the latter's divine oppression disappeared, he also had a connection with the power of the stars that he had lost contact with, which made him feel a little more at ease. After rushing out of the ice cave, he didn't stop for long. He mobilized the light elements and quickly flew out of the glacial canyon. At the same time, he took out a jade scroll and called the Golden Queen, Little White, and the others over. When Yun Nuoshing and the others rushed out of the canyon and arrived at the entrance of the glacial basin, the Golden Queen and the others just happened to fly back from afar. Little White also flashed past like a bolt of white lightning, arriving in front of Yun Nuoshing and the others. When they looked closely, they were a little confused. "This Ning girl? What is she doing here?" Little White widened his eyes in astonishment. Compared to the 3 Ji-Yuns, Ning Qianxue's appearance was no different, other than being a little haggard. He recognized her at a glance. What made him even more astonished was, why was she here? "You said that she is Ning Qianxue?" The Golden Queen, the Empress, and the others were stunned at first. After hearing the name, they were also shocked and a little vigilant. This was a divine strong warrior, one of the few strong warriors at the top of the pyramid in the God's world. Why was she here? Yun Nuoshing laughed bitterly, then told them a little about what happened in the ice cave just now. But there weren't really any skeletons buried there. I saw it very clearly. Yun Nuoshing mentioned again. He didn't see Feng Yuang's skeletons in the ice cave, not even a cenotaph. Little White, that pendant can let you see a part of your memory. Can you let her see it too? Yun Nuoshing took the pendant out from his chest, looked at him, and then looked at Ning Qianxue, who was sleeping but still holding on to him tightly. He had a headache. Even though she was shockingly beautiful up close, this was a divine being. She was in a daze and mistook him for someone else. Once she woke up, it would be hard to say, it should be possible. If Yuang left behind other memories, other than letting me know, it should be for Ning girl. Little White muttered to himself for a while, then nodded and said, let's give it a try. Moreover, she's not in a good state now. She mistook you for Yuang. After seeing that side, she went from extreme sadness to ecstasy. Her flame of life is showing signs of extinguishing. If a divine being wants to die, no one can save her. Little White's heavy voice made Yun Nuoshing and the others feel complicated. The divine being that was omnipotent in their hearts actually had a side that was filled with despair and sadness. The 7 emotions and 6 desires will not change. Yu Ying was little Ning's everything. In her world, only his shadow was left. Yu Ying was her spiritual pillar. The day Yu Ying died, little Ning's world collapsed. Sometimes I even feel that living is a punishment for her. Little White sighed. As he spoke, even his eyes revealed some sadness. He looked at Yun Nuoshing, who was also silent, and said, let's begin. Yun Nuoshing came back to his senses and raised his head to look at him. He nodded, then looked at Xian, Feng and Lixin and Jingyu and said, I'll have to trouble you guys again. Ziyan and Feng smiled faintly and shook their heads. And Lixin and Jingyu also smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Looking at the appearance of the 4 of them, Yun Nuoshing also smiled and stood in the void like this. After grasping the power of space, even if he was in the sky, he could walk as if he was walking on flat ground. Yuan Shi, Qin Yan, and Yi Shi looked at each other. The 3 of them nodded and spread out. Lei Lang and the others also spread out, vigilant of the surrounding situation. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and bent down slightly. He held the pendant and gently touched it to Ning Qianxue's smooth forehead. Buzz! The bright light that burst out shocked everyone. Yun Nuoshing felt as if he was going to be swallowed by the light. He was shocked. When he gave it to Little White, he didn't have such a big reaction. Yuing, seriously, why are you in a daze? If you continue to be in a daze, I'll call you Little Feng. Cough, cough, don't. I'm 3 years older than you. You can call me whatever you want. Little Feng, Little Feng, Little Feng, Little Ing, hee hee. You said you wouldn't call me that. Who told you to ignore me? I was just in a daze. Hee hee, stop fooling around. Look here. This is the sacred place of your Tianxue sect. Although you're the holy maiden, it doesn't seem too good to bring me in. What are you afraid of? My little Feng's name is known throughout the Taiyuan region. I'm bringing you in. Whoever dares to oppose me will be beaten up. Can't we just be nice? Okay, Yuing. The dazzling white light slowly faded from her eyes, and a scene slowly emerged in front of her eyes. After a full minute, Yun Nuoshing's vision slowly returned to normal. It was a land of ice and snow. An extremely huge ice dragon sculpture stood on the surface of the ice, and a strange aura circulated around it. Not far from her line of sight, right below the ice dragon sculpture, there was a young man and a young lady slowly walking towards the ice sculpture. Their hands were tightly held, and the 2 of them were chatting and laughing. It was a beautiful scene. Look, look. The girl suddenly took out a human-shaped ice sculpture from behind the ice dragon sculpture. Upon closer inspection, the ice sculpture was almost the same as the boy. Even the expression was carved very well. However, there was one thing that was very noticeable. This boy was even more beautiful than the girl. If he didn't speak, no one would know that he was a boy. Therefore, that ice sculpture, Yun Nuoshing, looked no different from a girl's ice sculpture at first glance. The ice sculptures that can be stored in this land of ice are the past sect masters of the Tianxua sect. It's not very harmonious for you to leave me here. The boy looked at the ice sculpture and sighed. However, there was a hint of joy in his eyes. Don't worry about that. Is it beautiful? Is it beautiful? This is carved by me personally. It's not condensed from the ice element. It's beautiful, really. There's nothing wrong with it except that it's a little biased towards girls. Tisk, you're a girl. Stop. We can't live like this anymore. Ah. Stop fooling around. Haha. I was wrong, okay? Help, I was wrong. Shui knows that she was wrong. Ha ha ha. Looking at the two people fooling around in the distance, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but chuckle. Feng Yuang was just like him. He had a girl's face and skin, but it turned out that he was a boy. Although the girl was very young and was only 16 years old, he still saw some traces of Ning Qianxue. Little Bai said that the two of them met when they were traveling. However, when Yun Nuoxing saw this scene, he felt that they had known each other since they were young. After all, their cultivation was higher. A person who was 100 years old looked about 17 or 18 years old. Just like himself, he was conservatively estimated to be 32 years old, but his real face still looked like that of a 14-year-old. Are you leaving? Yes. After I saved you that time, I stayed here for 3 years. Now that I see that you're fine, I'm relieved. I have to continue on my journey. I want to go too. No. You should stay here and be a saintess. We'll meet again in this lifetime. My intuition has never been wrong. What about the truth? Well, you're a girl. I'm afraid that it'll be too hard for you, so don't go. Be good. We've promised that we'll meet again. At that time, don't pretend that you don't know me. I won't. I don't have a home anymore. You are my motivation to survive. How can I not recognize you? You're the one. Don't despise me just because you're powerful. Shui, you said this in front of so many people. I'll drown in their saliva, tisk. Then it's a promise. We'll meet again in this lifetime. Whoever doesn't recognize the other party will have to. Let me think. Then he'll be punished by kissing the other party 100 times. Alright, it's up to you. If you recognize me later than I recognize you, then you'll have to kiss me 100 times too. Damn. This is a losing deal. I'll take it. Seeing this, Yun Nuoxing's face was filled with black lines. He remembered that Little White had said that when they met again at a certain ruin in the Ganyuan region, the two of them did not recognize each other and even fought. What exactly was going on? Yun Nuoxing thought that this part of the memory had come to an end. He breathed a sigh of relief. He closed and opened his eyes, thinking that his consciousness would return. However, the scene in front of him changed again. He was stunned. When he took a closer look, his expression changed drastically. That's... Chapter 597. It was a life planet that had already fallen apart. The Earth had cracked, and the fragments of the planet were thrown into the sky. The exposed core emitted a blazing light. Magma turned into a rain of fire and fell from the sky, melting the earth, evaporating the sea, and disintegrating the atmosphere. It was a scene of the end of the world, and there was an extremely large sun hanging in the sky. The broken planet was slowly moving towards the sun, and the scorching solar wind had scorched the surface of the planet into a charcoal black. In this scene of destruction, all life on the original planet had already disappeared. No living creature could survive in such a hellish environment. However, on the barren, fiery earth, there were still two people. The two of them quietly looked at the scene of destruction without fear. The scorching flames could not hurt them at all. On the ground beside them, there was a place that had completely caved in. A rainbow-colored light bloomed from the ground, adding a bright color to the sky that was dyed red by the rain of fire. Shui, you should go back. I can do the rest by myself. I won't. You sealed Xiao Bai, Xiao Qing, and Xiao Wu. Are you hiding something from us? I won't let you go to your death. My death. Why do you have to start with my death? I won't go back. The energy core of the dying life planet is about to be obtained. You have to tell me what you want to do. You're already a god, and you're still acting like a spoiled child. The man in blue laughed bitterly. Girl, it's okay. You've believed in me for hundreds of billions of years. Why don't you believe me after just a few minutes? Didn't I say that I'll be in seclusion for a long time this time? You can go back and wait for me. Wash yourself clean and wait for me. But I always feel that if you leave, you won't come back. Our wedding hasn't been held yet. Well, that's true. It hasn't been held yet, so you should go back and wait for me to come back, right? Wait for me to come back with a starry sky and a star field. I'll give the whole world to you. Not bad, right? But I still don't want to go back. I'll wait for you here, okay? The man in blue stared at her for a long time before he sighed heavily. He nodded and smiled, then close your eyes. I have a gift for you. Oh, the girl with long blue hair blinked at Mei Mao, smiled happily, and closed her eyes. However, the man stretched out his hand and gently tapped her forehead. The girl's consciousness suddenly weakened. Before she lost consciousness, Mei Mao once again opened her eyes. A heartbreaking despair flashed out, but she could not do anything. She could only feel herself falling into an embrace and falling into a deep sleep. Lass, I'm sorry. This is probably the only time in my life that I've lied to you. I'm afraid you'll have to walk on your own in the future. I'm sorry. Can you write an IOU for your wedding? All right, I guess you can't. I will definitely return. Believe me, no matter how many years it takes, no matter how many epochs it takes, I will definitely return. I swear on my soul. I've told you many times about my destiny. Now, it's right before your eyes. Let me finish the rest by myself. The man in blue let out a long sigh. He raised his head and a teardrop gathered in his eyes. He looked at the sea of fire that was collapsing, the sun that was as hot as hell, and the brilliant starry sky. He suddenly let out a loud roar. The sharp roar caused the space to shatter. Even the sun was affected, and its light wavered. After a while, he lowered his head and stared at the girl who had fallen asleep in his arms. He smiled faintly, and there was a strong reluctance in his eyes. He lowered his head and gently kissed her on the lip. He raised his head and gently lifted her up with both hands. Then, he pushed her into the starry sky. She was like a meteor that streaked across the sky, across the star region, and disappeared. After watching the flash disappear, the man used his hand to wipe away the tears that hadn't fallen from the corner of his eyes. He stood up and strode towards the sunken ground that was emitting the seven-colored light. With a single step, he jumped into the sunken ground and was completely engulfed by the sunken light. The scene stopped abruptly. Yun Nuoshing suddenly opened his eyes. There was some confusion and disbelief in his widened eyes. He had seen the seven-colored light in the scene once before. It was the unclear memory that he had awakened in Divine Sky City. On the burning sea, the seven-colored light soared into the sky from the sea and was swallowed by a sword light, the energy core of a life star? Yun Nuoshing murmured in confusion. Then, he repeated it several times in his heart and firmly remembered it. Little star, you're awake? A gentle voice came from beside him. Yun Nuoshing came back to his senses. Only then did he notice that the ceiling was made of ice-blue ice. Not far away, he could hear the whistling of the wind. He turned his eyes and looked around. This seemed to be an ice cave, and the place he was sleeping on was carved into an ice bed. Although it was made of ice, he did not feel cold at all. His palms were warm, which made him feel very at ease. Turning his head, as expected, he saw the four people sitting beside him. They were all staring at him with their eyes wide open. He felt a little embarrassed and could not help but cough dryly. How is it? What did you see? Little White walked over from the side. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing had woken up, he asked. Little White, what is the energy core of a life star? This sudden question startled Little White. His expression changed slightly. His eyebrows trembled slightly and he said softly, "Why are you suddenly asking this?" "It was mentioned in my memory. I intercepted the most important information, and it was these few words." Yun Nuoshing sighed and sat up straight. He looked straight at Little White and waited for his answer. Little White pondered for a while. His small hand tapped on his chin. There was some hesitation on his young face. The Golden Queen and the others were also very curious. They stared at him blankly, but they did not urge him. After a long time, Little White sighed and said, "This is something that only the gods know. It's okay to let you know. You can't touch this thing anyway." The so-called energy core of a life star can also be abbreviated as the energy core of a star. If you really want to say it, yes, in your memory, in the Xianlong continent that you went to, the energy core of the Xianlong continent that you last saw was similar to this one. The only difference was the fundamental difference in strength. After all, the energy core of a small world is semi-artificial. Moreover, if the Creator did not dabble in this field of research, he would not know that the energy core of the small world he created had been born. This energy core is the star itself, the small world itself, and the world itself was born by itself. It carries everything that happens in this world carrier and controls all the energy changes in this carrier. Every star has it, whether it is a life star or a life star. To make an analogy, it is like the energy carrier in your stomach. If it is taken away but the energy is not completely erased, the energy of the star itself will decline for a period of time, and its vitality will weaken. It will not return to normal until the energy core recovers after a long time. However, if the remaining energy is completely erased, the life star will be completely drained. Its vitality will not recover, and it will become a hell where no one can live. In the primitive age, it was also called the world core. Little White's gentle voice made everyone immerse themselves in it. Yun Nuoshing's expression also changed a bit. However, he had seen the world core before, so he was not too shocked. He had heard about it from Ziyi before, and now that Little White mentioned it again, he connected the two together. He was somewhat glad that there was still a large sea of Yin spirit fire when he left, so that the Xianlong continent would not be completely drained. Yun Nuoshing retrieved the last scene from his memory and played it in front of him. After Little White finished watching, he sighed heavily and smashed his fist on the ice cave, creating a huge hole. There was a hint of anger in his eyes. "This bastard sealed me, Azure Dragon, and Black Tortoise just like that. This time, he sent little Ning away just like that. What exactly are you hiding in your heart that you can't even tell us?" After Xian and the rest, as well as Yuan Shi and the rest, finished watching, they immediately looked at Yun Nuoshing, making him feel inexplicably guilty. Perhaps it was because Feng Yuying's style was somewhat similar to his. Although he did not admit it, everyone knew that if something happened, he would shoulder it all by himself. Everyone felt that it was very tiring for him to live like that. He would shoulder all the burdens by himself and was unwilling to share them with others. The reincarnation of karma, the ties between the previous life and the current life. If it was Yuying, then yes, he would definitely not say it because he didn't want us to worry. He is a fool who carries everything by himself. Little White, don't you know that? A chuckle suddenly sounded from behind, making everyone tremble. Little White, who had his arms crossed in front of his chest, also trembled and his cheeks twitched. Without turning his head, he sighed and said, "I saw this clearly after knowing him for 10 years. How could I not know? I am just curious why he is still hiding things from you, little Ning." Yun Nuoshing's expression was very stiff. His cheeks and eyelids twitched in shock. He turned his gaze and looked at the ice bed beside him. Ning Qianxue had already sat up and looked at him with a beautiful and satisfied smile, making his whole body stiffen. "You're back." Ning Qianxue's smile was gentle. Mei Mao blushed a little and stared at Yun Nuoshing nonstop. This familiar face that was deeply embedded in her soul. Even if they were separated by 3 eras, even if she had forgotten her own appearance, she would not forget his appearance. Little Ning, don't get the wrong person. He is not Yue, he is Yun Nuoxing. Speaking of which, isn't he your grandson? Little White turned around helplessly and looked up at Ning Qianxue, sighing. Grandson. Ning Qianxue blinked at Mei Mao in shock. Then, she suddenly laughed softly. Her jade-like hand covered her small mouth and laughed until her delicate body was trembling. She stood up from the ice bed and walked towards Yun Nuoxing. Princess Jean and the others frowned slightly. They wanted to stop her, but when they saw her expression, they stopped. They just sighed and moved to the side. Yun Nuoxing hurriedly jumped down from the ice bed. When he saw Ning Qianxue standing a foot in front of him, his eyes flickered and he felt a little uneasy. Seeing his uneasy look, Ning Qianxue could not help but laugh. She raised her head slightly and looked at him carefully. She reached out her jade-like hand and caressed his cheek. She smiled and said, Yu Ying and I have not done the deed as husband and wife. How can we be his grandson? Huh! This development is not right? Hearing this, Little White, Princess Jean, Xian, Yun Nuoxing and the others were all shocked. They had traveled hundreds of millions of miles to find their family, but in the end they were not. No, he does not have Yu Ying's bloodline in his body. I have been with him for half an era. How can I be wrong about this? Ning Qianxue smiled and the expression on her face became gentler. The hand that was caressing Yun Nuoxing's cheek moved slightly and pressed on his chest. She said something that scared everyone half to death. Because this child is Yu Ying. The netherworld is the home of all living beings. Reincarnation is the journey of all living beings. After 3 eras, Yu Ying has returned. The one here is his soul. Welcome back. Chapter 598. The underworld was the home of all souls, and reincarnation was the journey of all souls. This sentence had been passed down from a long time ago. Reincarnation had always been the biggest secret. No living person could explain the experience of reincarnation to others. Even gods could not see through reincarnation. Endless reincarnation. The underworld is like a relay station. It receives the departed souls and allows them to embark on a new journey of life. Yun Nuoxing softly murmured a sentence from the ancient book. He took in a breath of cold air and then exhaled fiercely. He believed in the existence of reincarnation. For example, the reincarnation lake that he had seen at that time, and the rudder-like roulette that was reflected in the reincarnation mirror between everyone's eyebrows. There were so many examples that indirectly proved the existence of reincarnation. What he lacked was only direct evidence. However, if someone said that he was Feng Yuing, even he himself would not believe it. He just thought that Ning Qianxue missed him too much and mistook him for someone else. However, she could not possibly not recognize her own grandson, right? This made Yun Nuoxing very confused, especially when she looked at him. Her gaze was so gentle that it was as if she was looking at her lover. It made him feel a little dizzy. Seeing him in a daze, Ning Qianxue covered her mouth and laughed softly. She looked around and saw that even Little White's mouth was wide open in shock. She shook her head helplessly and said, It's normal that you don't believe it because it's really hard to believe. For tens of eras, even gods could not figure out reincarnation. However, I have a way to prove that you are Yu Ying. I can prove that Yu Ying's soul is in this body. How do you prove it? Little White came back to his senses. His body shook, and he hurriedly turned his head to look at Ning Qianxue. Ning Qianxue smiled. She retracted her hand from Yun Nuoxing's body and took out a silver-white chain. When he saw the chain, Yun Nuoxing suddenly took in a breath of cold air. He was clearly looking at a chain, but he seemed to see a divine moon slowly rising from the horizon. This is a level 12 material, divine moon platinum. She actually used it to make a necklace. Yun Nuoxing was originally very shocked, but after thinking about it, He and Sister Liuli both used the colored glass divine crystal to cultivate. It seemed reasonable for her to use it to make a necklace. After all, the gods were rich and could do whatever they wanted. Ning Qianxue couldn't help but chuckle when she saw him go from shock to calmness within a second. After seeing Yun Nuoxing, her sickly pale face became a little rosy and her complexion improved a lot. Yun Nuoxing also clearly felt that the pair of eyes that seemed to be dead slowly came back to life. Perhaps soon, this Lord God would get rid of the haze in his heart. Yun Nuoxing took off the mystic moon platinum necklace from his neck. On the necklace hung an icy blue scepter that was about the length of a finger. The scepter was engraved with obscure divine runes, and on the top half of the scepter, there were 2 spirals that wrapped around the scepter. They extended upwards and finally wrapped around an icy blue diamond-shaped gem at the top of the scepter. That icy blue gem emitted an indescribable aura, and that feeling was something that Yun Nuoxing felt all the time. It was the same feeling that the swirling dragon zither gave him, that was the aura of divine authority. But after feeling it carefully, the aura of divine authority on the scepter doesn't seem to be as strong as the one on the swirling dragon zither. After feeling it with his heart, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Ziyi had said that divine authority was the representative of a god. It seemed that Xian Yin's strength was probably above the god in front of him. After Ning Qianxue took off the necklace, she looked at it with some nostalgia and smiled. Then, under the astonished gaze of Yun Nuoxing and the others, she hung it around Yun Nuoxing's neck. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Southern Plains, the ruined temple. This is the key. Go there. You must go, Ning Qianxue said softly. Now? Yun Nuoxing raised the small scepter in shock. This was something that Ning Qianxue wore close to her body. It had a warm body temperature and a faint fragrance, which made him blush inexplicably. Ning Qianxue shook her head and said with a smile, "Just remember to go." After saying that, she stretched out her hands and gently held Yun Nuoxing's face. She smiled and said, "No matter how many eras, no matter how much time passes, I will continue to wait. Now, I have waited for my world to come back. Although I have a way to make you remember everything directly, as long as you are the soul of Yuing, the taboo of reincarnation is somewhat troublesome. Schwerer, I can only let you find everything by yourself." Yun Nuoxing lowered his head and muttered. After being stared at by her for a long time, his face was a little hot and he was a little shy. Remembering the purpose of coming here, Yun Nuoxing raised his head and looked at Ning Qianxue. He opened his mouth and was stunned again. He didn't know how he should address her. He should call her senior. In theory, that should be the case. Just call me Schwer like before. Ning Qianxue covered her mouth and smiled. She saw his awkwardness and said, "Or you can call me Xiao Xue." No, this is even weirder. Everyone couldn't help but say this in their hearts. They turned to look at Yun Nuoxing and saw that his expression was getting weirder and weirder. They also lamented in their hearts, "We let you live for so long and now you've caused trouble. This reincarnation or whatever, it might be a Shura's field. Sister. Xue, I think it's better to call you that. It feels weird." Yun Nuoxing blushed and scratched his head. He turned his head away embarrassedly. Xian and the others were greatly shocked. It was rare to see him so shy in front of a woman. However, this range was excluding the Golden Empress, and the others. Thinking of this, Xian and the others seemed to understand something. They looked at Yun Nuoxing with a strange expression. Could it be that this guy couldn't handle the royal sister? Well, that's fine too. I won't force you. Before you recover your memory, you can call me that. Ning Qianxue nodded. However, she still felt a little unnatural when she heard this form of address. In her heart, she had already regarded Yun Nuoxing as Feng Yueing. She hadn't recovered from her past memories. When she heard him call her sister, the change in her expression was very interesting. Sister Xue, are you familiar with this area?" Yun Nuoxing asked. Yes, from this canyon to the world of ice and snow over there, it's all the territory of the snow goddess sect. However, this is a forbidden area. There, I buried my thoughts of you of Yueying. Usually, no one is allowed to set foot here. Ning Qianxue stretched out her jade finger and pointed around, then pointed to a distant place. Then, is there anything strange in this canyon? For example, a place that doesn't have water elemental energy? Yun Nuoxing asked tentatively. Hearing his strange question, Ning Qianxue looked at him deeply. Then, she turned to look at the Golden Empress and the others. She felt that this group of people was extremely powerful and asked tentatively, "Are you here to find those things?" "Those things? What things?" Yun Nuoxing tilted his head. A strand of colorful hair fell along his shoulder as he asked. "The bodies of the magical beasts sealed in the glacier. Are you here to find those?" Ning Qianxue asked him directly. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing shook his head. He pinched his palms a little guiltily. He had just taken a dying ice snow holy dragon egg from the glacier. Seeing him shake his head, Ning Qianxue also frowned slightly. Her left hand hugged her right elbow, and her right hand pressed against her red lip. She looked like she was deep in thought. She even paced slowly. After a long time, she turned around. Her long blue hair fluttered like silk. She looked at Yun Nuoxing and said, "Are you here to find the void fire?" "Yes." Hearing the words, void fire, Yun Nuoxing's eyes suddenly emitted a bright light. His excited look, coupled with his handsome face, made Ning Qianxue slightly absent-minded. She coughed dryly and suppressed the redness on her face. She said softly, "If it's the void fire, it is indeed in this glacier world, but what?" Yun Nuoxing asked hurriedly. I can't say for sure. The void fire was left here by someone. The person who left it behind also set up a test. The content of the test changes according to the person. I waited for 3 eras and let the core disciples of the Snow Immortal sect try. However, no one succeeded. Even I couldn't pass it. Ning Qianxue sighed disappointedly and said, "I'm not afraid to tell you that there are only 5 tests for me. Let's not talk about the first 3. The 4th test, I have to go to the chaotic void at the edge of the starry sky and survive in the blazing hell for 100 years. I did manage to survive. It was a narrow escape, that place." When the Golden Queen heard about the blazing hell, her face turned ugly. The corners of her eyes twitched. She smiled bitterly and said, "I've been there once. At that time, I was already an emperor god. However, I only lasted for a day before I escaped. If I had been a minute later, I might have died there." Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. Although he did not know what the so-called blazing hell was, the Golden Empress, as an emperor god, had only lasted for a day. That place was definitely not a fun place. Ning Qianxue, on the other hand, had lasted for a full 100 years. From this, it could be seen how big the gap was between an emperor god and a later god-level fighter. What is the 5th test? The Empress couldn't help but ask. The 4th test was already so terrifying. What about the 5th? When the 5th test was mentioned, Ning Qianxue's expression became very strange. It was neither fear nor anger. Instead, it was confusion. Everyone was confused as well. The path has long been opened. It leads to a transcendent secret that has never been spoken of. The broken vessel, it connects with heaven and earth and blends with everything. Points to the end of the world. Ning Qianxue said a few sentences. Everyone was confused. They could understand the 5 sentences. The syllables were familiar. However, when the 5 sentences were placed together, they were all confused. They couldn't understand what was going on at all. This is the hint of the 5th test. As for what it means, I don't know. Like you, I can understand the 5 sentences. However, when they are placed together, I feel that I have lived my life in vain. Ning Qianxue smiled bitterly and said, "I have solved this riddle for more than 2 eras, but I still don't understand what it means. However, no one is able to understand the fifth test. However, not everyone's test is so difficult. I've seen so many tests, and in the last one, the easiest one was to let him cultivate in the sun for a year. That disciple was only a divine king at that time, and he even asked me to send him into the sun. You can probably guess the result. Not to mention cultivating for a year. He turned into ashes as soon as he entered. Fortunately, he only brought an avatar with him, or he would have really been burned to ashes. He wanted to wait until he was strong enough to go, but in the end, when he had the ability to cultivate in the sun, the test changed, and the difficulty increased a lot. After learning about this, he let go of this so-called stupid test and no longer cared about it. Now, he is an elder in the Snow Goddess sect, Ning Qianxue said indifferently. Ning Qianxue said calmly, then what's the point of playing? Everyone couldn't help but curse in their hearts. This test was too unkind. However, if you want to go, I can bring you there. You want to subdue the void fire, right? Ning Qianxue looked at Yun Nuoxing and said. Yun Nuoxing nodded and said with a smile, Sister Shui, just call me Little Star. That's what everyone calls me. Okay. Ning Qianxue smiled and nodded. She turned around and walked out of the ice cave. She said, let's go. I will bring you there. Yun Nuoxing looked at everyone and nodded. She hurriedly followed. Hearing about the so-called test and about seeing the void fire, she was nervous and excited. Little Star, let me ask you something. Xian walked side by side with her. She turned her head and winked at Mei Mao. You have been reincarnated so many times. Did you have a partner in every life? As soon as Xian asked this question, Yun Nuoxing directly spat out a mouthful of saliva. When the sharp-eared people heard this, they also pondered for a moment. They glanced at him, who had an unnatural expression. That handsome face, as a girl, was devastatingly beautiful and ethereal like an immortal. As a boy, it was somewhat heroic and profound. He could simply kill both. It was not surprising that he was called a femme fatale. If those little sisters still haven't passed away, then. Yuan Shi seemed to have realized something. Boss, it's the Azura Arena. That's the Azura Arena. You womanizer. Nightmare also became excited and laughed loudly. Then wouldn't I have a lot of opponents? Xian sighed worriedly. However, looking at Mei Mao's sparkling appearance, she did not seem to be worried about this at all. When Yu Ying and I were in the starry sky, there were many little sisters and little sisters who wanted to snatch him away from me. There was also a certain princess of a transcendental life star who chased us for tens of thousands of light years. Yu Ying was not used to rejecting people. In the end, I was the one who chased them away. Ning Qianxue also waved her little fists and laughed. Sigh, so many little sisters. The Golden Princess looked meaningfully at Yun Nuoxing. Mei Mao smiled. And chased them for tens of thousands of light years. Yuan Shi grinned evilly. So popular. You can even start a huge harem. Qin Yan also laughed and fanned the flames. Being stared at by so many pairs of strange eyes, Yun Nuoxing broke out in a cold sweat. He clearly did not do any of this, but he felt inexplicably guilty, as if he was Feng Yuang. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with me, right? Yun Nuoxing wiped his sweat and laughed dryly. He felt as if he had been publicly executed. Who knows? Little Star likes to flirt the most. Xian chuckled. Chapter 599. On the vast snowy plains, the wind and snow were still working diligently. It was like a long white river that stretched across the sky, flowing endlessly. On the snowy ground below, from time to time, there would be some movement in one or two places, as if there were living creatures hidden within. In this snow-covered place there was a very strange place. 8 identical ice and snow pillars neatly divided a circle with a diameter of about 10 feet. Inside the circle, there was a pitch-black hole, but there were spots of light flashing like a starry sky. The difference was that this starry sky descended on the ground and did not hang high in the sky. Looking down from the sky, It was easy to find this black spot on the snowy plains, like a drop of ink on a piece of white paper. The wind and snow in the snowy plains seemed to be very unhappy with this very different black spot. The snow here was also much heavier. However, the black area was completely unaffected by the snow and ice. It continued to reflect the black light, like a black whirlpool, and condensed towards the center. We're here. It's here. Not far from the black whirlpool, a dozen figures appeared out of thin air. Other than the woman with long ice-blue hair who was leading the group, the others kept looking around as soon as they came out. Finally, they all condensed on the black thing in front of them. What is this shit-colored thing that looks like a star field and a whirlpool? Nightmare scratched his head. Although he was somewhat blunt, everyone wanted to beat him up when they heard him. This is the place I mentioned for the assessment. Ning Qianshue's cheeks twitched. Nightmare's face suddenly paled a little. Ning Qianshue did not argue with him. With a thought, she led everyone to land on the snowy ground. She waved her hand lightly, and the wind and snow in this place suddenly stopped. Yun Nuoxing saw her wave her hand very clearly and sighed in his heart. She could change the weather at will. The clouds in the sky were still gathering and not dispersing, but the wind and snow had stopped. This ability was as if she could command the wind and snow. Go, it's not dangerous. It will start when you stand in the center. Ning Qianshue took a light breath and turned her head. She looked at Yun Nuoxing with a gentle gaze and smiled. She pulled him and Xian out and said, But I don't want to subdue the void fire. Xian saw that she was being pulled out. She looked at Ning Qianshue with confusion on her pretty face. This assessment is harmless, and there are no special rules. As long as you want to, anyone can take the assessment. I am also curious to see how far you can go. Ning Qianshue glanced at her indifferently. When she said the last sentence, Mei Mao surged with some fierceness. That majestic and irresistible power directly pounced on Xian, causing her to tremble. Cold sweat suddenly seeped out of her skin. However, this power only lasted for a very short moment. Even Yun Nuoxing did not sense it. Xian did not have much of a reaction either. Sweat appeared on her pretty face. She breathed lightly a few times and clenched her jade-like hands. After a while, she raised her head and saw Ning Qianshue looking at her with a faint smile. Mei Mao's expression was calm and indifferent, as if she had not done that just now. Is this a show of strength to me? Xian said silently in her heart. She took a deep breath. Her pretty face was calm, and there was no reaction. Perhaps it was because of Little Star. However, she would not back down. From the beginning, from the moment she stepped on the journey, she knew that Little Star was not a simple person, whether it was himself or his faintly discernible background. However, until now, she had not given up. She would not give up just because of Ning Qianshue's show of strength. She had long abandoned the word give up. Seeing that Xian was still stubbornly looking at her without any reaction, Ning Qianshue secretly nodded in her heart. She did not reject her or anything. Yu Yin was once a master of the later god level. Although he had now lost a part of his power and memory because of the samsara, she still regarded him as a master of that level. He was also the person she loved. As a woman, how could she not see what Xian was thinking? Yun Nuoxing could not care about anything, but she still had to judge with her own eyes. Just from her reaction just now, she had a good impression of her in her heart. After a moment, Ning Qianshue turned her head and looked at Yuan Shi, Qin Yan, and the others. She smiled and said, Go and take a look. If you pass the test, there will be rewards. It will be beneficial for your future path. Nightmare laughed loudly. He pushed away Yuan Shi, who was about to walk forward, and jumped on the spot toward the center of the dark vortex. This bastard stole my spot. Yuan Shi was a little confused by the push. When he came to his senses, he saw that Nightmare had landed in the center of the star field vortex. He could not help but curse. Isn't it the same whether it's early or late? Are you rushing to make the headlines? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "You guys go first. I'll cover you. Isn't it the same whether it's early or late? Why are you retreating so far? Are you afraid of death?" Yuan Shi also rolled his eyes and sneered. Yun Nuashing pursed her lips and lowered her head. She saw Qin Yu, Yuer, and Mei Mao's eyes glowing with excitement and eagerness. She had a headache. She pulled them to her side and said with a bitter smile, "Don't get involved. Big brother." Sister Ning said that this test is not dangerous. "Why don't you let me go?" When Little Moon heard this, she pursed her lips unhappily. She suddenly stretched out her hands and pulled Yun Nuashing's long hair. He was in so much pain that his face turned bitter. Yes, Brother Yun, this is not fair." Yuer also waved her hands and said unyieldingly, "Let them go. It's okay." Ning Qianxue smiled. She didn't say anything to dissuade them. Instead, she agreed with them. Yun Nuashing had no choice but to shrug her shoulders. Then let them go. While they were talking, Nightmare, who had stepped into the center of the starry sky vortex, staggered for a while before stabilizing himself. The center of the vortex was slightly sunken, but it was all pitch black. One couldn't see that there was a hole at all. After he steadied himself, the starry sky on the ground lit up. The starlight above became brighter and brighter. The sudden burst of light caused the starry sky, which was only 100 feet in diameter, to be filled with white light. Then, a strange pattern appeared on the smooth surface of the 8 ice pillars. Then, a transparent white light enveloped Nightmare's body. Bathed in the transparent white light, Nightmare looked around in confusion. He didn't feel anything unusual. A moment later, a white pillar of light suddenly descended from the sky and landed directly on the northern pillar of the 8 ice pillars. When the white light shone on the ice pillar, the patterns on the surface of the ice pillar seemed to become alive as they slowly wriggled and changed. However, this wasn't the end. Not long after the first beam of light descended, another beam of light descended from the sky and landed on the ice pillar on the right. 2 halos appeared on Nightmare's body and enveloped him. The patterns on the 2 ice pillars slowly increased and covered 1/3 of the ice pillars. Buzz. Before she could carefully observe the changes in the halos on Nightmare's body, a soft buzzing sound descended from the sky. Then, another 2 beams of light suddenly descended from the sky and landed on the 2 ice pillars on the right. At the same time, 2 halos appeared on Nightmare's body. 4 halos surrounded him and emitted a strange light. The constantly changing patterns on the ice pillars suddenly stopped at this moment and covered almost half of the ice pillars. Ning Qianxue saw the 4 beams of light and her red lips trembled. She grabbed her hair that had fallen in front of her and said calmly, 4 tests. That's already very impressive. In all these years in the Snow Goddess sect, there are less than 100 people who passed 2 tests. Those who passed 4 tests can be counted on one hand. Other than me, there are only 2 people who passed 5 tests. No one else. However, before she could finish her sentence, the clouds in the sky suddenly dissipated. 3 pitch-black light pillars fell from the sky like the starlight pillars that illuminated the sky. In a clockwise order, they fell behind the 4 white light pillars one by one. There were a total of 7 light pillars that tore the clouds apart. Ning Qianxue was stunned as she watched. 7 tests? Ning Qianxue was shocked for a while and then slowly calmed down. She was a powerful person in the post-god level. Naturally, her state of mind wouldn't fluctuate so easily. At most, she was shocked for a while. Black beams of light. What kind of body do you have? Ning Qianxue said to Nightmare in the starry whirlpool. Let me think. I remember what the elders said. Demon, yes. Demon body. That's right, demon body. However, I've cultivated for so many years and I don't know what this demon body is. I don't feel anything different about my body. Nightmare pinched his chin and thought for a while. Then, he suddenly slapped his palm and laughed loudly. At this moment, he had 7 halos on his body. He looked very extraordinary and had a strange charm. After laughing for a while, Nightmare suddenly froze. His eyes widened. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes, but there was also a hint of anticipation. He jumped out of the starry whirlpool and sat cross-legged in the snow. He didn't say a word and began to meditate. Demon body. Ah, it's that damned body that can cultivate evil energy in the demon level. No wonder I always felt a chill on his body. Yuan-Shi suddenly understood. Then, he looked at Nightmare, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, in shock. He smiled bitterly. Let me, rubbing his head, Yuan-Shi smiled and took a step forward. Just as he was about to jump into the starry whirlpool, he saw a white light flash in front of him. A slender white figure suddenly rushed out, causing him to be stunned. He suddenly turned his head and saw that Yun Nuoxing was still in her outstretched hand. There was a hint of a bitter smile on her face. Looking at his side, Yuer had already disappeared. It seemed that she had jumped in first. Big brother Yuan, although you're very smelly, Yuer still has to say. In the future, if you want to be one step ahead, don't talk so much nonsense. In the pitch-black starry whirlpool, Yuer craftily waved her hand at him. Yuan-Shi was so angry that he couldn't help but laugh. He looked as if he was going crazy. Calm down, calm down. It's just the order. Yun Nuoxing patted his shoulder and said earnestly. Yuan-Shi rolled his eyes, crossed his arms, and snorted coldly. He said, I'll go next. Hearing this, everyone shrugged and didn't say anything. This made him feel helpless as well. Sister Shui, is there any difference between the 7 tests and the 5 tests? Yun Nuoxing looked at Ning Qianxue, who was staring at the pitch-black starry whirlpool beside her, and asked. I'm not sure. Maybe there are 2 more tests. Maybe the overall difficulty is higher. However, what I can tell you is that there are 4 tests plus 3 additional tests. The appearance of those 3 tests is because of his physique, Ning Qianxue said. From the end of this test, the test will begin. Every time you complete a test, you will be told what the next test is. Even if you complete the test by accident, it is possible that there is no time limit. However, it will increase in difficulty as your strength increases. However, it seems to be relative. For example, when you are a divine son, you will be asked to challenge a divine king or a top-level divine venerable when you cultivate to divine venerable, Ning Qianxue said softly. These tests are very difficult. They are so difficult that they are almost impossible to complete. Therefore, it also gives you another choice, give up. There is no mandatory requirement that you must complete the test. However, if you do so, you will have no fate with the void fire. I only found out that this test is related to the void fire, which is ranked 25th on the divine flame list, when I was facing the final test. Ning Qianxue sighed softly. Yun Nuoxing responded with a long sigh. The sky brightened slightly, causing everyone to raise their heads. The moment they raised their heads, they saw 4 pillars of light descending from the sky in unison, covering the 4 ice pillars. The former sucked in a breath of cold air, and there was some worry in her colorful eyes. Chapter 600. 4 tests again. Ning Qianxue's brows twitched when she saw the 4 white light pillars and the 4 halos that surrounded Yuer. This little girl was only at the celestial level, yet she had to face 4 tests. Wasn't this a little too harsh? Could it be that they were not fated with the void fire? Ning Qianxue heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that there were no abnormalities. Yuer also jumped out lightly from inside. She descended from the sky like a little fairy with 4 white halos. She landed on Yun Nuoxing with a smile on her face and said, Brother Yun, I also have 4 tests. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. He gently hugged her waist and placed her on the ground. He rubbed her head and said, Don't force yourself. Yuer knows. Hee. Yuer grinned. Then, she sat down with her legs crossed. There was a thoughtful look on her face. Yuan-Shi saw this and jumped up. However, before he could finish speaking, he felt his shoulders sink when he was in midair. Then, a recoil hit him and pushed him back. He landed on the snowy ground again. There was a small snowy footprint on his right shoulder. He raised his head and looked at the girl in green with a dumbfounded expression. His jaw was wide open. Calm down, calm down. You likes to mess around too. It's just the order. Yun Nuoshing patted his shoulder calmly and sighed. He saw little Moon waving at him from inside. He also raised his hand and waved with a smile. Brother, I finally know how good you are. Yuan she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and looked at Yun Nuoshing with pity. Just these two girls were enough to trouble him. When the time came, he would have to take care of 4 children. How painful would that be? The corner of Yun Nuoshing's mouth twitched. He raised his head and sighed bitterly. I'll be a stay-at-home dad my whole life. After Qin Yu jumped into the star domain whirlpool, a transparent white light enveloped her delicate body. Beams of light descended from the sky and landed on the giant ice pillar. There were actually 4 beams of light. Seeing the 4 transparent halos circulating around her body, Ning Qianxue finally couldn't help but smile bitterly. She quietly walked to Yun Nuoshing's side and said, Little star, What happened to Sister Shui? Yun Nuoshing looked worriedly at the figure in the ice pillar. She tilted her head and glanced at her. Forget it, we'll talk about it later. After hesitating for a moment, Ning Qianxue smiled bitterly and shook her head. She didn't say anything and stood beside him. However, her heart had already started to fluctuate slightly. The 4 beams of light were already set in stone. When little Moon saw this result, she pouted her little mouth and seemed to be a little dissatisfied. She jumped to Yun Nuoshing's side and couldn't help but mutter, Why is it the same as this guy? I thought there would be more. When Ning Qianxue heard this, her delicate body trembled. She quickly reached out and held Yun Nuoshing's shoulder. Her heart was a little messy. It's my turn now, right? Yuan Shi suddenly took a step forward, turned his head, and glared fiercely at Yun Nuoshing and the others. The latter and the others shrugged and gestured for him to go ahead. This made Yuan Shi roll his eyes, flick his white robe, and rush into the star region. There should at least be 2 or 3 assessments. Mei Mao stared straight at him as he rushed into the star region. Ning Qianxue took a deep breath. However, when the beams of light descended in the next second, she knew that she was wrong. She was very wrong. In the end, what appeared in front of her were 8 beams of light. 4 were white and 4 were golden. It was one more than Nightmare's 7 beams. When she saw this, she staggered and almost fell. If Yun Nuoshing hadn't hurriedly supported her, she would have already sat on the snow. The light faded and Yuan Shi jumped out. Looking at the 8 halos around him, his body trembled a little. Everyone was stunned. Then, he waved his hand excitedly and laughed loudly. Ah! 8 of them, 8 of them! That's one more than Devil Nightmare. You are all crazy. Ning Qianxue smiled bitterly. This assessment was based on overall quality. Other than the 4 white beams of light, the other 4 golden beams were other factors. When she heard Yun Nuoshing say that Yuan Shi had a god-spiritual body, she couldn't stop smiling bitterly. After laughing for a while, Yuan Shi sat on the ground and pondered. Qin Yan looked at Yun Nuoshing and Yun Nuoshing. When she saw that he was also smiling and looking at her, she couldn't help but blush. After a while, she calmly walked out. She didn't jump in or rush in like the others. Instead, she walked in slowly. She was wearing a black dress and she looked ethereal. After quietly walking to the center of the black vortex, Qin Yan slowly closed her eyes. Her breathing slowed down a lot. The white light slowly climbed up her body. Ning Qianxue also quickly adjusted her state of mind. Mei Mao looked there without blinking. She felt that even if there were 7 or 8 more, she wouldn't be surprised. But in fact, there were still some discrepancies. After Qin Yan stood in the center, she didn't move for a long time. After a minute, just when everyone thought that Qin Yan didn't need to take the assessment, white beams of light suddenly fell from the sky one after another, accurately and quickly falling on those icicles. 1, 2, 3, 6, all white. Ning Qianshue's eyes widened. If the 7 or 8 streaks of light that Yuan Shi and the others had obtained were because of their physiques, then the 6 streaks of light that Qin Yen had obtained were purely due to her ability. Wow, this girl is so powerful! Yun Nuoxing was also a little surprised. After the torment just now, she more or less understood the mechanism of this assessment. Even Ning Qianxue only had 5 beams of light, but Qin Yen had 6 pure white beams. Did that mean that she also had a chance to become a god spiritual body in the future? When Qin Yen saw the results, Mei Mao blinked slightly. Surprise flashed across Mei Mao's eyes, and then she returned to normal in an instant. Just like her quiet personality, there were no ripples in her heart. Congratulations! Seeing that she walked out quietly, Yun Nuoxing chuckled. Qin Yen and Mei Mao trembled slightly, and then nodded with a faint smile. Yes. Seeing that the two of them were not right, Ning Qianxue squinted at Mei Mao, tilted her head slightly, and looked at the Golden Princess. She said, "What is the relationship between Little Star and these two?" The Golden Princess was still watching the show when she suddenly heard a voice reverberating in her mind. She was stunned for a moment, looked at Ning Qianxue, and said, "The one in purple loves Little Star. The one in black is his fiancée in name." What? When Ning Qianxue heard this, she almost exploded. Mei Mao opened her eyes wide, and just as she was about to say something, she saw Yun Nuoxing looking at her curiously. She quickly calmed herself down, but when she glanced at Xian and Qin Yen, she seemed a little helpless. "I'm going." Feng Er looked at Yun Nuoxing and Xian. Seeing that they did not intend to come out, she walked lightly, smiled at Yun Nuoxing, and walked step by step into the star region. "Don't tell me this?" Ning Qianxue almost smiled bitterly as she transmitted her voice to the Golden Princess. "I'm actually not sure about this. Feng Er and Little Star. Xiao Bai said last time that Feng Er has loved him since she was born." The Golden Princess rubbed her jade fingers together, and couldn't help but smile bitterly as she transmitted her voice. When she heard this almost certain answer, Ning Qianxue was so angry that her delicate body was trembling. She really wanted to shout at Yun Nuoxing for being a womanizer. However, when she heard the Golden Princess say that the 3 of them were interested in him, and not the other way around, this sentence seemed a little unreasonable, so she could only hold it in. The white light rose again. Before Feng Er could steady herself, there was a change in the sky. Streaks of bright pink light were like the illumination that broke through the darkness. It was so bright that the onlookers were dumbfounded. Just now there were 6 white light pillars and now there were 8 red light pillars. What was going on? I'm not sure, I've never seen this before. However, what made the onlookers not know whether to laugh or cry was that Ning Qianxue herself had never seen this situation before. She shook her head helplessly. It seemed to be very difficult for her to say these words. Yun Nuoxing guessed that it might be because Feng Er was a divine beast. Feng Er walked out of the star field in a daze. She followed Yun Nuoxing and tilted her head in confusion. She walked to his side and sat down cross-legged. She also looked like she was in deep thought. Mo Yen, who was the first to start thinking, frowned. He looked like he couldn't figure it out. Xian turned her head and saw Yun Nuoxing looking at her. She smiled at her and shook her head helplessly. She patted him gently with her lily-white hand, raised her foot and took a step forward. She directly appeared in the center of the star field vortex. Her feet stepped into the pit and she took a deep breath. White light enveloped her alluring body. In the sky, pillars of light descended from the sky. This time, the situation caused everyone to frown. There were only 5 pillars of light descending from the sky. However, those 5 pillars of light were gold, green, blue, red and brown. Moreover, every single pillar of light enveloped 2 huge ice pillars. The leading golden pillar of light directly shone on Ziyan's body. As for the patterns on the ice pillars, they became extremely strange. They practically covered the entire pillar. They transformed into strange patterns that drilled out from the ice and surged into the 5 rings of light on her body. It caused the ordinary-looking rings of light to have some gorgeous patterns, making them appear different from the rest. 5 elements body? This time, without Yun Nuoxing's introduction, Ning Qianxue recognized it herself. That unique color and that unique aura were unique to the 5 elements body. Although she had never seen such a situation before, this did not prevent her from recognizing Xian's body constitution. Then, she laughed bitterly. Does this count as 9 elements, or 5 special elements? When the light faded, Xian also slowly opened her eyes. Mei Mao stepped out and looked at the 5 strange halos around her body. She was stunned. These halos seemed to be different from the others? Yes, there are more beautiful patterns. Yun Nuoxing spread her hands. At this time, among the 8 people, he was the only one who had not gone in for the test. According to his own intention, he wanted to wait until the last one. The Golden Princess and the others obviously did not want to participate, so it was his turn. Hey, should I shout something? For example, God says let there be light. That's enough, go quickly. The finale is over. It's your turn to end the show. Everyone looked at him helplessly and hurriedly waved their hands, urging him to go in. Okay. Yun Nuoxing pursed his lips, stretched, and slowly walked in. He put his palms together and silently chanted something, which made everyone laugh. The others might be joking, but this guy came for this. He could not wait to pray now. Among this group of people, Ning Qianxue was naturally most interested in Yun Nuoxing. As the reincarnation of Feng Yueying, she could naturally see his strength. Other than the 2 little girls, he was the one with the lowest level. However, she did not care. As long as he was still him, it was enough. After putting his palms together for a while, Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and stepped into the groove. White light filled the air and quietly submerged his body. Then, a strange scene appeared. After the white light enveloped Yun Nuoxing, there was no light pillar immediately. The thin layer of light became thicker and thicker. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, it quietly turned black. Shao, shao. A sharp sound suddenly descended from the sky and covered the entire ice field. That ear-piercing sound made everyone hurriedly cover their ears. There was an additional look of pain on their faces. Ning Qianxue even stared at Mei Mao in shock. Her state of mind fluctuated slightly. She looked inside nervously. What happened today overturned all her knowledge. After more than 3 eras of waiting, she had seen many strange phenomena, but she had never seen such a special scene as today. Boom! The ice surface suddenly trembled violently as if there was an earthquake. Accompanied by the cracking sound of ice cubes breaking on the ice surface, in the 4 directions of the star domain whirlpool, 4 golden pillars suddenly pierced out from the ice surface. They were at least 1,000 feet tall and covered with black demonic patterns. The brilliant golden light completely submerged the entire area. If Yuan Shi and the others' pillars of light descended one after another, then Yunhua planet's pillars of light descended at the same time. Moreover, there were a total of 12 pillars of light. After these pillars of light descended, they didn't stop there. The originally gorgeous colors gradually turned black until they completely turned into 12 black pillars of light. Then, they began to transform into a gorgeous color. The 2 colors flickered non-stop, causing everyone to be stunned. Especially the 4 outermost pillars of light. They were 2 to 3 times thicker than the pillars of light in the inner circle. Even from 1,000 miles away, one could clearly see these pillars of light that reached the heavens. Everything stopped at this moment. It was a state of absolute stillness. Only the 12 brilliant light pillars were slowly shining. Chapter 601. Vast divine power filled the ice field that had been dyed in rainbow colors. The 12 rays of divine light were filled with majestic and magnificent divine aura. It was as if a king had descended. The moment it descended, the entire ice field, and the ice field within a radius of 1,000 miles, began to blend and change. The colors of the ice field were constantly changing with the divine aura. As for Yun Nuoshing, who was standing in the black vortex and had caused all these reactions, he looked at all of this in a daze. He only felt that there was a ray of light that had seen through him completely. His past, his strength, and everything about him were clearly probed. This strange feeling was indescribable. It was as if a switch in his body had been pressed. Even his soul was cheering under the brilliant colors. Immediately after, 12 huge colorful halos descended from the sky. Each halo was at least 6 feet tall. They were more than twice as big as the halos that Xian and the others had. The dazzling patterns on them covered the entire halo. The 12 huge halos were like the 12 pillars of light, quietly switching between colors and black. Divine runes and demonic runes gushed out from the 12 pillars, covering the halos and drilling into his mind. Instantly, a huge amount of information flooded him like an ocean, causing him to feel a little dizzy. But what made him astonished was that under the cover of the 12 halos and pillars of light, the multicolored runes on his body actually slowly grew a little. They didn't elongate, but rather, they were like branches and leaves. The flower bud on his chest actually moved slightly, but it was quickly suppressed by an even more powerful force. The light gradually faded. The colorful ice plains also slowly turned into a normal ice blue. The divine imprint that Xian Yin had left behind appeared on Yun Nuoshing's forehead. Together with the black pearl, it was full of majesty and nobility. He stood there quietly, but it was as if he was standing on the clouds and looking down on all living things. After retreating from the star field, Yun Nuoshing blinked his clear, colorful eyes. He looked at Ning Qianxue, who was in a daze, and asked, "Sister Shui, what's going on? You said that the content of the next test would only be displayed after one test is completed, right? I have a total of 12 tests here. Why is it displayed all at once?" Ning Qianxue came back to her senses after hearing his voice. She looked at him blankly for a while, then said dully, "I don't know, what's your test?" Xian walked over and asked. Yun Nuoshing pondered for a moment, indicating that she needed some time to sort it out. Then, she asked, "What about you guys?" "I killed a God King level demonic beast and obtained a beast soul. I connected with it and began cultivating," Nightmare said in a deep voice. He had an ugly expression on his face. He was only at the second seal of the devil rank, yet he wanted to kill a God King rank devil beast. Moreover, he wanted to obtain its soul? The production rate of this thing wasn't very high. Yuan Shi was slightly taken aback when he heard this. Then, he said, "Me too, but I had to kill a God King level demonic beast." Xian and the others calmly looked at their own tests. After a while, they opened their eyes. Qin Yan said with a strange expression, "They want me to be able to refine top-grade gems and crystals. I've just stepped into the devil rank, so I'm only an excellent jewel master. I'm 2 levels away from that. Defeat the ancient spirit godly phoenix on the demon god mountain in the southern plains and tame it," Xian said with a strange expression. "Ah. Why do I feel that your tests all sound so simple, while Yu-Er's tests sound so difficult?" Yu-Er couldn't help but cry out when she heard everyone's test content. She muttered, "Yu-Er has to master the power of the half-devil rank within a year. I can only master the power of the 6th immortal rank now. Hey, it takes 1 year to go from the 6th immortal rank to the half-devil rank. It's also 1 year. Why do I have to go from the 7th immortal rank directly to the devil rank?" Little Moon pouted unhappily. Ning Qianxue blinked her beautiful eyes and stared at Yun Nuoshing nonstop. Suddenly, she seemed to have seen something and hurriedly walked to his side. Her jade-like hand stretched out as fast as lightning. He was so scared that he hurriedly closed his eyes. Then, he only felt his hair being rubbed for a while. A little bit of weight was born from nothing. His 2-foot-long colorful hair fluttered in the wind. He turned his head and saw that Ning Qianxue was holding his soul-stabilizing bracelet. She was somewhat absent-minded. Starry Sky Star Token? Ning Qianxue looked at the soul-fixing bracelet in shock. A strange voice came out of her mouth. Xian and the others, who were hurriedly stroking Yun Nuoxing's hair, were stunned. They raised their heads and looked at each other. Then, they asked in confusion, Starry Sky Star Token? The thing that is said to be protected by the Starry Sky Star? Golden Princess was also stunned at this moment. She stared blankly at the soul-fixing bracelet in Ning Qianxue's hand. She had only heard of this thing before. Yes, and it's the key to the shortcut to the Little Divine Land. Ning Qianxue nodded. She walked behind Yun Nuoxing and put it on her long hair. Her 6-foot-long hair shrank back to the length of her thighs in 2 breaths. Then, she said, no wonder it's the 12th test. Other than your physique, it's also because of this thing. As for the specifics, I'm not too sure. This kind of test should have other meanings and names in ancient times. The test of the Starry Sky Star, right? Yun Nuoxing suddenly said. He had seen some vague introductions from the pile of books from the mythological era. Ever since he got the soul-fixing bracelet from the 6 paths of reincarnation, he paid some attention to the words Starry Sky Star Token. It took him a long time to find this thing in his mind that was related to it. It should be. I don't know. Although I've reached this level, it doesn't mean that my path has come to an end. There are many things that I still don't understand. Just like this magical test of the Starry Sky Star. It can even test people at our level. Who do you think set the test in the first place? Ning Qianxue sighed. By the way, little star, what is your test? Xian asked, playing with his long hair. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. His expression changed slightly. He rubbed the black bead between his eyebrows with his fingers, smiled bitterly and said, These 12 tests or 12 trials. The first one is to go to the Yuanguang Academy in the southern part of the Taiyuan domain and undergo the trial of light. You need to pass the 7th level of difficulty. The second one is to go to the Yanli Academy in the Ganyuan domain and undergo the trial of fire. You need to pass the 7th level of difficulty and go to the Fengyan Mountain to help Xian retrieve the origin of fire. The third one is the trial of ice. The fourth one is the trial of wood. The fifth one is the trial of gold. The sixth one is the trial of wind. From the 7th one onwards, the names are a little scary. Metal Purgatory, Heaven's Punishment, Thunder Purgatory, Buried Mountain Sea, Realm of Nothingness, Secret Realm of Life. And the last one is the 12th one, the Desperate Dark Realm. When everyone heard these names, their expressions changed slightly. Ziyen and the others were still fine, as they all understood the names. However, the Golden Queen and the others were like flickering candles, flickering between light and darkness. The Empress couldn't help but swallow her saliva. This is going to kill my little brother. What kind of bullsh** t-test is this? Can I not go? Indeed, let's not talk about the places we are going to cover, almost the entire realm of the gods. Some things are even in the starry sky. Just the difficulty alone. I know about the Yuanguang Academy. The trial of light is used by the academy to test the student's cultivation result. There are 12 levels in total. Ordinary demon-level students are considered geniuses if they can pass the 4th level. 7th level? Not many deity-level elders can pass it. The Golden Queen's expression didn't look too good either. The Yuanguang Academy was somewhat related to the Light Temple. It could be considered half an academy under the Light Temple. However, the trial of light wasn't left behind by the Light Temple. It was left behind by an ancient deity-level master. It was a test related to the light element. However, it wasn't only targeted at people who had the light element. Even people who had other elements could undergo trials and cultivation inside. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing could only sigh helplessly and shake his head. This spiritual godly body, what are you doing? Aren't you being treated specially? The trial of light, that's the light element, it's broken. When you really try it, you'll know how to write the word cry. The Golden Queen looked at him silently. This test is indeed very difficult. Not only Brother Nua, but Xian and the others' tests aren't simple either. Other than you and Qin Yan, who only need to cultivate, the rest of you will have to fight with your lives on the line. Yi Shi looked at Yun Nuoxing and the others worriedly. When Yun Nuoxing, Xian, Yuan Shi, and Nightmare heard this, they were all stunned. They looked at each other, and there was a hint of bitterness in their eyes. However, the three of them looked at Yun Nuoxing with more worry. It was fine if they couldn't pass, and they weren't determined to get the void fire. However, he came for it. Although they didn't know what this trial had to do with the void fire, they were relieved that Ning Qianxue, the great god, wouldn't lie to them for no reason. Yun Nuoxing rubbed his face and turned his gaze to Enlishine and the others. He blinked and suddenly smiled. Sister An, can Xian and the others ask you for help? Enlishine and the others, who had been in the background and didn't speak, were stunned. They all turned their gazes and saw his faint smile. They seemed to understand something. No problem. Isn't it just a fight? Leave it to us. As long as they can hold on. Lei Lang's palm, which was the size of a futon, patted his chest and laughed loudly. His laughter made the ice field tremble. Yun Nuoxing smiled and nodded. Xian and the others all had to fight with demonic beasts and magical beasts. There were 6 demon emperors around them. It would be good for them to practice. By the way, can someone help from the side in this trial? Yuan Shi raised his hand and asked. Yes, but the moment someone helps, the difficulty will change, Ning Qianxue said with a smile. Ning Qianxue smiled and nodded. She said, and the difficulty of the transformation depends on the person who helps you. Then forget it. Yuan Shi shook his head with a bitter smile. He originally wanted to ask Yun Nuoxing for help. The latter could kill a godly master demonic beast with a divine artifact easily. If he borrowed Yun Nuoxing's power, he would have to fight with a demon emperor. Since Yuan Shi was asked to fight a godly master-level demonic beast alone, he must have taken the divine artifact into consideration. With the help of the fiery red cauldron, he could fight a godly master-level demonic beast with all his might, although he would most likely lose. Yun Nuoxing paused for a moment, turned his head, and looked at Feng who had been standing quietly beside him. He whispered, Feng what about your trial? Feng was still looking at the sky in a daze. When she heard him ask about her, she slowly came back to her senses. Mei Mao stared at him and whispered, within 3 years, I will turn into a cocoon once. Wow. Hearing this, Little White almost fell to the ground. His face darkened, and he could not help but scold. The cultivation of the 4 mythical beasts is already difficult. Although we bear the fate of heaven and earth, the difficulty of turning into a cocoon is also many times more difficult than ordinary demonic beasts. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. This was the same reason why other demonic beasts could transform at the demon level, but Feng only transformed at the elementary god level. The last time Phoenix turned into a cocoon, it hasn't even been a year. She has to do it again in 3 years. I think she is too stubborn. Little White's indignant look made everyone speechless. It seemed that the difficulty was not ordinary. Otherwise, why would this guy be so agitated? One is going to the southern part of Taiyuan domain, one is going to Nanyuan, 2 are going to hone their combat skills, and the other 4 are going to cultivate. Their destinations are all different. It seems that we have to split up, the Golden Princess said softly with her hands folded in front of her. The Golden Princess looked at Xian, Yuan Shi, and the others, then at the Empress and Enlishine, and said, How about this? I will bring Xian to Nanyuan and throw them back home or to the 9 deities' shrine. You guys can bring Little Star to Yuanguan College. As for me, there is no need. I have a soul contract with Little Star. If I cultivate by Little Star's side, there will be 2 people's cultivation speed. It will be faster. Feng shook her head and said something that made everyone speechless. I can wait for Little Star to complete the training, then go. Xian raised his hand weakly and looked at the Golden Princess carefully. Finally, he looked at Yun Nuoshing with his sparkling eyes. Everyone, woof, 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 woof. The Golden Princess clutched her head as if she was about to collapse. She felt that her head was about to split open. Great, everyone was sticking to Yun Nuoshing and not leaving. Even Yun Nuoshing was speechless. She wanted to persuade them, but the moment she opened her mouth she said, "That's fine. Anyway, you have to train well with Sister and the others. You are not in a hurry." Once this sentence came out, the Golden Princess and Ning Qianxue's eyes were filled with resentment. Chapter 602. Aren't you coming with us? A group of people floated in the sky above the frozen snowfield. Looking at the horizon, they could see a withered yellow land. There was no snow there, but between the withered yellow land and the snow-white land, there was a long river with an unknown source. It was at least 100 feet wide, completely separating the two places. Among the group of people in the sky, the young man with long colorful hair blew a mouthful of white frost into the air. Looking at the graceful and noble woman in front of him, he asked softly, I kind of want to, but I'm going to investigate when the trial of the stars and stars was passed down. I've traveled across half of the God realm over the years, and I've seen similar things. There aren't many of them, and they're all hidden in inconspicuous places. There's even an inconspicuous rock by the side of the road, or a tree that doesn't look strange at all. The people who set up the trial probably didn't just leave something behind. There must be something more to it. I'm going to investigate it, the woman said with a faint smile as she flipped her icy blue hair. Yun Nuoshing nodded. Seeing that she was staring at him intently, he could not help but blush. He lowered his head and touched his cheeks with his fingers. He felt a little strange. Looking at this awkward handsome face, Ning Qianxue couldn't help but chuckle. She took light steps and walked in front of him. Her jade-like hands gently tidied up the creases on his clothes and buttoned up his oversized windbreaker that was almost dragging on the ground. The scepter on the pendant is the key to a ruined temple in the southern plains. It hides everything about lunar shadow and can also contact me. When you decide to go, just tell me, Ning Qianxue said softly. Yun Nuoshing's eyes flickered. He took a deep breath and said, In 1 or 2 years, no, after this trial of light is finished, I might go. I will go to the Divine Prefecture again, and then to the southern plains. Okay, I will wait for you. I will wait for you no matter how long it takes. Ning Qianxue smiled sweetly. Although she still had that noble feeling, at this moment she was no different from a little girl. This made the Golden Queen and the others feel a little disillusioned. Shouldn't the so-called Lord God be the kind who was not afraid of anything and could do whatever he wanted? They did not understand. After Ning Qianxue finished speaking, she turned around indifferently and walked slowly towards the other side of the world of ice and snow. The wind and snow that had stopped started blowing again and quickly filled the scene. Yun Nuoshing opened her mouth and smiled bitterly as she watched the slender figure slowly disappear into the snowstorm. She turned around and smiled at everyone. Let's go. Once again, he buried his feelings in the bottom of his heart and didn't tell anyone. His colorful eyes were still clear, but Xian and the others could see the vicissitudes of life in them, as well as some unfathomable emotions. Let's go. However, Xian didn't ask anything. She just said softly and stood quietly beside him. The Golden Crown Princess looked at him meaningfully, but she did not ask anything. Somehow, she felt that Ning Qianxue was not joking. To put it bluntly, what reason would a high and mighty god have to lie to them? And if it was true, Yun Nuoshing's true identity was a little complicated. If they could prove that he was Feng Yueing, then the deepest secret since ancient times could be easily solved. Yueguang College is in the southern part of the Taiyuan region. This time, I will lead the way. We will probably go from the northernmost side. With the help of the portal, we will arrive in about a month. The Golden Queen calculated and raised a slender finger as she spoke. Yun Nuashing looked up at the sky, took a deep breath, and muttered helplessly, "The work of traveling is the life of a person who is always on the move. In your entire life, you have always been on the move. You have traveled all over the world and never stayed in any place for more than 2 years." Little White, who had a soul contract with him, also saw all his memories when the contract was formed. At this time, she still had her arms crossed in front of her chest, looking noble and arrogant. Her eyelids drooped slightly as she spoke calmly. "Who asked me to, what was it again? It's a dead word." Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. Then, he was stunned. He couldn't think of that word for a long time. "Let's go." The Golden Queen rolled her eyes. She waved her sleeves and tore a huge hole in the space. Golden energy wrapped around everyone and plunged into the void. A month's time was neither long nor short. It didn't pass so quickly. Only when they arrived at their destination did they realize that a month had already passed. For everyone, except for the Golden Queen and Little White, who had been leading them on their journey, everyone else had closed their eyes a few times. For Yun Nuashing, who couldn't cultivate or sleep, this month had almost driven him crazy. For the first time, he felt that life was so boring that he could only turn his boredom into appetite. He had completely transformed into a big foodie. The first time they passed by a city, he had practically swept through all the food and snacks in the city. In the Golden Queen's words, he was probably going to hibernate. When Yun Nuashing and the others weren't cultivating, they would accompany him to eat, drink, and chat. They talked about everything under the sun. However, perhaps it was because of the unnecessary test, they were more diligent than usual in their cultivation. As a result, Yun Nuashing was so bored that he could only curl up in the spiritual world and play chess with Exhilarating and Zai. That day, Yun Nuashing thought of the fear of being dominated by the woman in the pink dress. Even Exhilarating and Zai were better at chess than him. He was basically completely defeated. He was completely defeated and covered in wounds. What kind of stupid punishment game was that? He wore female clothes for half a month and transformed into Uxin. The atmosphere during that half a month of traveling was so strange that it was like high pressure. Fortunately, that month finally came to an end. Uxin opened her eyes and looked at the sky slowly changing from dark to bright. Only when the sun finally rose did she slowly take out the treasure map. She checked the location and looked at the city that had appeared in the distance. She couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. With a shake of her body, she returned to her aloof and profound appearance. However, there were still too many traces of a girl on her handsome face. Her pair of beautiful multicolored eyes sparkled like stars. "Wake up! We're here. We're here at Xiaoguang City. We're here at High Light Academy." Suddenly, Yun Nuashing roared towards the sky. Everyone who was meditating behind him trembled in fright and hurriedly exited their cultivation state. Although they were startled out of their cultivation state, the energy and mental energy in their bodies were still as stable as before. The stabilizing cultivation array that Yun Nuashing had created could prevent them from being disturbed during cultivation. That was why this scene occurred. I say, little star, although the array you created can prevent us from suffering a backlash, your roar almost scared our souls away. Yuan Shi, who was dressed in white, raised his head and looked at Yun Nuashing helplessly. However, when he saw Yun Nuashing's lifeless appearance and the 2 thick dark circles under his eyes, he was so shocked that his mouth twitched. "Why are you so haggard? You've already exited your cross-dressing state. Boss should have recovered by now, right?" Nightmare scratched his head in confusion. "Why don't you try doing nothing for a month? Just sitting here and watching the sun rise from the east and set in the west, watching the moon rise from the east and set in the west, watching the sky as blue as the sea, watching the white clouds float around, watching the pitch-black void, watching. Damn! What the hell are you looking at? I want to die." Yun Nuashing was originally speaking very calmly, but a thread in his head suddenly snapped and he began to roar hysterically. Everyone felt heartache and helplessness when they saw Yun Nuoxing's manic and impatient expression. In my next life, I definitely won't be a human anymore. I'll just be a bird and fly freely in the sky. After roaring for a while, Yun Nuoxing sat down angrily and ran his fingers through his messy hair. However, after a while, a pair of jade-like hands gently tidied his hair and clothes. Stop roaring. Why don't I open the door now and take you back to the Light God Palace and ask the Light God King to help you? Seeing how obedient that little urchin is, I don't think he'll refuse to help, the Golden Queen said as she reached out and rubbed his handsome face. I just want to sleep. I'm so tired. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Then sleep. No one's stopping you. Behind him, a gentle voice rang out. Then, a long snow-white tail stretched out in front of Yun Nuoxing and wrapped around his body, placing him on the Nethervoid sword. He turned around and saw Unlashine and Jing Yu slowly walking over. Good night. Yun Nuoxing collapsed, his eyes rolled back, and he fell into a deep sleep. Now, sleeping had become an extravagant hope for him. Sister Jean, is there really no way to solve Little Star's situation? Xian held his hand tightly. Seeing the exhaustion on Yun Nuoxing's face, Mei Mao asked the Golden Queen helplessly. I don't know. The Golden Queen sighed in distress. You asked me if I've seen anyone who has fallen to the dark side. Of course there have been. For tens of millions of years, even the disciples of the Light God Palace have fallen to the dark side. However, there has never been a way to solve it. Even the elders of the Light God Palace have no way to solve it. The dark energy has merged into their spirit and soul. There's nothing they can do. The Silver Snake Demon Emperor looked up and said softly, similar situations will happen to the demonic beasts when they cultivate to the dark side. We have a secret technique that can cut off the part of the soul that has been tainted by the dark energy. However, it can be cultivated again and there won't be a drop in level. However, after the soul is cut off, it will be greatly damaged. It will take 8 to 10 years to recover. Your idea is too lousy. Before the Golden Queen and the others could say anything, Jing Yu glared at him. She had heard of this secret technique before. However, as demonic beasts, they didn't cultivate their souls much. Even if they were damaged, they could recover with some rest. However, Yun Nuoxing had put in a lot of effort into the power of the soul when he cultivated the power of the stars. How could it be cut off so easily? Let's talk about this when we return to the temple. It's useless to talk about it now. The Golden Queen sighed and shook her head. While waiting for Yun Nuoxing to fall asleep, Yuan Shi and Nightmare started fighting again. Xian originally wanted to spar with Qin Yan, but when she saw that Yun Nuoxing was sleeping peacefully, she put away that thought and quietly sat beside him, tightly holding his hand. After waiting for 6 hours, Yun Nuoxing finally woke up at noon. Seeing that the sun had already risen to the sky, he couldn't help but sigh. This sigh caused 4 pairs of beautiful eyes to look over. Seeing that he had woken up, they all smiled faintly. After getting up, everyone tidied up and put away the Netheruan swords. Then, they all descended towards Xiaguang City. How do we get in? Do we need to register? The Farlight Academy accepts students from Xiaguang City all year round. Although the conditions are high, it shouldn't be a problem for us. As soon as they entered Xiaguang City, Yuan Shi, who had grasped the wind element, used his innate gift, which allowed him to hear voices even from 100 li away, to clearly hear some information. The Farlight Academy is a demonic academy. They accept students from the mortal realm to the demonic realm. It's not impossible for you to go, but you probably won't gain anything special. More importantly, we came here for the Little Stars trial. We shouldn't stay for long, right? The Golden Queen said with uncertainty. She even glanced at Yun Nuoxing. Don't look at me. I don't know either. I've never heard of this ghost light trial or seen it. I only know that there are 12 stages of the trial. The 7th stage is already more than halfway there. I don't know how long it will take, Yun Nuoxing muttered. Oh, the Far Light Academy has some relationship with the Light Temple. If they discover any students with the light element, they will directly send them to the Light Temple. I also know the dean. I don't know if we can get him to help, the Golden Queen muttered. It's shameful to go through the back door. It's not impossible for me to sign up. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand. But we aren't from Xiaoguang City. Yuan, she laughed bitterly. Yun Nuoxing was startled. Her lips trembled a few times, and she rolled her eyes. I'll bring you there directly. After that, you can take the trial yourself. The Far Light Academy takes special care of the students of the Nine Gods Shrine. It shouldn't be a problem for them to recruit additional students. The Golden Queen raised her head and looked at the golden building in the distance. Her lily-white hand grabbed Yun Nuoxing's wrist without any explanation, causing him to be stunned. She then said to the Empress, "Take care of them first. I'll be back soon." After speaking, she didn't give Yun Nuoxing any time to react. She disappeared with a whoosh, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded people. After Xian came to her senses, she quickly rushed out. Her speed wasn't any slower than the Golden Queen's. Everyone smiled bitterly. This girl really didn't want to be separated for even a second. Chapter 603. The Golden Queen pulled Yun Nuoxing along as they leaped across the rooftops, flying at a low altitude. As Yun Nuoxing was being dragged along, he was also looking down. This Xiaoguang city was also very large. It had a vast area with distinct levels of buildings, as well as two huge academies built against the mountains. One of them was their destination, the Long Light Academy. This incomparably large city was very lively, especially as they approached the academy. They could see that there were many people below. The hundreds of streets were filled with people, standing shoulder to shoulder. Most of these people were youths who looked to be around 15 or 16 years old, full of youthful energy. Of course, it was impossible to tell their exact age without touching their bones or waiting for them to say it themselves. For example, he and the Golden Queen. If one said he was 17 years old, people would believe it, but he turned out to be in his 30s or even an unknown age. There was also a woman who looked to be around 25 or 26 years old, but had already lived for tens of millions of years. Today is the day that the two academies are recruiting students. There are so many people that I feel a little dizzy. Yun Nuoxing's ears twitched as he listened to the vague and intermittent information below. He raised his head and looked at the Golden Queen in front of him. He could not help but say pitifully, "Don't throw me in, okay? There are so many people." The Golden Queen's cheeks trembled. She took a deep breath and tightened her grip on his hand. She steeled her heart and said, "No, your social anxiety is too serious. I think this is a good opportunity for you to mix around in the academy and interact with more people of the same age. Perhaps it will be cured." "Big Sister Jean, I don't want to go. Big Sister knows the dean. Just ask him to bring me to the trial of light. Why must I enter the academy?" Yun Nuoxing used Uxian's voice and said pitifully. The Golden Queen shuddered and almost let go of his hand. "Sigh you." Princess Jean turned around helplessly and saw him staring at her with watery eyes, as if he was really going to cry. Her heart softened a little, but she still gritted her teeth and shook her head. She said helplessly, "Sister is doing this for your own good. Although it is because of your physique, and hiding from the world to cultivate is the right path, but you can't always not see anyone. After you have lived for 1,000 years or even 10,000 years, are you going to be alone forever? Although you have a lot of friends now, there are only about 20 of them. Do you know anyone else?" "No. I don't need any other friends. Xian Yuan, she and the others are enough." Yun Nuoxing lowered her head and muttered. Then, she raised her head again with a stubborn look on her face. "It's better to have one confidant than 3,000 friends." "You." The Golden Princess could not dissuade him. She sighed deeply and shook her head. "But I still want you to go. How about this? Consider this a mission from me. If you can persevere and know more than 10 people, then, Can I not accept it? Yun Nuoxing's handsome face immediately collapsed. Before she could finish speaking, he had already interrupted her. Hearing this, Princess Jean also lost her temper. Why was this child so afraid of meeting people? Just like how the Golden Princess could not dissuade Yun Nuoxing could not persuade the Golden Princess. Seeing the academy rapidly approaching, he was also in despair. He sighed and muttered hesitantly, Just this once. She turned around and saw his gloomy and unhappy expression. The Golden Princess sighed and pulled him to her side. She rubbed his head and said, Okay, I promise you. Just this once. There were 2 huge academies halfway up the mountain. The one on the left was resplendent and even the buildings were golden. Naturally, it was the Longguang Academy. The one on the right was blue and was said to be the Remote Ocean Academy. It was the only competitor to the Longguang Academy. The Golden Princess brought Yun Nuoxing to the top of a building. Looking past the 3-story building, there was a huge square in front of them. 2 huge bridges led to the academies on the left and right. Many young men and women stepped onto the bridges and walked towards the academies halfway up the mountain. From time to time, they would turn around to look at the people in the square. Their eyes were filled with pride and smiles, as if they were very proud of being able to enter these 2 academies. However, most of them stopped at the square and looked like they were being assessed. Many people lined up nervously, and there were also people who left dejectedly. It was obvious that they did not pass the preliminary assessment and were not qualified to enter the academy. Little Star. Not long after the 2 of them stopped, a hurried but calm voice called out to them from behind. This familiar voice made Yun Nuoxing's nose ache. This voice was as pleasant as the sound of an angel's horn. It made him see the light of dawn. It seemed that he did not need to stay in that terrifying environment alone. Turning around abruptly, Yun Nuoxing saw Xian standing gracefully in front of him. She was panting rapidly and her voluptuous chest was heaving up and down. There was also a fragrant sweat on her face. She did not know how much energy she had used to catch up to the Golden Princess. She was about to collapse after flying over. Huff, huff. I really miss the feeling of Little Star flying with me. It turns out that flying by myself is so fast and so tiring. Xian panted and leaned forward into Yun Nuoxing's embrace. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing laughed bitterly. The Golden Princess' speed was much faster than his light element. This girl was really too much. She must have used all her strength to catch up. Take a break. Yun Nuoxing reached out and patted her back with a smile. Xian? As expected. You came at the right time. I have a mission for you. The Golden Crown Princess also turned her head and saw that Xian had followed them. She was not surprised at all. She pointed at Yun Nuoxing and said softly, Besides this test, you should supervise him and help him overcome his social phobia. Okay. Xian agreed without hesitation. She took out a hat from her ring and put it on. Then, she smiled at the Golden Princess. Yun Nuoxing also took out the Eternal Weapon half-mask and put it on the right side of his face. The markings on the spiritual godly body were very bright and eye-catching. He was used to it being seen by Xian and the others. It was better to wear a mask when he came out. Moreover, he did not feel so nervous with the mask on. It seemed to be hinting to him that others were not looking at him. As for what the Golden Princess said to Xian, he did not comment, Little Star. Just as he put on the mask, a fiery red figure flew over from the horizon. Yun Nuoxing's eyes were filled with tears. The Golden Princess. Okay, you're here too. Feng smiled faintly and transformed into her original form. However, it was only a small ball, only the size of a palm. Then, she burrowed into Yun Nuoxing's arms and peeked out from under his windbreaker. There was a touch of attachment in her beautiful eyes. She said softly, I'll go wherever Little Star goes. Yun Nuoxing smiled and reached out to rub her little head. Are you satisfied? There's no problem, right? The Golden Princess's face twitched. After seeing him nod, she smiled bitterly and shook her head. She pointed at a man in a golden robe standing at the front and said, "See that man in the golden robe? You can go to his team for the test later. I've already arranged everything. Of course, I didn't give you any special treatment. I just gave you the qualifications to take the test. With your strength, you won't have a problem passing. Just don't cause the Long Guang Academy to close down." Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. "How could that be, Go? We'll find a place to stay in the city. If there's anything, use the jade slip to call me. Even if it's in a sealed space, I'll know if you crush it. Be careful," the Golden Princess reminded. "Okay." Yun Nuoshing and Xian nodded. After saying a few more words, the Golden Princess left. Yun Nuoshing and Xian looked at each other and smiled. They habitually held each other's hands and jumped down from the roof. They stepped into the crowded public square and walked towards the Long Guang Academy's recruitment area. There was already a long queue there. As the most prestigious academy in Xiaguang City, the number of people who wanted to enter the Long Guang Academy was undoubtedly the highest. Even people from the surrounding big cities would come here. Even if the remote Ocean Academy was the only competitor, they would not be able to compete with the Long Guang Academy. The Red Star Academy was known to have the elimination line of hell. Those who could graduate from there were very few. Yun Nuoshing had lived there for a year and had seen many extremely talented people who could not graduate in the end. The Long Guang Academy's elimination rate was also very high, but at least it was not as exaggerated and abnormal as the Red Star Academy. In the long queue, there were some youths laughing and discussing loudly. There were also some whispers that were trying to survive. The entire public square was as noisy as a market. Yun Nuoshing and Xian quietly stood at the back of the queue. Although they were very low-key, their somewhat unique attire was also the highlight of this monotonous crowd. Moreover, their temperament could not be concealed. Therefore, just as the two of them stood firm, there were waves of whispers. Many people turned their heads and looked at the two people wearing masks and hats at the back of the queue. Their eyes were suffused with some other colors. Even if they could not see the beautiful face under the hat, many people were already indulging in fantasies. Just as Yun Nuoshing and Xian were quietly waiting, a white figure appeared in front of the two of them. Raising his head, they saw that this person looked very young, about 23 or 24 years old. His clothes were as white as snow and his eyebrows were slanted in between his eyebrows. He had a high nose bridge and was exceptionally handsome. His entire person was like a sword that had been unsheathed, revealing a sharp sword intent. There was a bit of a serious taste, but also a cold temperament. After this person appeared, he quickly attracted the attention of the people nearby. Then, Yun Nuoshing seemed to realize that the surrounding sounds had quietened down. She did not know if it was an illusion or not. "Just arrived." The white-robed person calmly looked at Yun Nuoshing and Xian, then looked at the mask and hat. His sharp gaze was like a long sword that pierced into Yun Nuoshing's eyes. He coldly said, "Go over." After he finished speaking, he raised his chin towards the golden-clothed man at the front. After that, he turned around and left. The two men were baffled by his actions, but they didn't say anything. Yun Nuoshing shrugged his shoulders and walked forward while holding Xian's hand. When they passed by this long line, Yun Nuoshing clearly felt hundreds of pairs of eyes turn and stare at the two of them. She also heard many annoying whispers. "Just arrived? Mask and hat. Can't they be seen in public? Sneaking around, one look and I can tell that they are not good people. That woman is so beautiful. I can feel that she is very beautiful even though I can't see her face. Shoo, don't talk so much. What if she is a divine son or a divine daughter of a big force? Just this sentence alone can offend people. But she is really beautiful. If I can. Haha, then I can die without regret." "Shut up." Hearing the voice coming from the sea of people, Yun Nuoshing could not help but swallow his saliva. His palms were sweating and he was very nervous. However, the small hand in his palm was also squeezing his palm, as if it wanted to give him strength. Not long after, Yun Nuoshing and the other two walked from the back to the front. The golden-robed man stood at the front like a statue with his hands behind his back. His eyes were indifferent as he watched the two of them arrive. "Son of God," a soft voice sounded in their minds. Yun Nuoshing and Xian were stunned. They raised their heads and looked at the golden-robed man. They seemed to understand something. "Don't be nervous. My name is Jinchen, and I am from the Golden Temple. The Great Elder arranged for me to receive the young temple master and Miss Xian." The golden-robed man looked to be about 30 years old. He had a square face, and even his eyes were golden. The expression on his face seemed to be frozen. Even the sound transmission was a bit stiff. It seemed that he had not spoken to anyone for a long time. "Senior." Yun Nuoshing and Xian cupped their hands. But even if they understood, they still had to put on a good show. The three of them looked calm and composed. Jin Chen nodded stiffly. He looked forward and said indifferently, "You just arrived and did not hear what I said just now. I will repeat it again. The two academies have discussed this time. You will enter the 100,000 mountains behind the academy to hunt demonic and demonic beasts for a month. If you come out alive, you will be able to enter the academy. There will be additional rewards based on the spoils you bring out. You just have to wait here for a while," Jin Chen said indifferently. Then, he said through sound transmission, "There is a hidden place in the 100,000 mountains. There is a colorful spring water that can cleanse the body and soul. If you are lucky, you can be reborn. It should be helpful to the young temple master and Miss Xian." Yun Nuoshing and Xian were stunned. They looked at each other and then laughed in their hearts. Yun Nuoshing could not help but say through sound transmission, "Elder, didn't Sister Jean say that she would not give me special treatment? Is that so? But the Great Elder only asked me to take good care of you. He did not say anything else." Jin Chen smiled and said through sound transmission. The three of them could not help but laugh in their hearts. Chapter 604. The sun was setting in the west, and only when the sky began to turn yellow did the number of people in the vast square gradually dwindle. The preliminary examination had eliminated nearly 80% of the participants. Countless people left dejectedly, and those who remained gradually moved towards the entrance of the two great academies. Jin Chen was talking to a few people in a low voice. From time to time, he would look at the mountain in the distance. After that, two of them flew towards the Far Light College. The rest of them stayed by Jin Chen's side. They talked for a while before slowly leaving. At this time, in the square, the remaining people were all going to the 100,000 mountains for the trial. There were a total of 20,000 people, which was a very terrifying number. And this was the number that remained after nearly 80% of the people were eliminated. The remaining 20,000 people were already 1 in 100. Yun Nua planet also found many people with decent strength, but there were still a few people who were at the demon realm. Among these 20,000 people, there were probably only 1,000 demon realm experts, and the rest were all at the immortal realm. Rank doesn't completely represent strength. If you want to prove your strength, you must overcome all kinds of dangers. Being born in this great world is your fortune, but also your misfortune. If you want to live, you must become stronger. Don't let others trample on you. This will be your first lesson in the Far Light Academy. Enjoy this feast." Jin Chen suddenly let out a loud roar. His dead eyes seemed to have come back to life. His roar made the expressions of the youths turn solemn and their fighting spirits soar. They knew that only those who had truly experienced the baptism of blood could be called experts. Whoosh! In the sky not far away, a gust of wind blew. A row of flying demonic beasts flew towards the square. They paused for a moment, then some people jumped on them and rushed towards the mountain. "I think I saw the most beautiful girl in Xiaoguang City. She also came to participate. No, is she here to invigilate?" Among the demonic beasts that stopped one of them attracted a lot of attention. Those who exclaimed seemed to be the people of Xiaoguang City. Their words were clear and logical, as if they were very familiar with it. Jin Chen also raised his head and glanced at the demonic beast, but it was just a casual glance. He then looked at the crowd and shouted, "Everyone, set off! Run forward! Everyone must enter the 100,000 mountains before the sun completely disappears. Go, go, go! For the future! For your lives! Shed your blood! Soul ignition!" The passionate roar ignited a fire in the hearts of these inexperienced youths. The response of more than 20,000 people resounded through the sky, followed by a series of footsteps that shook the earth. It was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses galloping. Everywhere they passed, a cloud of dust was raised. The passers-by standing on the buildings looked at these youthful figures with smiles on their faces. It was as if they were looking at themselves when they were young. "Young master, be careful on this trip. There are many powerful demonic beasts in the mountain area. The most powerful one should be a demigod-level demonic beast. Although it won't pose much of a threat to you, you still have to be extremely careful." When a cloud of dust drifted away, the square was quickly emptied, leaving only Yun Nuoxing and the other two. Jin Chen was still transmitting his voice. Then, he patted him on the shoulder and said in a low voice, "Young man, run." After he finished speaking, he pushed him out. Yun Nuoxing could feel that there seemed to be a breath left on his shoulder, as if it was guiding him. He laughed in his heart and nodded. Then, he held Xian's hand and ran toward the crowd. When the wave of 20,000 people approached the 100,000 mountains, it separated into two sides. The left side was still the Longguang Academy, while the right side was the Serene Ocean Academy. However, there were clearly more people on the left side than on the right side. Their overall aura was also much stronger. "How many years has it been since I last ran? I've been flying all the time. I really want to fly." Yun Nuoxing, who was running at the back of the Longguang Academy, said to Xian, who was beside him. "No, if you fly, you'll be too conspicuous. The only ones who can fly here are the invigilators and the old students. The new students haven't flown yet." Xian smiled. The two of them ran side by side. Their rainbow-colored and dark purple hair fluttered in the wind and intertwined from time to time. It was a very beautiful scene. Let's not fly. We can just pass by from the side. After all, we're about to enter the 100,000 mountains from the southern city gate. When we enter, we'll stagger and leave the group. We'll find that place," Yun Nuoxing transmitted. "That rainbow-colored spring water? It can cleanse the body and soul. Is it useful to us?" Xian asked curiously as he blinked at Mei Mao. "I don't know, but it should be useful to you. Your tender skin should be cleansed." Yun Nuoxing pursed his lips. His body was already very strong. All sorts of divine items were constantly cleansing his body. However, since Jin Chen had told him, it should still be useful. Before they even left the southern city gate, a dense forest had already appeared. However, they were still in Xiaoguang City, and had yet to enter the 100,000 mountains. The passers-by and residents were stunned when they saw the two long groups rushing past like a whirlwind. After they left the city gate, they could already feel the desolate aura of the forest. The road that had been built had also become a mountain road. All sorts of rocks and branches were spread across the ground, trampled by countless feet. "Continue forward. Burn, little universe. A month of training will pass in the blink of an eye. However, if you discover someone within 100 miles of the city gate within a month, you'll fail the test and won't be able to enter the academy. Now, for your future, charge forward with all your might." Jin Chen had appeared on the demonic beast in the sky at some point. He waved his hand and shouted at the crowd, igniting the atmosphere once again. Within 100 miles, there were almost no demonic beasts or demonic beasts. Even if there were, they were very weak. A few adults could deal with them. The danger was very low. Yun Nuoshing looked back at the flying demonic beast in the sky and whispered, "It's about time. Lass, let's retreat." And Xian nodded lightly. Then, the two stomped their feet on the ground and changed their route. They left the main road and rushed into the forest. As they were at the very back of the group, almost no one noticed them. Of course, other than Jin Chun, who had been paying attention to them. Young Hall Master, is he still unable to adapt to so many people? The Great Elder is really troublesome. After throwing the two of them into the academy, the trial of light can begin immediately after notifying the dean. It seems like it's going to be difficult to help the young Hall Master overcome his social phobia. Jin Chen laughed bitterly in his heart. Dazzling starlight descended. After the large group entered the 100,000 mountains, they scattered in twos and threes. With the help of the faint starlight, Yun Nuoshing and Xian flew quickly in the dark forest. With their strength, they could see the situation around them clearly even without the light of the fire. The aura that Elder Jin Chun left on his shoulder also moved slightly at this moment and faintly pointed in a direction. The light element surged, bringing Yun Nuoshing and Ziyan through the forest at high speed. The so-called distance of 100 miles had long been exceeded. In his perception, that aura was also faintly fluttering, as if it was getting closer. Let's rest for the night and continue the search the next morning. The forest at night is the world of the demonic beast. We are very deep into the forest. Xian said softly as he squeezed his hands. The light elements were very fast. Even if they didn't use all their strength, in just a few minutes, they had probably traveled more than 10,000 miles. They should have exceeded the area where they were required to stay for the assessment. Yes, that's good too. Yun Nuoshing nodded. The light elements slowly extinguished, and they slowly slowed down to a stop. Just as they stopped, the two of them stepped out of the forest. What they saw was a cliff that was at least 1,000 feet high. Standing at the edge and looking down, they could vaguely see some greenery. Even the tall trees seemed a little small. The towering ancient trees in the distance were also at least 1,000 feet tall. The bright and beautiful moonlight was like a thin veil that just happened to hang on the edge of the sky. There were no obstacles in the way. Sensing that Yun Nuoshing had stopped, Feng also jumped out of his windbreaker. Then, her small body shook, and the beautiful woman with a graceful figure appeared in front of them again. When the two of them saw her appear, they couldn't help but laugh. The three of them leaned against each other as they sat on the edge of the cliff. Yun Nuoshing's heart was very calm. Although he had calmly accepted this so-called assessment to enter the Far Light Academy, his true goal was still to enter the Trial of Light. He wouldn't stay here forever. Elder Jin Chun obviously knew about this, so he might as well tell him about this place. Perhaps he knew that this place was far away from the assessment area, so he told him about it. Xian and Feng didn't cultivate or sleep. They only held Yun Nuoshing's hand tightly and looked at the moon together peacefully. The three of them cherished the peaceful time they had now. One day in the future they might not be able to experience it again. Before that day came, they had to cherish the present. At dawn the next day, the students in the mountains woke up one after another and went on their way. Some students seemed to have stayed up all night and had been rushing through the forest. When Yun Nuoshing and the other two saw the sun rise from the east, they felt some auras approaching from behind. Although they were still far away, they would come into contact in less than 5 minutes. Could it be that we haven't gone beyond the scope of the ordinary assessment? Yun Nuoshing scratched his head in confusion and turned to look at Feng and Xian. The two of them shrugged cutely and didn't say anything. Feng turned into a small ball and burrowed into his windbreaker. Xian held his hand. Yun Nuoshing sighed and pushed the ground with his right hand. The two of them directly fell down the cliff. About an hour later, Yun Nuoshing, who was jumping rapidly, suddenly trembled and stopped. Xian was startled, but he quickly stopped. He pulled Yun Nuoshing's arm and turned around to let himself fall into Yun Nuoshing's embrace. Then he raised his head and blinked at Mei Mao. "What's wrong?" Yun Nuashing nodded. He sniffed and looked to the side. I smell a very fragrant smell. It should be some kind of fruit. After he finished speaking, he hugged Xian a little tighter. Light elements flickered and the two of them disappeared on the spot. They quickly rushed toward the place where he smelled the fragrance. Not long after, they arrived at a valley. The valley in front of them wasn't very spacious. The surrounding towering trees completely covered the area. Rocks as sharp as blades were placed in front of the mountain pass. This place was very hidden. If one didn't pass through the numerous trees, they wouldn't be able to find this place from the sky. Standing at the entrance of the valley and taking a look, Yun Nuashing didn't hesitate too much. He stomped on the ground and rushed straight into the valley. Feng who was hiding in his chest, also stuck out her small head. She raised her head and let out a cry. A wave of aura slowly spread out, intimidating the magical beasts inside. After venturing deep into the mountain valley for a long distance, Yun Nuashing sniffled again. Then, he slowly came to a stop. His nose could not help but twitch. He raised his head and saw that at the top of the mountain wall on the left, there was a very sudden crack on the brown mountain body. It was about 20 feet long, and within that crack, a 30 feet tall tree extended out from the crack. Its drooping branches continuously swayed with the wind in the mountain valley. This small tree was completely white, as if it was made from jade. Among the densely packed emerald green leaves on the small tree, one could faintly see a red color that was hidden. It was a perfectly round fruit that was the size of a fist. Even from such a great distance away, one could still smell the delicate fragrance that was emitted from it, causing one's heart to feel relaxed and happy. Fire essence fruit. This is a jade fire tree. It smells so good. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath of the fragrance. After counting carefully, there were more than 20 fire essence fruits on the jade fire tree. They swayed gently in the wind, as if tempting him. That's strange. This cliff is 100 feet tall. How did that tree grow on it? Xian tilted his head and looked at the jade fire tree that stretched out from the mountain. Mei Mao was a little puzzled. Oh, I don't know either. Who cares? Anyway, this isn't an illusion. The magical beasts nearby have been scared away by Feng. Yun Nuashing smiled. The fire essence fruit contained extremely rich fire elemental energy. It could also nourish the energy in the body. The rich fire elemental energy could stimulate and refine the energy hidden in every corner of the body. This made him a little tempted. Without saying anything, Yun Nuashing jumped up with Xian in his arms and stopped beside the jade fire tree. He looked at the jade fire tree that grew horizontally and then at the fire essence fruits hanging down. The corners of his mouth curved into a happy smile. With a wave of his hand, he plucked the more than 20 fire essence fruit. He then took out a good jade box and placed them inside. He took out 2 fruits and threw one to Xian. The fire essence fruit can refine the body. The energy hidden in the body will be stimulated. If a person who has eaten a heaven and earth treasure eats the fire essence fruit, the effect of the heaven and earth treasure will be maximized. Yun Nuashing said with a smile. He also took a bite of the fire essence fruit in his hand. It melted in his mouth, and he felt a blazing energy rush into his body. It integrated into his limbs and bones, igniting the star energy in his body. All the pores on his body were stimulated by this blazing energy. It made him feel so comfortable that he couldn't help but want to moan. I found it first. Just as Yun Nuashing was sensing the energy in his body, a timid voice suddenly sounded not far away, causing him to be stunned. He raised his head to look at the cliff, only to see a 15 or 16-year-old youth looking at him nervously. Those beautiful eyes seemed to contain spiritual energy, and there was a rope wrapped around his body. Chapter 605. The young man who suddenly appeared was thin and short. He was dressed in a yellow robe and looked very young. His beautiful eyes fluttered weakly, and his hands that were holding the rope were trembling. He had a feminine temperament, and his eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness as he stared at Yun Nuashing. The moment the yellow-clothed young man appeared, he looked at Yun Nuoshing with fear. Yun Nuoshing was puzzled. Did he look so scary? You said that you found it first, so why didn't you take it? Yun Nuoshing waved the fire essence fruit in her hand, then took a bite without hesitation. A scorching breath exhaled from her nostrils. Hearing Yun Nuoshing's sudden words, the young man was so shocked that he hurriedly took 2 steps back. He shrank his head and said in a trembling and low voice, I found this fire jade tree 2 months ago. But flying is forbidden here, and there are demonic beasts guarding it. Today, I wanted to try hanging down with a rope to take it. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing and Xian looked at each other in astonishment. If they couldn't fly, then it's the power of space. I can now use the power of space to step on space as if it's flat ground. I don't need to rely on the wind element to fly. There's probably a restriction on the wind element here. Yun Nuoshing suddenly understood and transmitted her voice to Xian. Hearing this, Xian tried to mobilize the wind element. Sure enough, she found that the wind element couldn't be condensed. She also understood why the young man was so nervous. The 2 of them were standing in the void, so he probably thought that he had seen some powerful expert. This young man's cultivation was only around the 6th level of the immortal realm. He was very brave to dare to enter the 100,000 mountains alone. Little star, give him some, Xian whispered in her ear. Yes, that's fine. Yun Nuoshing smiled. She leaped with her and landed on the top of the mountain. The young man was so frightened that he hurriedly retreated and sat on the ground. He looked at the 2 of them in horror and was about to cry. This guy is only 18 years old, but he's already at the 6th level of the immortal realm. His talent is also frightening. Yun Nuoshing muttered in her heart. Hey, what's your name? Yun Nuoshing took 2 steps forward and took another bite of the fire essence fruit in her hand. Then, she threw the whole fruit into her mouth and licked the juice on her hand as she asked softly. How, I'm a student of the Far Academy. The young man was so frightened that he took a few steps back and threw the rope to the side. His little face full of fear. How, right? A student of the Far Academy. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but laugh when she saw the young man's frightened appearance. She waved her hand and took out the jade box that contained the fire essence fruit. She opened it and took out 6 fruits, sealing them in another jade box. You're at the 6th level of the immortal realm. You don't need too many fire essence fruit. This thing's effect will begin to weaken after eating it 3 times. When you feel like you're about to break through or when you eat some heavenly treasure, you can eat one. Yun Nuoshing explained and handed the box to Hu Hao. Seeing him walk over, Hu Hao jumped in fright and hurriedly closed his eyes. But after hearing his words, he was stunned again and hurriedly opened his eyes. Seeing Yun Nuoshing handing over a jade box, he carefully asked, For me? Yes, there are 6 fire essence fruits inside. Yun Nuoshing nodded with a smile, then joked, You could have picked more than 20 fire essence fruits or been torn to pieces by the demonic beasts here. But who told us to beat you to it? Just take it as the fee for opening the way for you. Hearing Yun Nuoshing's calculation, Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly. Hu Hao looked at him in horror. His beautiful big eyes blinked and stared for a long time before he took the jade box. Then, he pulled Yun Nuoshing's hand and stood up from the ground. He glanced at Yun Nuoshing and then at Xian. His young eyes were filled with amazement and he was stunned. After a long time, he heard Xian's chuckle and quickly came back to his senses. His little face blushed and he held the jade box tightly with both hands. He bowed deeply to the 2 of them and said timidly, Thank you. After he finished speaking, his face was as red as an apple. He quickly turned around and ran down the mountain without looking back. This kid, am I that scary? Seeing him run away, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but touch her face and smile bitterly. She wasn't worried about anything. Since Hu Hao could come here with a cultivation of the 6th level of the immortal realm, it shouldn't be a problem for him to go back. Well, he looks quite cute, but he's a little mischievous. He stared at you for a long time and couldn't even move his eyes. Yun Nuoxing spread her hands, turned around and smiled at Xian. Are you jealous? Little star sometimes stares at me and Feng for a long time without moving. Hearing this, Xian covered his mouth and giggled. His Mei-Mao eyes were filled with a sly look. Cough. Nonsense, I didn't stare at you for a long time. It was only for a dozen seconds. Being exposed, Yun Nuoxing's face turned red. He hurriedly tried to explain, but he realized that the more he tried to explain, the more he made things worse. Seeing that she was smiling so brightly that even the sunlight paled in comparison, he quickly coughed again and said, "Let's go and find the place that Elder Jean Chern mentioned." Naughty little rascal, you don't want to admit it. Xian giggled again, and her hands naturally wrapped around his arm. Cough. Yun Nuoxing's heart surged when her soft body clung tightly to his arm. He coughed heavily, and his face was even redder than Hu Hao's. He hurriedly told her that everything was fine in his heart, and then flew into the distance with her in his arms. In the black forest, the thunderous roars of beasts could be heard. The strong pressure blew the forest to the side. In the depths of the forest, huge trees were snapped in half, or cut in half by invisible blade. The heavy sound of the huge trees falling to the ground echoed throughout the forest. Two silhouettes flashed rapidly in the collapsed forest. Sparks of energy exploded in midair, and the aftermath of the explosion spread in all directions, cutting down many of the surrounding towering trees. Black leaves rustled and scattered all over the sky, and were blown far away by the gusts of wind. Among the two figures there was a huge flying bird that was at least 1,000 feet long. Its body was covered with pale white wings, and when it flew across the sky, one could only see a white flash of lightning. The other figure was a young human girl. She was dressed in a purple robe, and her dark purple hair fluttered like flowing clouds. Hold its head down and cut off its comb. It will lose its strength. Don't get scratched by its wings. Below its abdomen, between its wings. In the distance, there was a young man in black who quickly followed the two and kept reminding them. From what he said, it was obvious that he was reminding the girl. Be careful of the wind blades. Even a 9th seal of the demon rank would be cut in half at the waist. One touch and it would be over. In midair, there were many afterimages of the huge flying bird and the girl. The two of them were extremely fast. Just by passing by the side of the trees were almost broken. The young man's eyes flashed with a colorful light. In his eyes, he could actually clearly see the two figures that were flying past. In the air, heavy and muffled sounds rang out. Yun Nuoxing calmly turned his gaze. The two extremely fast figures were extremely clear in his eyes. The powerful effects of the evil spirit eyes had caused him to be both pleasantly surprised and shocked. Up till now, he had borrowed the convenience of his eyes in many aspects, and in the current battle, he was able to clearly see the extremely fast movements. The coxcomb windplume bird is very fast. Even a demigod might not be able to catch up with a demigod coxcomb windplume bird. Isn't it a bit too much for the purple word Devil 3 to challenge a demigod coxcomb windplume bird? On Yun Nuoxing's chest, Feng stuck her head out and looked at the huge bird and the girl that were flying at high speed in the distance. I lent her the light element. Before it runs out, her speed won't be a problem. Moreover, it was the girl herself who asked to train in the forest. I don't want to discourage her. During this period of time, I don't know how many magical beasts of the demon rank and above have been defeated. In the beginning, she was unfamiliar with her methods, but now she can handle them with ease. The level of the challenge has also increased from the demon rank to the demigod rank. Let's just trust her, Yun Nuoxing said softly. His eyes followed the two closely. The worry in his eyes was clearly more real than his understatement. He added, and we are watching. Rumble. As the battle in the sky became increasingly intense, an aura suddenly swelled, causing Yun Nuoshing to be startled. He hurriedly lifted his head, and his expression became a little grave. Dark clouds swept over in the sky, and a pale white light shot out. A huge pale white bird, that was tens of thousands of feet in size, appeared under the sky and covered the sun. Waves of frightening demonic aura poured out in a manner that could topple mountains and overturn seas. He is going all out. It is not that easy to kill a demigod-rank magical beast. Looking at the huge creature in the sky, Yun Nuoshing's expression became a little grave. The feathers of the demigod wind feather bird were as hard as steel. The body of a demigod demon sovereign could be used as a demigod weapon. Even an expert who had just stepped into the demigod rank might not be able to crush it. Boom! The coxcomb wind feather bird's wings that were thousands of feet in size covered the sky. With a sudden flap, the sky seemed to darken in an instant. The huge figure tore through space at an extremely terrifying speed. Even the sound of the sonic boom could not catch up with it. Under this flap of the wings, half of the ancient trees that towered into the sky flew into the distance, and the forest was destroyed into a mess. Within his pitch-black eyes, a blurry enormous being tore through the sky like a lightning bolt. Even though there was a great distance between them, the frightening wind pressure had already arrived. The turbulent air flow was just like sharp wind blades as it violently swept past Ziyan's body, causing his clothes to be pressed against his body, revealing his curves that would cause people to go crazy. Ziyan's pretty face was grave. The bright golden particles around her body had also thinned out. Seeing this, she could not help but take a deep breath. Her hands quickly formed a seal, and a huge five-colored magic circle appeared quickly behind her body. Then, a huge long sword appeared in the center of the magic circle. Her delicate hand grasped the sword with great force. If one looked closely, this huge five-colored long sword was actually the same as the Netherworld Ruined Sword. Wait a minute. Is this girl going to take it head-on? Seeing Ziyan's posture, Yun Nuoshing was stunned. When she came to her senses and hurriedly stood up from the tree, the pale figure had already rushed to Ziyan's side. Holding the huge long sword, she twisted her body and rushed towards the wind feather bird. Yun Nuoshing's face turned pale with fright. She could not care less about her training. Light elements gathered and exploded in an instant, wrapping her up and rushing towards the battlefield. However, no matter how fast she was, Ziyan and the wind feather bird were only a matter of seconds. Even Yun Nuoshing, who had the fastest speed in the world, could not catch up with the wind feather bird. The two figures, who were disproportionate in size, clashed with each other at lightning speed and brushed past each other. Yun Nuoshing also rushed to the battlefield as soon as they brushed past each other. She hurriedly held on to Ziyan, who had lost control of her body, and then turned around abruptly. She unleashed her star force. Just as she was about to make a move, she was shocked to see the wind feather bird's huge body falling into the forest far away. Under its belly there was a huge colorful sword. Blood gushed out like a waterfall. Every drop of blood on the ground was enough to fill up a pond. Seeing that the wind feather bird had almost been killed in one strike, Yun Nuoshing was also stunned. She hurriedly lowered her head. Ziyan's face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Even her purple robe had been cut by the sharp wind blades, revealing her naked body. However, Yun Nuoshing did not have time to enjoy the view, because fine bloodlines had appeared on her exposed skin. Both of them were injured. She used up all her strength and fainted. Yun Nuoshing blinked. Looking at the girl who had fainted without any worry, she could not help but smile bitterly. Was he too worried? Maybe he was still used to seeing her as an ordinary girl. Silly girl! Chuckling, Yun Nuoshing gently stroked her head. Wisps of wood element gushed out, making the place full of vitality. Chapter 606. In the depths of the black forest, multicolored light seemed to gush out from the ground, dyeing the surrounding trees with a blurry luster. The branches, leaves all showed multicolored spots of light, and even the clouds in the sky were dyed with a bit of color. This place was as beautiful as a dream. Her line of sight turned a few times to look at the place where the light was shining, and she was surprised to find that it was a multicolored lake. However, calling it a lake was a little too big. This lake was surrounded by layers of trees, and it was less than 10 feet in diameter. A huge stone stood quietly in the middle of the lake. There was no source, and there was no place for circulation. It was like a pool of stagnant water. Even the trees growing on the shore had shed their black color and grown into a multicolored color. Found it. In the multicolored forest, a black figure slowly approached, shuttling between the thick trees. After a while, he jumped out of the forest. When he saw the multicolored lake, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and smile faintly. He lowered his head to look at the girl who was still in his arms and said softly, "Girl, we're here. Since you're awake, get up." "How did you know I was awake?" Xian, whose beautiful eyes were tightly closed, opened her eyes wide in astonishment. When she met the multicolored eyes, she tilted her head in confusion. Spiritual power is stable, and there are no fluctuations or stillness. How can I not see that? Do you think I'm stupid? Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and said, "We've arrived at the place that Elder Jinchen said. You go first. I'll check for you. Also, change your clothes while you're at it." When Xian heard this, she lowered her head to look at the somewhat tattered purple clothes on her body. She couldn't help but blush. When she raised her head again, she saw that he was looking straight ahead. She couldn't help but giggle and jump out of his arms. She smiled slyly and said, "You're not allowed to peek." "Who would peek?" Yun Nuoxing blushed and glared at her fiercely. However, his blushing face and pretending to be fierce looked a little funny. "Oh right, bring this with you. Use it inside. It'll be more effective when used together." As soon as Xian turned around, he heard a voice behind him. He turned around and saw a blurry object flying toward him. He reached out and caught it. At the same time, he smelled a very tempting flower fragrance and seemed to see a divine moon in the sky. Lying in the palm of his hand was a soft blue and white flower made up of simple leaves. However, the flower at the top was a miniature qilin. There was also a crescent moon facing upwards. The alluring fragrance and rich spiritual energy made Xian feel a little lightheaded just by taking a whiff. Her jade-like hand lightly touched the qilin and crescent moon above her head. She raised her head and asked Yun Nuoxing, "This is?" "The moon of the qilin, a divine item among flowers. Consuming it will allow one to be reborn and absorb the light of the moon. It has a yin attribute and is more suitable for women. If a virgin consumes it, the full effects of the moon of the qilin will be unleashed." Yun Nuoxing looked at the blue and white leaves. He thought for a moment and added, "Xian Yin left it behind. I only discovered it not long ago. She placed more than 3,000 restrictions in these 2 rings. I can only remove them when I'm strong enough. Not long ago, when I came out of the ice fields, I accidentally saw this moon of the qilin and some other divine flowers." Xian blinked at the Mei Mao and lowered her head to caress the divine flower. There was a gentle look on her face. "Sister Xian Yin left it for you. Is it really okay for me to consume it?" "Yes, it's suitable for you. There are other divine herbs in the ring. Don't worry about it." Yun Nuoxing nodded and sighed. He said faintly, "As far as I know, this flower isn't among the 360 divine treasures recorded on the Heaven and Earth treasure ranking. With its effects, it's definitely not impossible for it to be ranked. Could it be that not many people discovered it, so it wasn't listed on the ranking? Or is there another way to record the divine flower?" Xian said softly. "Oh, that's possible. Let's not think so much. Hurry up and go. Just drink it in one mouthful. Don't leave the leaves behind. Eat a fire essence fruit while you're at it." Yun Nuoxing shook his head and looked at her with a smile. Yun Nuoxing watched her walk into the colorful pond and was covered by the dense energy mist. Only then did he turn around. When he heard the sound of someone falling into the water, He let out a sigh of relief. The Rainbow Aurora Celestial Pond. Legend has it that the water in the pond was born under the influence of the starry sky. It can allow those who cultivate in the pond to be reborn. It has something to do with reincarnation and cultivation. However, only the first person who steps in has a small chance. If someone really succeeds in their reincarnation, the effects of the pond water will weaken a lot. Looking at the state of the pond water now, it seems to have that effect. Feng Er appeared at the side and looked at Yun Nuoxing. You should have said so earlier. Then I would have. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Suddenly, he slapped his head and shook his head in annoyance. You're bullying Xian because she doesn't know about this. You gave the opportunity to her. If she knew about this pond water, she would have given it to you. Seeing his pretentious look, Feng Er couldn't help but roll her eyes at him and cut him off. Life is hard. Don't expose me. Yun Nuoxing spread his hands. Seeing that she was still staring at him, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He flipped his right hand and took out a red object. Then, he suddenly slapped it towards Feng Er's sexy red lips. Feng Er was startled by this swift action. Before she could react, Yun Nuoxing's big hand, which was holding the red object, slapped her red lips. She only felt something cold and hot enter her mouth. Because she was frightened, she swallowed it without thinking. That red object melted like ice and turned into a huge stream of heat that quickly flowed through her body. Seeing Feng Er's slender neck move, Yun Nuoxing smiled and let go of his hand. Feng Er also quickly coughed twice. Mei Mao looked at him innocently and said, "Cough, cough. It's not the fire essence fruit. Xing, what did you feed me?" Immortal Phoenix Fruit. It's a divine item on the same level as the Moon of Qilin. It can purify fire-related energy and even increase one's ability to control fire. However, one is a fruit while the other is a flower. Alright, you can go in too. Here's a fire essence fruit. Eat one too. Yun Nuoxing smiled and pushed her inside. When they walked, he stuffed another fruit into Feng Er's mouth. Before they walked into the energy mist, he saw her looking at him with hidden bitterness. Seeing that both of them had entered, Yun Nuoxing shrugged his shoulders. His right hand gently stroked the ring on his left middle finger, and his consciousness seeped into it. After looking for a while, he could not help but be speechless. In this area where divine objects were placed, there were dozens of divine objects of this kind. Immortal herbs, immortal fruits, divine flowers, all of them emitted a strange energy. The rich fragrance that could not be dispersed entangled together, causing him to sneeze loudly. This is only the outermost area of the 3,000 layers of restrictions. However, the storage space in this ring is really big. I'm afraid it can hold a city. Yun Nuoxing rubbed his nose. He didn't notice the restriction on this ring at first. Not long ago, when he was wandering inside the ring, he saw a piece of paper left at the edge. It was obviously Xian Yin's masterpiece. However, the 6 paths of reincarnation technique wasn't sealed in the restriction back then. Perhaps there are some dangerous items that can't be touched if one's level isn't high enough. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Xing, come down. There's a stone in the pool that separates the left and the right. I've set up a barrier. Xian and I will be on the left. You go to the right. When Yun Nuoxing's mind wandered inside the space in the ring, a soft voice echoed in his mind. He was stunned for a moment and withdrew his consciousness from the ring. After he recognized the voice and its contents, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He nodded casually and walked towards the thick mist. After entering the energy mist, he walked for a while and arrived at the shore of the pool. He could indeed see a huge stone that was a few zhang wide. It took up more than half of the entire pool. On the left, there was a very obvious red and pink energy barrier. It covered the situation inside and also blocked out the sound inside. However, when he saw 2 sets of familiar clothes hanging on the tree by the shore, Yun Nuoxing's head exploded. His handsome face quickly turned red and he couldn't help but curse, These two girls, they're cultivating and they're taking off their clothes? Out of sight, out of mind. Everything is fine. Yun Nuoxing quickly looked away and patted his chest. He muttered a few words and then smiled bitterly and jumped into the celestial pool on the right. Splash! In an instant, the celestial pool soaked his clothes. The water in the celestial pool wasn't cold. It had a strange warmth. The surging energy made Yun Nuoxing feel warm all over. It was as if he had jumped into a hot spring. It was indescribably comfortable. The water in the celestial pool entered his body through his pores and turned into a warm current that surged through his body. It merged into his limbs and bones. The energy in the celestial pool wasn't used to increase one's cultivation. Therefore, he didn't have too many concerns and allowed this warm energy to flow into his body. Suddenly, a colorful energy surged into his body and wrapped around him like a thin film. He was stunned. Before he could take a closer look at what this thin film was for, his soul was wrapped up by that thin film and then dragged out of his body. Yun Nuoxing's expression changed drastically. He just floated quietly to the side and watched his soulless body lean against the huge rock. He was so scared that his handsome face turned pale. His brain was spinning rapidly as he thought about what to do. However, what happened next shocked him even more. His soulless body was suddenly submerged by the colorful water in the celestial pool. A huge ball of water lifted him out of the water and placed him on the shore. In the next moment, Yun Nuoxing saw his body, his limbs, and his bones all burst apart in an instant and exploded into pieces. Even his spiritual body was shocked and unsettled. My body! What was going on? He had only heard of the seven-colored Aurora celestial pond, which had the effect of being reborn. However, what was going on here? His soul had been directly ripped out and his body had been shattered. This wasn't being reborn, this was destroying his body. Don't worry. Wait. You'll know in a while. Just as he was feeling anxious, Ziye's soft laughter rang out in his mind, startling him. He hurriedly took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Ziyi couldn't just watch him become a wandering ghost without a body. Although he was a little relieved, he still looked nervously at the body that had been blown to pieces. After all, that was his body, and it had been blown to pieces so abruptly. Following that, Yun Nuoxing saw the various organs and bones in his body shattering inch by inch. It was as if he was walking towards destruction step by step. Even the top of his head had been blown off. He was so frightened that he hurriedly closed his eyes and turned his head. Fortunately, his soul had left his body. If he were to experience such changes in his body, he would probably faint from the pain after 5 minutes. His body had completely shattered into pieces. Half of his golden-red blood flowed to the side and was wrapped in the colorful liquid. Not a single drop fell to the ground. However, the ground beside him was filled with broken bones or bone powder. They had all been reduced to powder. However, his 20 feet long hair was glowing faintly and didn't break apart. Then, it was also wrapped in the celestial pool's liquid and thrown to the side. Obliterate the old body. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. As soon as Ziye's soft laughter fell, Yun Nuoxing discovered that something was different. An extremely powerful vitality appeared, causing the trees on both sides to sway. The pile of golden-red blood mixed with the celestial pool's water, as if it was being transformed by the celestial pool and replaced with new blood. An illusory body gradually appeared. Its organs, bones, and body were all being reconstructed. When Yun Nuoxing wanted to personally witness the process of the body's reconstruction, a suction force sucked his soul over and threw him into the blurry figure. He could feel an itch all over his body, as if life was being reborn. After an unknown amount of time, Yun Nuoxing suddenly opened his eyes. A huge beam of energy shot out from his eyes, creating a violent whistling sound in the air. He quickly lowered his head and stretched out his hand. When he saw that his body was complete, without any missing parts, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the celestial pool. There was a handful of colorful hair lying quietly on the shore. The patterns on the body were still the same, without any changes. However, when he saw his own body, his expression became a little strange. But after a while, he relaxed. He was already used to it. So domineering. Fortunately, my soul left my body. If I personally experienced this rebirth, I'm afraid I would die from the pain. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh. Then, his expression slowly became conflicted. This didn't seem right. He didn't deliberately change his voice, but wasn't this voice Yusin's? No, it was softer and more tender than Yusin's. Yes, it was a girl's voice. Sensing that something was wrong, Yun Nuoshing swallowed with difficulty. The divine light mirror appeared in his hand and shone inside. Ah! A high decibel scream resounded through the entire forest. Chapter 607. No. Why? It can't be changed in this direction. Yun Nuoshing's handsome face was pale as he screamed involuntarily. That sharp voice, that extremely high pitch, did not have any sense of heaviness, and did not deliberately change the tone of his voice. That voice was just like the voice of a young girl. A young face appeared in the divine light mirror. She had a delicate head and eyebrows, and her skin was smooth and creamy. She was exceedingly beautiful, and her big eyes were beautiful and moving. Her eyes flickered with the colors of the stars, and her colorful hair hung down her cheeks. That bright and flowing color, coupled with her moving face, instantly caused all the colors in the world to converge on her. However, this stunning little face had her mouth wide open in shock. She looked like she was in disbelief and despair. Yun Nuoshing was on the verge of breaking down. Her initial appearance was already very similar to a girl's, and her current appearance was even more excessive. She looked like she was at most 13 or 14 years old. She was delicate, and her slender eyebrows were filled with spiritual energy. It was as if she was born from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Her eyes were as bright as the stars, and a slight glance was enough to make everyone fall in love with her. A glance could cause the downfall of a city, and a second glance could cause the downfall of a country. I don't need any rejuvenation. I'm already young enough. Yun Nuoshing was so angry that he screamed. His voice was distorted and became extremely sharp. He suddenly threw the divine light mirror into the pool, causing a splash of water that was dozens of feet high. He sat there panting for breath for a while. He was a little absent-minded. He was so absent-minded that his mind was blank. He did not want to think about anything. After a while, when the pool water splashed down on his face, he slowly walked over and picked up the divine light mirror that he had thrown into the ground. He looked inside again. The snow flame facial skin has lost its effect. The patterns are exposed. Fortunately, the seal of primal chaos has disappeared. When he saw the colorful patterns on his face, Yun Nuoshing felt that his world was about to collapse. His connection with the snow flame facial skin had been broken. Furthermore, when he took it out from the pendant and applied it to his face again, there was no new connection. This made him realize that the high-quality snow flame facial skin was no longer useful. Am I supposed to go out with this face? Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly and looked back. The crimson-pink barrier was still there. Xian and Feng hadn't been alerted even after such a big commotion. They might not be done yet. He knew that many people were looking for this kind of thing, especially those old monsters who were nearing the end of their lifespans. However, he was young and had no use for this kind of thing. If not for the fact that he could feel that his body had become stronger by more than one level, he would definitely have cursed it out loud. Do you think it's just a matter of being reborn, turning back your age, and changing your appearance? Seeing him instantly relax, Ziyi couldn't help but sneer, causing him to be stunned. Could it be that there are other uses? Yun Nuoshing asked in a daze. Her face twitched when she heard the girl's voice. Your life source has expanded by at least 3 times. In other words, your original lifespan has been extended by more than 3 times. Moreover, if you advance to the divine level in the future, this effect will continue. Ziyi said softly, and then suddenly laughed out loud. Moreover, the energy of the 7-colored aurora celestial pond will continue to improve your body. In this case, if I tell you good news, it will continue to transform you into a girl. Just kill me. I don't want to live anymore. Yun Nuoshing was so angry that tears streamed down her face. She was such a good young man, but she was forced to have a girl's face. I think it's quite beautiful. Whether it's brother Nuoshing or sister Xian, they're all very beautiful. Lan Xian covered her mouth and chuckled. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing only felt that her life was meaningless. When she looked at herself in the mirror for the 3rd time, she couldn't help but sigh. Even the original outline was almost invisible, leaving less than 10% of the original traces. Her cheeks were as exquisite as jade, white and smooth, making people want to caress them. They were so smooth that they could be used as a mirror. Especially those eyes, those beautiful eyes with the deepest colors of the star domain, but they didn't look deep at all. Even if she made a fierce expression, she looked watery, with a hint of slyness and eccentricity, just like when Yu was being naughty. I don't want to live anymore. There was another high-decibel explosion, along with a loud sound of falling into the water, splashing up a few hundred feet high. Yun Nuoshing collapsed and sat on the shore, holding the divine mirror of light. She made a fierce expression, an arrogant expression, a murderous expression, an evil expression, and a deep expression, but in the end she was acting cute and coquettish. Seeing this, she almost vomited blood. Damn it, she was too cute. After searching through the pile of broken bones for a while, he found the soul-stabilizing bracelet and put it on. He looked back at his long hair and let out a long sigh. He put the soul-stabilizing bracelet on his long hair. His soft and smooth hair instantly shrank back to his thighs. He looked at himself in the mirror one last time and blinked his eyes. The watery eyes in the mirror also blinked back at him, as bright as the stars in the sky. F***CKU beep. With a rumble, the celestial pond was lifted into the air for the 3rd time. It had to be said that her strength at this moment was indeed a lot stronger. Little star, what's wrong? An ethereal and pleasant voice came from not far away, causing her to tremble all over. She was finished. If Xian and the others saw her like this, they would laugh to death. He turned his head abruptly and saw 2 slender figures walking out from the side of the celestial pool. They were even using towels to continuously wipe their long and smooth hair that reached their thighs. When he looked closely, Yun Nuoshing was also dumbfounded. Xian and Feng had also changed a lot. The 2 of them were already devastatingly beautiful, and now that they had been reborn in the celestial pond, they were even more charming. Their bodies exuded a holy aura, and their slender arms, which were not covered by their robes, were sparkling and translucent, as white and flawless as ice crystals. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyebrows were frowning, and her eyes were like ripples in the autumn water. Just a glance at them was enough to make her heart flutter. The change in the 2 women was more in their temperament. Their ethereal temperament and appearance made him feel a little moved. It's over, it's over. These 2 girls can't even hold back Little Star. In the future, they will be together for trillions or even hundreds of billions of years. It's only a matter of time before they fall for each other. Ziyi also saw the 2 through her gaze. Even she was moved, and even the self-proclaimed ice heart Yun Nuoshing might not be able to hold back. Her mind was in turmoil for a while. When Xian and Feng walked in front of her, only then did Yun Nuoshing feel that their auras had changed a lot. Xian had just become a rank 3 demon master, but now she already had the strength of a rank 3 demon master. Her strength had increased by 8 small realms, and Feng had rushed from the Divine King realm to the Divine Emperor realm. The increase in strength was many times more terrifying than Xian's. The immortal phoenix fruit is related to the phoenix. Together with the fire essence fruit and the celestial pond, it's normal for one to jump a large realm from the initial god realm. Little Xian's condition is also normal. Ziyi looked at the two in surprise for a while, then smiled. Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched for a while. She stared at the two girls without blinking. When they came closer, she was about to say something, but she heard Xian chuckling. Little girl, have you seen a person in black clothes with long colorful hair? Her limpid eyes blinked. Yun Nuoxing looked at her in surprise, and she almost spat out blood. Ziyi, in the spiritual world, was laughing so hard that he knocked on the table. Lan Xian also couldn't help but laugh. This girl had changed so much that even Xian couldn't recognize her. Seeing that the little girl's expression was not quite right, and her face was sometimes bright and sometimes dark, Ziyan also felt a little strange. He and Feng looked at each other for a while, then turned their heads and looked at this white-haired girl again. Suddenly, they recognized the mark on the right side of her face and the colorful long hair that seemed to be shining white, but was actually flowing with colors. They covered their little mouth in shock. Little star. Seeing the two girls' shocked expressions, Yun Nuoxing was even more speechless. She covered her face with her left hand and nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She said helplessly, "Shui Yan's skin has no effect. My appearance can't change, but the seal has been washed away and is still in my skin." Hearing this soft and beautiful female voice, the surprise in Ziyan's and the others' eyes grew even more. They couldn't help but reach out to hold his face. Ziyan's limpid eyes stared at him without blinking. Suddenly, she smiled brightly, and even the seven-colored light on the side was dimmed. "Little star, you've become a girl. Let's be a lesbian." Xian's words shocked Yun Nuoxing and Feng. Ziyi also fell to the ground in shock. He and Xian looked at each other for a while, and they couldn't help but smile bitterly. This girl really likes Yun Nuoxing no matter what she looks like. Are you kidding me? I'm still a guy. It's just that there's something wrong with my appearance. MMPH. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Just as he was about to reach out and move away the two jade-like hands that were holding his face, he saw Ziyan's face suddenly come closer. Then, his lips felt as if they had touched a soft jelly, which made him swallow back the words he had yet to say. Wow! Xian is so forward. Feng blushed upon seeing this extremely abrupt action. She hurriedly turned her head, but she still sneaked a peek at this scene. The celestial pond reflected this scene, and it looked as if two girls were kissing passionately. After a full 15 minutes, Yun Nuoxing was finally released. She hurriedly took a step back, and her face was so red that it looked like blood was going to drip from it. She looked at Xian with a pair of watery Maimao eyes, and her heart was very moved. "Stop fooling around, let me see the changes after you ate the celestial food." Yun Nuoxing looked at Ziyan with pleading eyes. Then, he laughed bitterly. When he heard Ziyan's sweet voice, he lost his temper. Since he couldn't change it, he could only accept it silently. After a thorough examination of Ziyan, Yun Nuoxing was surprised to find that other than the change in her appearance, her physical strength had also increased by an unknown amount. She was very tough, and her jade-like fingers were as white as jade. They were so slender that they seemed like they would break easily. However, according to his estimation, even if she did not use any strength, she could still shatter a magic weapon with just her physical strength. She could even deal with a person with the 6th or 7th seal of the magic rank effortlessly. Even her spiritual strength had become very powerful. As soon as his soul entered the celestial pond, he felt as if he had walked into a vast ocean. Furthermore, his 5 elements body had leveled up, and the meridians in his body had turned into 5 different colors, very similar to his golden meridians. The drawback of his 5 elements body lacking the power of origin seemed to have been eliminated, and he could cultivate normally now. However, he still needed to find the power of origin as soon as possible. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but praise Feng Er's changes. Her soul was enshrouded in a faint crimson light. Although she was a divine beast, her soul and spiritual strength were still very weak in the early stages. However, the immortal phoenix fruit had made up for this shortcoming, allowing her to use her spiritual strength better. Furthermore, she could use the true phoenix fire more easily now. The carriers have all turned into crystals. To Yun Nuoxing's surprise, their energy carriers had all turned into crystalline objects with luster, and were no longer black stones. Yes, according to Little Star's speculation, and with the help of the immortal item's energy, it wasn't easy to refine the carriers into crystals. All of a sudden, I feel that the capacity has increased by nearly 20 times. Xian and Mei Mao's eyes were also shining with excitement, and they couldn't stop laughing as they looked at Yun Nuoxing. Really? It's actually true? I'm only speculating based on the information in the ancient books. I'm guessing that if you want to refine the carriers into crystals, you have to first shatter them, and then use the origin of elements and the will of elements to condense them into crystals. Yun Nuoxing rubbed his cheeks. He only came up with this speculation based on the information in the ancient books, as well as the experience he gained from cultivating the glazed treasure mirror. Although he told Xian and the others about it, he didn't want them to try it. Shattering one's own energy carrier was almost equivalent to destroying one's own cultivation. Who would dare to try it so easily? Yes, but we also saw the effect of the celestial pool, so we tried it. It took a lot of energy to forcefully reverse the state of the soul leaving the body. Feng Er nodded lightly. When Yun Nuoxing first told her about his speculation, she almost thought that he had gone crazy. Now that she saw that he had really succeeded, she was a little surprised by his thoughts. She didn't know what was in that little brain of his that he could think of such a crazy thing. The graceful and peerless goddess Yun. Xian couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched, and he slapped the celestial pool into the sky again. Chapter 608. After burning the broken bones and flesh of the 3 people on the shore, he put away the long hair that had fallen off and turned around. Seeing the young face reflected in the pool, Yun Nuoxing's pretty face darkened slightly. Her 2 rows of white teeth creaked as she gritted her teeth. However, after a moment, she gave up and sighed. Heaven is about to give me a great responsibility. Sigh, I'm used to it. Now, there's nothing I can't get used to. Touching the beautiful face with beautiful patterns, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but bitterly laugh. Xian and Feng Er looked at each other and shrugged helplessly when they saw him looking at the pool with a conflicted expression on his face. They knew that he would be conflicted for a while in this kind of situation, so they didn't disturb him. They silently looked at his moving little face and smiled gently. Young Hall Master, it's about time to gather. This wisp of energy will guide you to the gathering point. If you've washed in the pool, come back quickly. If you haven't found it yet, give up first. I'll bring you there after you enter the High Light Academy. Elder Jean Chen's words rang in her mind. Yun Nuoxing, who was conflicted, was stunned for a moment. She was about to reply when she froze for a second. We've already washed, so we'll go back now. Also, Uncle Chen, just call me Little Star. Young Hall Master sounds a little awkward. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly. She thought about it but still couldn't change her voice back. Jean Chen was stunned for a moment when he heard the girl's voice. He looked at the jade slip in his hand with a strange expression and scratched his head. Is this the communication jade slip for young Hall Master? Why is it a girl's reply? It's also not Miss Xian's voice. However, after hearing Yun Nuoxing's words, he didn't suspect anything even though he was a little confused. He nodded and said, All right, young Hall Master, you guys go to the gathering point first. There will be other teachers to lead you later. After he finished speaking, he quickly cut off the communication. Yun Nuoxing was stunned and laughed bitterly. Didn't I tell you to change the way you address me? Young Hall Master sounds a little awkward. Forget it. After struggling for a while, Yun Nuoxing sighed and turned around. Xian and Fenger were standing quietly behind him. Seeing him turn around, they chuckled. Xian chuckled and said, "Have you sorted out your emotions?" Yun Nuoxing scratched her head helplessly and said, "Uncle Chen asked us to gather. Let's go back slowly." "Isn't it supposed to be a month-long exam? There should be 10 days left until it ends. Did something happen?" Xian asked in surprise. I don't know. Let's go." Yun Nuoxing shook his head, turned around, and waved at the two of them. Then, he slowly walked forward. As he walked, he felt a familiar warmth on his left hand. His right shoulder sank slightly. A small pink figure appeared and landed lightly on his shoulder. It even chirped at him. In the next few hours, Yun Nuoxing, Xian, and Fenger strolled leisurely. Although they were just strolling, they flew a great distance with every step. With Yun Nuoxing's control of space, she could shrink the ground into an inch. Moreover, they had gone deep into the forest and had already exceeded the expected area of the exam. Although the gathering place was in the center of the exam area, it wasn't too far for the three of them. At this time, 70 to 80% of the students were gathering there. The skyrocketing popularity could be felt from 1,000 miles away, so they weren't in a hurry to meet up. Although they were walking slowly in the sky, their speed was many times faster than the students who were riding the wind. They had surpassed countless teams of different sizes. Everyone was heading toward the gathering place that Jean Chern had mentioned. That was the last stop of the two academies' assessment. It seems like there are more than 20,000 people. Yun Nuoxing didn't count the number of people who had surpassed them along the way, but with a rough estimate, he felt that it was definitely more than the 20,000 people he had seen the other day. The assessment of the Far Light Academy and the Remote Ocean Academy will not be held in the same place. What young master saw that day was only a portion of the students gathered around Sunglow City. There are also students from other places rushing over. However, young master can rest assured that not all of them will gather in one place. The final assessment will be held in many different places. Overall, there are about 200,000 students in this batch. As for how many will remain, I'm not too sure. As for the academy, there are about 1 million students. There are also millions of students in the academy. Jean Chen's voice rang out in a timely manner, causing Yun Nuoxing to almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Millions of people. These words caused Yun Nuoxing's state of mind to be shaken. His spatial force and light element immediately went out of control, bringing the three of them along with him for an unknown distance. When he came back to his senses, he saw a place where people had gathered. The hubbub of voices was so noisy that Yun Nuoxing and Xian hastily covered their ears. Fenger also hastily shrunk her body and rushed into Yun Nuoxing's chest with a whoosh. She poked her head out and carefully looked at the sea of people below. This was a huge and spacious plain that had been split open among the mountains. Hundreds of mountains towered over this plain, and the sea of people spread out over the plain. In the distant mountain range, there was a steady stream of figures flying over with powerful energy. A group of people were riding the wind together, causing a storm to blow over. Even if the people gathered together didn't release their energy, the various kinds of energy that were unintentionally released intertwined and soared into the sky. The momentum caused Yun Nuoxing, who was in the clouds, to be somewhat surprised. However, he was after all someone who had seen a truly grand scene. Even if tens of thousands of immortal and demonic realm experts gathered together, it still couldn't compare to the momentum of hundreds or thousands of God Emperor experts gathered together in the Taiyuan Grand Assembly. However, this is the place where young people gather. If I didn't have such a strange opportunity and bizarre background, perhaps I would also be standing below right now, sighing at the number of experts here. In the eyes of immortal and demonic realm experts, demonic and demonic realm experts are expert. Yun Nuoxing looked at the geniuses and proud sons of heaven from all over the world and sighed. Thousands of thoughts, and thousands of lives gathered here. Only the people who stood out here were the true proud sons of heaven. So many people. Ziyan's beautiful eyes flickered with dazzling colors. In this place, there were as many immortal steppe cultivators as there were sand in the ocean. Even devil steppe cultivators gathered in group. Shall we go down? Ziyan turned to look at Yun Nuoshing and asked softly. Yun Nuoshing looked at the sky below, then looked at the crowd below. After muttering to himself for a while, he took out a black and gold half-mask and covered the right side of his face. Ziyan also understood when she saw this. She took the hat and covered her head, then tidied her clothes. Yun Nuoshing held her hand tightly and took a deep breath. Light essence and spatial force flashed and disappeared, landing on the mountains below. Looking at the sparse figures in the surroundings, and seeing that no one seemed to have noticed them, they quickly rushed into the crowd. The two of them had just plunged into the crowd. Although there were many people in the surroundings, there wasn't a team of two people at all. They originally thought that the sudden appearance of two people in this sea of people wouldn't be noticed, but they didn't expect that dozens of gazes would notice them. Their gazes swept over the two of them, and there were even a few swallowing sounds. Fairy, please wait a moment. Yun Nuoshing pulled Ziyan to the edge of the crowd, but a voice suddenly sounded. At first, the two of them didn't pay attention to it, until a few figures quickly blocked in front of them. Only then did the two of them react. Was this someone calling them? However, Yun Nuoshing wasn't too surprised. Ziyan, this devastatingly beautiful goddess, was standing at the side. Even if she was wearing a hat, her beautiful appearance and outstanding temperament made it easy for people to find her in the crowd. But gradually, Yun Nuoshing felt a little strange. After the few of them came over, they brought a group of people with them. Those people's gazes swept over him and Ziyan, making his hair stand on end. Could it be that the fairies were calling him? Fairies, could it be that you still haven't found a suitable force to join? How about joining our sect? With us here, you can enter the Far Light Academy with ease. Ziyan cautiously glanced at Yun Nuoshing. She wanted to see the extent of his patience, but after just a glance, she sighed and shook her head. Because she saw him faintly smile, a very dangerous smile. At this moment, there were quite a few gazes in the surroundings that turned over. They looked at the two weak people, and then looked at the people in front of them, and a look of interest flashed across their eyes. Moreover, there were actually some people who were trying to squeeze their way over. Yun Nuoshing faintly sighed, then chuckled. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the crowd quickly parting. Then, a youth with a gloomy face slowly walked over. Seeing this person, Yun Nuoshing and Ziyan were startled. This person was that ice-cold white-clothed youth they saw when they first arrived at the square. This person was also a demon-rank powerhouse, and had reached the 9th seal. What are you doing? The white-clothed youth coldly glanced at the group of people in front of the sect. That faintly discernible valiant aura scared the surrounding people into taking a few steps back. Without giving the others time to react, the white-clothed youth looked at Yun Nuoshing and Ziyan. His cold gaze froze for a moment, then he said in a deep voice, "It's just the two of you. Go over." Hearing the same tone, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but roll his eyes. He really wanted to curse, "Who the hell are you?" But he thought that he should keep a low profile at this time, so he just rolled his eyes and led Ziyan in the direction that the white-clothed youth was pointing at with his chin. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Seeing that the two of them had obediently walked into the group he was in charge of, the white-clothed young man turned his gaze and coldly glanced at the surrounding people. Then, he coldly snorted, turned around, and slowly walked in the direction that the two of them had gone. As soon as this man who was as cold as a spear left, many people hurriedly heaved a sigh of relief. His aura was too cold, and his entire person was like a block of ice. This person is probably an old student. He's as cold as the North Ice Realm. Phew, the strength of the demon rank 9 seals. I wonder how many revolutions he has undergone. He's so cold even when facing two fairies. I'm afraid that even his heart has been frozen. Yun Nuoshing didn't pay attention to the commotion after the two of them left. However, along the way, many gazes were directed at him, which made him a little mad. These gazes more or less contained a sense of amazement. It would be understandable if they were all looking at Xian, but at this time, there were also many gazes sizing him up. He really wanted to gouge out those people's eyes and yell at them, "Can't you differentiate between genders?" After cursing in his heart, he scratched his head with a headache. He knew his own gender, but if others were to look at that face, let alone others, even he himself would think that he was a girl. He couldn't find any fault with that voice either. There will be 2 simple tests in a while. Quickly adjust your breathing. At this moment, the cold white-clothed man also walked to the side. His eyes were as cold as ice as he glared at the two of them. He spoke in an almost commanding tone, causing Yun Nuoshing to lose his temper. Although he was a little unhappy in his heart, compared to those strange gazes, it was still a little better.